Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In the old dramatic theater at the University of the West Indies, good morning, university students who are joining us on social media. This is our 2022 Guild Elections debates. And of course, I welcome all of you to what promises to be a very entertaining, very insightful, and a very fruitful debating day. We are joined today by our two moderators. The two moderators are Mr. Roger Bent, who is to my left, and of course, Mr. Sandre Roden, who is to my right. Mr. Roger Bent currently works as a student services and development manager at the University of the West Indies. He has a Master's of Arts in Education Management and a BA in Media and Communication. He's now pursuing a MPhil PhD in Educational Administration. Roger is a strong believer in co-curricular involvement and was a part of student government, him being Guild president at some time ago, maybe about 50 years ago, but he has been a part of student government. Roger has worked in the areas of students' affairs, program management, education, as well as media. He is presently the student services manager in charge of the Debating Society, and of course, Roger is also the student services manager in charge of Chancellor Hall and the Leslie Robinson Hall. He is an international debater, being part of many University of the West Indies debating teams, and they have traveled the world and they have debated and represented Jamaica well. We're also joined by Mr. Sandre Roden. Mr. Roden is a policy and project analyst, radio talk show host, political commentator, and international relations specialist based in Jamaica. He is currently pursuing a Master's of Science degree in government with an international relations specialization, and he holds a Bachelor of Science degree in international relations and economics. He's a graduate assistant in the Department of Government at the University of the West Indies. And of course, he has given back through the Seventh-day Adventist Church, he says. I've never seen him going to church, but he says he gives back to the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Mr. Roden is well known for being part of the panel when we had our national debates. So he was on the TV and he was representing the university well. And of course, he's here today to be one of the moderators. I want you to put your hands together for our two moderators, and they are going to be leading and directing our proceedings today. I am Bertram Anderson, and I am the returning officer. And of course, I now turn over to the moderators who will lead us in our first session in terms of the debates. We're taking the hall chairpersons and the deputy hall chairpersons first. Then we will move into the other guild positions. Without further ado, I now turn over to the moderators.
Pleasant morning, everyone. Seriously. Serious. I would like to get up on the side of the bed you got up on this morning. Good morning, everyone. Oh, that's better. That's better. So this is also called the silly season, but it's so not true. It's the wise season. When people get a chance to hear serious matters relating to student issues and student governance and university governance in general. And with great wisdom, you choose representatives. So that's a huge moment, far from the silly season that people talk about. I'm privileged to be here to moderate this segment, or we are privileged to be here to moderate this segment. Of course, it have been introduced. My name is Roger Bent.
My name is Sondre Roden, and I like this mic, Roger. It's giving me a different type of energy. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. No, man, them really never wake up first.
They'll get into it, man. You know, Jamaicans and Caribbean people, we start cool. And then eventually when when activity get nice, we get nice.
That's
so don't
true.
worry about it. And maybe by lunchtime, right, everybody will get the vibe going. So I am not worried. Somehow or another, the vibe will increase. Or maybe the non-vibe people will leave and the vibes people will arrive.
Well, it will get more interesting later on.
We'll strike out that segment. Now, just some ground rules as it relates to how the positions are laid out. There is a difference between contested posts and non-contested posts, right? This is going to range all the way from the president down to the hall chairs. Hall chairs and deputies are allotted approximately between 2 to 5 minutes speech and about 2 minutes Q&A segments, right? This is going to be generic for hall chairs. When we move to the faculty positions and the executive positions, the timing will also change and the format will also change, all right? Now, you'll also realize, based on the presentation, that a number of posts, especially relating to halls, are uncontested. That simply means it shortens the time because just one person will make a presentation, and if someone should feel the need to make a comment or question that person, then we will allow it. We are going to stick as much as is possible to the time, and so bear in mind that you have to make your points very quickly. I would advise that you indicate there are persons on the floor. Could I see the persons on the floor who are going to be taking the questions? Is Mr. Anderson? Are there persons on the floor who, once we have a Q&A, no Q&A? Oh, virtual. So we will pick the questions up virtually, and I guess that will be fed to me. So that's perfect, right? All right, good stuff. All right, so overall, Sondre, do we pick up any other rule relevant to this time?
Right, so we will have no public outbursts tolerated from candidates or the electorate, meaning those who are here. We know a lot of the debate will be online and the questioning will be online. We want decorum as best as possible, and no campaigning will be allowed during the debates, and this includes but not limited to posting on social media, posting of campaign material in the live chat. We will not tolerate that at all. I think those are it from me, Roger.
Okay. That said, we open the floor to the first set of debates. You will see in the order as is on script: hall chairman, deputy hall chairman. We do that all the way down till we would have completed the halls of residence. I will follow the format of the hall chairs and of introducing hall chairs, and Sondre will follow the format of the deputies. All right, so let's kick off with the hall chairman for ABC Hall. There's only one candidate in this contest, Evans Linton. Please make him welcome.
Moderators, candidates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Evans Linton. I'm currently the GCC of ABC Hall. You see, my friends, in life, there are those that want things to happen. There are those who wish things to happen. And there is me that make things happen. I am what the person who you would have described as the man of yard in Jamaican's term. I'm the person you look up to when you need help. I'm the person that you look to whenever you need assistance. So as ABC Hall chairperson, I have various things that I want to accomplish. Firstly, I want to make ABC unified. I want to ensure that ABC is a unified hall, as a unit representing Sparta. As you know, 300 Spartans, they stood up against the Persians, and so I want to emblem that. I also want to make ABC a prosperous hall. I want to be a strong advocate for the infrastructural and administrative issues that we faced on hall. I want to work with the respective portfolios to ensure that on-hall activities are of excellent quality. I want to be able to work with the sponsorship work, to seek sponsorship for activities on hall and activities that are generated for outreach programs. Seeing that we have been recovering from the COVID pandemic, the culture of ABC has been dampened, and I will ensure that I work with the EAC and CEAC to ensure that there's a reignition of the culture, ABC culture. ABC is a hall that is filled with a lot of medical science students, and as such, they may be reserved. They may be reserved, and they may stay in their room a lot. So I want to implement a program that fosters the persons that are shy and timid, that tend to be inside of their rooms. I want to be the person that holds hall committee members accountable, to ensure that hall committee, my committee, is of integrity, that they follow on the wishes that they implement, follow on the events that they plan to do. Also, I want to provide skills training. When persons leave the university, they enter most times into a rat race, you describe according to Bob Marley. And so I want to ensure that persons gain skills outside of what they study here at university, that they become skilled persons in business, in different entrepreneurs, especially e-commerce. That's a very vital branch, business. Okay, so I want you all to remember ABC and remember this day that I stand on this stage, and you will remember ABC. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hall Chair. Are we seeing any questions coming for the Hall Chair, Roger? No? No questions. So we're going right into the Deputy Hall Chairman, and that is Mr. Jason Lindsay. Make him welcome.
A pleasant morning to the returning officer, a pleasant morning to the hosts, a pleasant morning to candidates, supporters, Pelicans, and especially my fellow Spartans. I stand before you today as a person that would have served in the capacity of Secretary for the ABC Hall Committee for the academic year 2021-2022. However, within that stead, I realized that there was more that I could do. Therefore, I deemed it befitting for me to take up the mantle to represent my fellow Spartans on a higher level. And as such, I remember something that, hey, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And I know that the task ahead of me is indeed great. However, I plan to utilize the various resources at my disposal to start to make these changes happen as an age of revolution within my constituent. During my tenure, I aim to serve the constituents of my hall by addressing matters of safety and security, by encapsulating that of advocating for an intercom repair, advocating for student camera security camera installment, having security series, and advocating for the fire extinguisher to be serviced. In tandem with that, I will also be addressing that of student development. In essence, for student development, I seek to ensure that members of my hall are holistically prepared to tackle their studies as well as the wider society. Hence, under this, there are three things which I'd like to particularly look at, and that would be education, skill, as well as social intervention. However, the time does not allow me to really go in depth with what I have in store for my fellow Spartans. One Sparta. Thank you.
It's lovely to see that COVID hasn't really killed the spark, right? Some people used to wonder whether or not, the culture will die when COVID happened and everybody left hall. Absolutely not. You see the vibe, you see the people in dress, and you hear the speech. Oh, listen to me, man. Some people may say they want to vote. No. But well done on the candidates from ABC Hall. We're moving to AZ Preston Hall. The hall chairman for AZ Preston Hall, again, an uncontested post, Rashid White. Make him welcome.
The returning officer, moderators, Pelicans, a special greeting to you all, and an even more special greeting to all Prestonites. I am Rashid NWC White, your next hall chairman. My vision is to see the AZ Preston Hall, or home, return to what it was before the pandemic. Therefore, I intend to undertake a 3-point manifesto during my tenure. For admin and advocacy, I intend to petition for several amendments to be made to the Hall's constitution, as it needs considerable revision and it needs to be properly disseminated to our residents. This will prompt the rebuilding and rebranding of Preston Media so that we all can come together and help to build each other so that we can see how our hall is progressing forward. But to assist the relatively new hall committee, I will appoint student advisors who are relatively super seniors for us, who will assist us in carrying out our function as a hall committee in the Preston way. And finally, I want to reignite a passion for leadership through the Shadow Project so that residents can understudy members of the hall committee. Since we are here as Prestonites, I want to leave a legacy project dubbed as Shark Tales, the Annals of Preston, where we can see and listen to the rich experiences of our alumni, with the reasons to connect with our alumni, to develop relationships, partnerships, and also to get some funds for the Preston Enhancement Program, which will be a feeding program launched every single month. But that's not all it will contain. We will also have a Christmas treat, monetary grants, and care packages being delivered to our off-campus Prestonites to rebuild that relationship that we once had. Furthermore, advocating for the return of hall events and other programs such as the Preston Sport Empowerment Team so that we can have some semblance of what hall life was. Finally, through innovation and inspiration, I intend to. Thank you for listening.
Boy, those were a lot of plans, but we're still going at it, and right now we're going to the deputy, and we have Mr. Mark Heemans that will come and share this. Make him welcome, please.
The returning officer, moderators, UWI Pelicans, and candidates, good morning to you all. You see, it was Theodore Hesburgh who said, the very essence of leadership is that you must have vision. Ladies and gentlemen, in front of you this morning is a young man of passion and vision. Let's just dive into the points I have before, the time has been running very quickly. So, first of all, I would like to institute the Grace Kennedy Food Bank. We're talking about gas price going up, but also food prices also going up. And as a result, I've been talking with a senior member of the Grace Kennedy Foundation to reinstitute the food bank. Additionally, it is very important that student leaders are held accountable. As a result, I would like to implement the Aston-Preston committee assessment, where members of the hall get the opportunity to grade those persons that are leading them to ensure that accountability is in place. Finally, I'd like to make a I make it, you make it initiative, where these freshers coming in, especially the freshers, they get a chance to be paired with persons who are studying the same thing. So, they can have some lifelong friendships and study together. Another part of this I make it, you make it initiative is also that these persons will be paired with senior persons who can help to inspire them and be mentors to them. In closing, time has come for Preston to be uplifted as the hall of halls. It is time for Preston to put all other halls on notice. Give them an update that we are sharks who are in relentless pursuit of excellence. The time is now for everyone to know that Preston are the best one. And if you never guess Preston, then you guess wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, Preston is on the rise. Do the right and vote Mark as Deputy Hall Chair. God bless you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Hemans. It is getting heated, it's getting hot in here, and I know you see they have a bit of energy, Roger. More energy than we got when we asked you guys to respond to our good morning. But right now, we have Chancellor Hall. So this will be interesting because for the Hall Chairman race, it is indeed contested, which would mean that the timing would be longer. So right now I'm going to ask the Chancellor Hall Chairman candidates and Deputy Hall Chairman-elect Mendez Lynch, Leonardo Green, and Shaquille Ramsey to make their way to the platform. In the meantime, as it relates to contested positions, the debate for each contested position will be divided into three segments, three timed segments, if I may. In the first segment, each candidate is allowed a maximum of 5 minutes to deliver an opening speech, which will include introductions and presentation of manifestos and visions. Then the second segment, there will be a maximum of 3 minutes. In this segment, the moderators will allow crossfire among the candidates, where the candidates will be open to posing questions to the other one, and then they're allowed to respond to each other. The third segment is a maximum of 5 minutes, and in this segment, the moderators will pose questions to each candidate, and candidates are allotted no more than 2 minutes to answer these questions. So it indeed will be interesting. As a matter of fact, questions will be drawn from the UWI Mona Guild's social media platforms. So I don't know. It's getting a bit hot in here, Roger. So we're going to start with the deputy, and then we go to the hall chairman. So I'm going to invite Mr. Mendez Lynch to come to the platform. Make him welcome.
Good morning to those here and those who are tuning into the live stream. My name is Mendez Lynch, a third-year medical student and a proud Chancellorite. Today, for the next 1.5 minutes, I will share some of the plans I have in store for my hall for the new academic year. Leading up to this day, the hall has faced many issues. These issues can be grouped as either physical damage to the appearance of the space or cultural damage to the fraternity. Mans and mans. These issues of which I speak stretch from 1, evidence of stolen Wi-Fi access points, 2, a complete disregard to the physical upkeep of the space, and 3, the complete breakdown of our over 67-year-old history. Though many have called it quits for this majestic hall, it is my mission to lead a team of mans to rescue, revive, and realign the hall. Throughout my tenure, guided by my heart and foot bottom, my first act of business will be to support and assist the university with its efforts to rebuild the space. This will be done by assembling the skilled mans amongst us to volunteer in the refurbishing process. This will, of course, allow the Mans to be a part of the rebuild, but it will also give them a first-hand understanding of how important it is to value the space. And secondly, as time is far spent, I will create a Chancellor Hall think tank, where this will be used to create future plans for the hall. Now is the call for action, so electing me as your Deputy Hall Chairman 2022-2023 will ensure we rescue, revive, and realign, and to remind the university that there is no UWI without Chancellor Hall. My hall, our hall, the only hall on campus. Thank you.
Heart and foot bottom. Hey. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Lynch, for the presentation you've made. We're moving to the category of Hall Chairman of Chancellor, and we have two candidates in this race. You would have been told already how the rules are. So the first presenter is Leonardo Green.
The moderators, candidates, mans and mans who are present both physically and virtually, and to the wider university space, good morning. Leadership is the expectation that you can use your voice for good, that you can make the world a better place. Some may say a sportsman cannot lead, but most of the sporting disciplines that exist today have a captain. I am not just a sportsman, but a man with a mission, a man who is passionate about leadership, and a man who loves this noble fraternity, Chancellor Hall. I will not make any promises that I cannot fulfill. However, I will make realistic plans that are attainable, plans that will foster the continuous growth and success of Chancellor Hall. My plans are as follows. Promote integration and opportunities for the off-campus Chancellorites. I started as an off-campus Chancellorite, and one of the main problems that we had was integration. Fast forward to 4 years later, and having many conversations with the current off-campus Chancellorites, the problem still lingers. Therefore, I plan to foster more integration on our off-campus cohort through sporting disciplines, forums, pop-up limes, and give them the opportunity to connect with the Mans and Hall. While it is important to lime and integrate, I will also host study marathons and mini lectures and tutorials on the Hall with the commuters to ensure their performance is up to the university level standard. This year, I plan on hosting a Commuters Day on Hall, where the commuters would come in and showcase their talents, play games, lime, and provide them with food and beverages. I will host a character and development leadership symposiums through alumni. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Chancellor Hall has been closed. This closure has affected us drastically on how our leaders are formed. The universe saw our struggles, heard our pleas, and a few moments later, our very own bro God threw up the place. Of course, this does not mean COVID no longer exists. However, it provides a perfect opportunity for us to employ a renewed and more practical approach to our operations. Therefore, for the upcoming semester, I will host leadership symposium on the Hall and invite past and present super seniors to bestow their knowledge on our first years and seniors on proper leadership skills and how to lead effectively. This will be done all year round to foster a widespread in future leaders on the Hall and the UWI space, such as the Guild. Character development is crucial to all Lions. Therefore, I will revamp the Cubs, Chancellor Uplifting Brother Society program, and ensure each Lion has a senior as his mentor to protect and guide them, help them make the right decisions, and teach them the proper time management skills and how to maneuver into the university space. I will establish a Help the Lion care program. Chancellor Hall is the most affordable hall on campus. However, some of the Mans struggle to pay tuition and housing fees, which make it difficult for them to afford food. I struggled to finance school while living on Hall and struggled to find food sometimes too. However, my brothers would always share their groceries with me, or we put together and run a boat. I am from a poor family, but that does not mean a rich one should not come from me. Therefore, I will establish a Help the Lion care program that will help the man with food and school items. I will collaborate with the Town Hall EAC committee to gather tin food items along with stationery supplies through tin drives and sponsorship from reputable organizations. After this process, I will create an application for the demands that are most in need and evaluate and assess carefully with the committee and help them as best possible. Lastly, restore and strengthen the relationship with our sisters of the South. Like a lioness is important to the lion's character, our sisters are important to us as our brothers. I will host joint meetings and events to foster integration and build strong relationships with our sisters. I will host events like paint and sip sessions, brother-sister pop-up limes, games night, picnics, excursion trips, outreaches, and informative sessions. I will ensure that each first year and seniors are assigned to a sister and they are properly guided on how to treat a woman while creating an atmosphere where they feel comfortable to talk with women, respect them, and love them unconditionally. The mandate is simple. The mission is clear. But I need your help to bring these plans to fruition. On March 25th to 27th, make the right choice. Make Leonardo Green your Chance Hall chairman. Thank you.
The man took the time during the pandemic to refashion themselves and sounding more powerful than ever. That was the first of two. At this time, please make welcome Shaquille Ramsey.
Moderators, returning officer, supporters and candidates here, importantly, mans and mans on location and joining us virtually. Good morning. I am Shaquille Ramsey, a block representative from Chancellor Hall, and you are facing a tough decision. Two block representatives, a man of action with a plan and a man with a plan with no action. My first plan, should I become your hall chairman, Chancellor writes, is to revamp the Chancellor Hall Current Affairs Club and the Debating Society to facilitate and enhance inclusion in public and national conversation, as was done some years ago with Cadell Green as its leader and I serving on the body. Mans and mans, I also plan, as your hall chairman, to ensure that seniors are paired automatically with first years, to provide mentorship for academic guidance and support, and to also help them with the transition to a new environment. As your hall chairman, mans and mans, I plan to restore the Chancellor Hall Honor Society as I did as block representative for the fraternity of I, and ensure that the High Achievers Board is utilized. This society will ensure that those who obtain a certain or a particular GPA would receive certain incentives and also certain prizes like call credit or maybe just a discount on their hall fees. As your hall chairman, I plan to execute a rigorous social media campaign geared towards rebranding and restoring the public image of Chancellor Hall. In fact, there's a lot going around on campus about Chancellor Hall regarding our traditions, and to be honest, it's just simply misconceptions and misunderstanding. In fact, to share my experience with you, to the commuters who may not have lived on Hall, I remember when I just decided to live on Chancellor, and within my first week, I was told that as a first year, I am unable to purchase KFC or any fast food whatsoever. To outsiders, they consider it ragging. To us, it's a life lesson. Because the meal that you'd purchase at KFC for $800, you can utilize that money and it can feed up to 5 months. That has stayed with me forever. As your hall chairman, mans and mans, I plan to implement an incentive system for hall committee members to ensure that we attract the brightest and the best on our hall committee. This may be free laundry or just call credit sometime of the month, but this will be done to ensure that the brightest minds don't migrate to external entities, but they remain on hall to serve you and your best interests. I will also ensure that we recreate a Lions Committee. In fact, I've been having conversations with this since I just became block representative, with our acting SSDM and with our operations supervisor, to execute and to plan and to execute our Lions Banquet. Invictus Mans and Mans will also make a return with a new name, a new brand, but better entertainment. Mans and Mans, residents and commuting chancellorites will be grouped based upon their degree program and will be connected with a super senior or a group of super seniors in a particular area of study to ensure that they have access to networking opportunities or just professional guidance. The CAC and Debating Club Mans and Mans will be tasked with assisting first years with resume and cover letter creation. This is something I've been doing as an ordinary resident on Chancellor Hall since my first year. And this is something I plan to do as an official mandate as Hall Chairman. I will also create a program which will be integrated with the FIE to ensure that Mans learn particular skills, at least one sport, and at least learn to play or master an instrument, as that helps with problem solving. And also, Mans and Mans, for the mans that we identify who needs it, they will get coaching for public speaking. Mans and Mans, I also plan to provide professional guidance to the mans by ensuring that super seniors visit more frequently. And they not only just lime, but they also contribute to your growth and your personal development. My work as block representative for the fraternity of I speaks for itself. I plan to continue programs that I would have implemented as block representative, programs in partnership with the Heart Trust and NTA to ensure that mans are certified. When the time comes, Mans and Mans, there is only one real deal, and that real deal is Shaquille. Thank you, Mans and Mans.
Okay, so thanks so much to both candidates. We are now moving into the Q&A, and the Q&A will follow the following. There is now going to be a crossfire segment where each candidate will ask of the other one question, right? After that, we'll open the floor for those persons online to pose questions, or moderators, if necessary, will pose questions. So we now ask that, given the order before, Leonardo, you will pose your question, and this will be followed by Shaquille. And you have a maximum of 3 minutes in which to make that response, for both responses, so bear that in mind.
All right. To Shaquille, how are we sure that you will be able to manage Chancellor Hall and the schoolwork since you weren't able to run last year in the elections because of grades?
Rumors are a hell of a thing. I could not run last year because I did not have financial clearance. Like many university students, I face challenges. I will not come here and pretend as if I am rich. I'm not. My mother had a stroke in my first year. And because of that, my father also, as a retired high-ranking police officer, believes that I should join the police force. And I have no financial support from my dad. It's my mom. She faced a medical emergency. I was unable to run. But if you can present evidence of your rumors, by all means, Leonardo. I don't know if you have somebody working at SAS, but sure, we'll accept it. Thanks.
Your question.
My question to you, Leonardo. What experience do you have in relation to Lions Week, all awards, accessing the den funds, and how would you go about improving the logistics of staging the various hall events, and how would you go about getting approval to the den funds?
All right. Thank you for that question, Shakil. All right. So I have been admitted at the UWI University from 2018, which means I've had experience with face-to-face modality, which means I experienced Lions Grill, Lions Week, and Chant Hall Week. Also, in terms of all awards, I have been awarded as Chant Hall Sportsman of the Year twice, Chant Hall Off-Campus Man of the Year, and I have been Block Dynamite Sportsman of the Year and also Off-Campus Man of the Year, which means I have much experience with all awards and how to plan. Another point to add to your question is, how will I maneuver logistics and planning of events? A good event is executed properly with a good team. So that means if it is that I am elected and I have a good team, I will ensure that this team executes and plans events properly. Thank you.
All right, so we are going to go ahead, and I think each of us will ask a question. I think, Roger, you want to go ahead and, pose the first question to the candidate.
You don't have politicians only on the stage on that side. You clearly have a politician beside me. So the first question I'd ask of each candidate, you would have been given 5 minutes to make your presentation, and you would have listed a number of things. But given the current realities and maybe even emerging realities, I would like to ask, what are the top 2 points that you feel would best cater to demands or to the growth and development of the space in general?
So my top 2 plans would definitely be to promote and integrate opportunities for the off-campus cohort. The off-campus cohort is special to me, being that I was an off-campus myself. And the issues they have, being that they don't feel connected to the hall, I want to reach out to them and get them into this space where they can even broaden their network. They can feel more like they are welcomed on the hall. The other point is host leadership and character development symposiums through alumni. On a yearly basis, whenever we get first years, they would normally be first years until they go up to the rank. However, we've been closed for 2 years, and that has drastically impacted Chant Hall. So the idea of having super seniors and seniors to get back into this space and guide the first years, also seniors that don't have much experience, on how to lead and how to grow Chant Hall would be definitely one of my most important points and most important plan to execute.
Thank you for your question, Roger. To answer it, as block representative for I would have realized that things aren't easy to, it's not easy to lead, especially the realities that we're facing right now. As Chancellor Hall Chairman, I will have to realize that we may not even have seniors possibly on hall. The hall is relatively empty, and the seniors who are still here at the university may graduate by September. First years That's our priority. We are provided with an opportunity to restart, to rebuild. There's a lot of things about Chancellor, as a Chancellor, right, that is good, and there are also few that is bad. And we are presented with an opportunity, the perfect opportunity to start anew, to ensure that the new minds, the new generation can focus on what they're here to focus on, which is their degree. We don't have mans anymore going up to 7 years. And we ensure that they learn various life skills, as I would have stated in my manifesto plans. The next thing is commuters' involvement. As commuters representative 2 years ago, and to date, I would have been advocating relentlessly for commuters. In fact, as block representative, I would have been the only block representative to involve commuters this year, where I would have ensured that commuters are being certified by heart, commuters can participate in block meetings, commuters can participate in hall events. I simply just plan to continue that. I don't have a manifesto plan to say involve commuters, because it's not a case where under my leadership they were being involved as block rep. I will just continue and improve on their involvement. And that's something I'm actually proud of. Thank you.
All right, we have just about under 2 minutes left, so I'll make my question concise and not political, Roger. So you guys would have stated a number of things, you know, helpline, mentorship, restarting different clubs, etc. But the question that I think the Chancellorites would really want to ask would be, what makes either of you qualified enough, or what track record do you really have to present yourself as candidates for the Chancellor Hall?
Time is running out, so I'll go first for this one. As I said, and I'm going to get a little bit personal because I'm passionate, you're faced with a reality, mans and mans. 2 block representatives. I just have one thing to tell you. Visit the Chancellor Hall page. Only 1 block has been active and helping the other blocks to remain active. I remember the other candidate just saying that once he has the right team, am I to believe that he currently doesn't have the right team as a block rep? There's nothing being done. How can we hold you accountable and ensure that should we elevate you to a higher post, you will change overnight? I've been working tirelessly, I've been working relentlessly in service of you. I plan to just continue that. Simply put, I'm not a politician, I'm not here to make promises because it's just the facts. I just plan to continue doing the good work for you. Simple. And you can visit my blog page at block_I and view it for yourself. Thanks.
Could you repeat the question for me, please?
All right, so it's a very compact question, but in essence, what makes you qualified to run as Hall Chairman?
All right. The lion embodies a character of bravery, boldness, leadership, and integrity. And I portray those characteristics, which is why I have the slogan, Leo the Lion. I mean, Black Dynamite is at fault where we don't have a good PR team, because after the COVID pandemic, most of the persons left, and I don't have the expertise in creating graphics and all that stuff. But that doesn't mean we didn't do anything. So during this year, as deputy block rep, rather, I actually, myself and the block rep, Theodore Inland, we gave out care packages to the mans on the hall, mans on the block, rather. We continued the D-Farm, also called Diner Farm initiative, under the team Grow What You Eat What You Grow. I also hosted a Black History Month initiative on the Chancellor Hall page. You can go ahead and look up that. And I also supported our Sisters of the South in their Hall Week on the theme Breaking the Bias for the Women's Day celebration.
All right, thank you. Thank you, candidates.
Okay, we're moving along. We're moving to the Elsa Lirani Hall. This These positions are uncontested, so we're going with the hall chair first. The hall chair candidate for the Elsa Leorini Hall is Ricardo Josephs. Make him welcome.
Sedena Archibald, can you make it? Awesome.
Returning officer, moderator, members of the audience, and my fellow wolves, good morning to you all. I am Ricardo Josephs, the current deputy representative for the Tower of Apollo and the incoming hall chairman for the Elsa Leorini Hall. In applying for the hall chairman position, I have been in constant dialogue with myself about what I can do to build on the legacy of the great Elsa Leorini Hall. And then it hit me. I had a light bulb moment. The RIC initiative was formed. The RIC initiative aims to reintroduce, implement, and cooperate for the betterment of the Elsa Leorini Hall. The RIC initiative starts with R, reintroduction. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused many of the plans we wanted to initiate on the hall to fall under the radar due to various factors such as the lack of students living on hall and the COVID-19 restrictions and so on. So my aim is to reintroduce and execute the plans which we did not execute and to continue those started with new and improved adjustments. Continuing to implementation. The Elsa Leorini Hall will offer new opportunities for all Torarites in the shape of the introduction of its first scholarship or grant. Through conversations and liaisons with various business owners, members of parliament, and special interest groups, we will provide for Torarites and in an attempt to tangibly contribute to our students' academic excellence. Then the implementation of a culture week for our regional and international students. Many of the students on the hall are from various and different countries, so the need for them to have a feeling of home is key to their involvement and their comfort. Finally, the Wolf Initiative, the RIC Initiative will finish with cooperation, where I will be working with various guild portfolios and external parties to ensure that the hall and the members of the hall are fully equipped for the upcoming year. I plan to liaise with the Guild VP SSP in providing care packages for our Torarites, and I will secure brand deals and from major companies so that we will have the sponsorship needed in our 10th year anniversary. Thank you.
All right, we see it getting even livelier in the chat, but we want to remind you of the rules, that we have some semblance of decorum in the chat, and we see the messages, we see the comments coming in. We're at almost 200 people via YouTube, and I know it will increase as we continue. But right now we're still with the Elsa Leorini Hall, and we will be going to their Deputy Hall Chair, Miss Sedena Archibald. Make her welcome.
Leadership is action, not just a position. It is defined by what you do, as this tends to have a far greater impact than what you say. Good morning, all. I am Sedena Archibald, your candidate for Deputy Chairperson of the Elsa Leorini Hall, and today I am here to enumerate but a few of the many reasons why you should trust me with your hall. Embarking on my university experience in the midst of a pandemic was and still is an indescribable but enlightening experience for me and many of my fellow students. In the few months I have been able to experience just an ounce of what true hall life should be, it has really nurtured the sense of wolf pride as can be seen with my involvement as the current tower representative for Olympus. And given that for the upcoming semester things will be as close to normal as they have been in a while, it is my aim to bring new life to the already rich Towers culture for the new generation. With that said, I implore you to trust me with our hall. But what is trust, you might ask? Transitioning. Successfully facilitating the transition from the online to face-to-face mode through the revival of clubs and societies on hall. Responsibility and accountability, implementation of complaint sheets throughout, and an evaluation form at the end of each semester to ensure that the roles of the hall committee members are carried out effectively. Upkeeping, working with the hall chairman, focus will be placed on maintenance and the environment. Structure, improving on the constitutional amendments put in place from previous years and revision of the constitutional stipulations where necessary. And lastly, tower right development and integration to improve the Towers mentorship system through the revamping of both the second and third year experience programs, the integration of Towers alumni and international students. As a fellow Wolf, I aim to ensure that all members of the hall receive the leadership they deserve. This upcoming year will not be easy, but rest assured, we will continue on our hunt for excellence because SAY will help to lead the way. So Wolves, trust in the plan, trust in the vision, trust me, Alpha Q Ball, with your hall.
Moving along nicely, and I always like to say thanks to candidates who work with time, who are cooperative, who are supportive. I appreciate that. It shows your level of maturity. It shows your own professionalism. It makes the work easy on all fronts. And I think you have all adhered to that, and I really appreciate it. Put your hands together again for the Elsa Rainey Hall candidates, both Hall Chair and Deputy Hall Chair. We're moving to the Irving Hall, and again, uncontested posts. We have for the Hall Chair candidate, Sedana, sorry, that's Deputy, my apologies, Asha, yes. So that's Asha Garwood. I have to make that clear, given that I've misassigned so that the voters understand my error. So the Hall Chair candidate, uncontested for Irving Hall, is Asha Garwood. Make Asha welcome. We also invite Sasha Heron to make her take her place here on stage.
Fellow Guild candidates, moderators, members of the supporting audience, Irvinites, good morning. My name is Asher Garwood. I currently serve as the block representative for Block E, the Manzaf Mafia, and I'll be the next Irving Hall Chair. So we're living in unprecedented times right now, right? We've been forced to consent to the restrictions brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. But luckily, those days seem to be over, right? Irving has been one of the few halls fortunate enough to operate during this time and be fully operational during this time. And during that time, we have fostered relationships and garnered some momentum that we aim to continue into the next academic year. The land of Irving is one that prides itself on a rich history and authenticity. And as such, I feel it is apt that my acronym, that my plans for Irvine Hall can be summed up in the acronym REAL. So the R stands for recognition. We will seek to promote Irvine Hall on the social media pages, increase our branding, and also have more events off Hall to increase inclusivity. We've kind of been accustomed to just having Irvine nights alone, so we're going to now open our events so others can enjoy and participate as well. We'll also be looking to have more outreach events so that we can be seen not only as a hall of culture and vibes, but one that does the work. Efficiency. Now, Irvine is a hall of many moving parts, and I aim to make those moving parts work well together and run smoothly together. As such, we will have assigned club spaces for each active club and society and specific meeting dates so that we don't have any overlap in terms of events and that every Irvineite can fully express themselves and their talents in all possible clubs and societies. We also have an Irvine calendar so that Irvineites never miss upcoming events and that they're always abreast of what's going on the hall. We also advocate for wider and better known safety protocols from the administration in terms of natural disasters such as hurricane and so on. My apologies, my time is finished. The A and the L, I'll make sure that you guys know, but as I said, real recognize real. So Irvineites, let's be real. I thank you.
All right, I need another round of applause for the Irvine Hall Chairman-elect. And as the Irvine motto says, you know thyself, but there's no bias here, Roger. So we're going to invite the Deputy Hall Chairwoman, Zasha Heron, to come at this time. Give her a round of applause, please.
Returning officer, moderators, fellow candidates, supporters, Irvineites, are you ready? Good morning, my name is Zasha Heron. I currently serve as the hospitality representative on the current hall committee. When I decided to run for this post, I was met with one question: why are you running? It's simple enough. When I applied for Irvine, my intention was to join a space where I can learn and grow. This is now my way of contributing to that space that has made me into the woman I am today. My contributions include Hall Life. My focuses will be Hall Life, regional students. As it relates to Hall Life, we're COVID babies. It's the facts. Personally, I started during COVID, and my last year will be pre-COVID, so to speak. I intend to revitalize Irvine's culture to what it was pre-COVID. This will be achieved through the restoration of all Irvine events such as induction, Culturama, and a new project my committee started, our current hall committee, SOS, Sanity Over Stress, a lime to decompress after mid-semesters. Next, Irvine Think Large is a campaign I would like to launch showcasing the achievements of 3 Irvineites on the hall's page each month. Not only will this boost the confidence of each resident, but it will also create a sense of community by acknowledging Irvine excellence. Lastly, on Under Hall Life, I'll have the Stay Connected initiative. This is geared towards our commuters. In preparation for the post-COVID era, a spreadsheet will be created to link a commuting Irvinite to a resident on Hall. The purpose of this is to promote inclusion. The commuting residents will already have a foot in the door as it relates to Irvine events and activities. Now for our regional besties. Irvine is the cultural mecca of the UWI Mona campus, and as such, we love to play into that fact. In collaboration with our hospitality representative and the CAC, I will ensure that there are events, activities, and spaces created to facilitate the integration of our regional students. To this fact, in collaboration with my hall chair, we will revitalize what is currently known as the Regional Task Force. This task force will focus on cultural awareness. The residents will be able to fully immerse themselves into the cultures of their fellow Irvineites. The knowledge dispersed, as well as the initiatives proposed under this project, will also aid in regional integration. These are just a few points. There's so much more as I strive to make my life a light to those around us. I am excited for my journey of making the Irvine Hall greater with Zasha. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together again for the Urban Hall and the candidates. It's a bit amazing when I hear people speak a while ago. You know, it's so impressive the way the student body, you know, has been resilient. That so many of you who are running now probably have never had a face-to-face class experience, right? You've only been in your private spaces engaging classes, or been in halls that is probably less than capacity with a whole lot of protocols and engagements that are preventing you from doing the full some stuff. But nevertheless, the vibe is here, the spirit is here, you have not lost it, and that is good for just the UWI and the halls in general, and student leadership in general. We continue with the Mary C. Cole Hall. The Mary C. Cole Hall, again, the posts for hall chair is uncontested. It's different for the deputy position. That's very much contested. The candidates I'm going to be asking to come forward for both hall chair and deputy. Mona Lisa Smith, Anika Brown, Tony and Cowan. And to make presentation at this time as hall chair-elect is none other than Mona Lisa Smith. Put your hands together and make her welcome.
Mic check. The C. Cole Massive screams militancy, and with such great transparency requires a great amount of accountability. And today, I will inform you as to why you chose grant me this opportunity. You chose a leader who is strong, fierce, passionate, disciplined, yet gentle, humble, compassionate, rational, and liberated. All dignitaries observed. For decades, the Mary C. Cole Hall has stood out as the creme de la creme amongst other great halls of residence. And standing here today is a great honor. And it would be fittingly appropriate and appropriately fitting to just give a round of applause for all those persons who have nominated me. And also for myself, because it is so hard to be a Secolite, but so good. Sincerely from the heart, I acknowledge that this is not just a big moment, but it's a big thing, or whatever Spice said. So you know, they said that to whom much is given, much is required. So being a major for nursing and having the quote, all limitations are self-imposed, and now currently serving as the block representative for the year 2021-2022 and other hats, I just want to briefly share my manifesto points with you in the event of time. So firstly, we have the Little Big Sister alumni, which is a continued manifesto from the outgoing Deputy Hall Chair. Drop it in a Pelidoc style, leave the door open for your sisters, which is a Shadow Me project, Never Leave a Sister Behind initiative, Full Your Belly Fridays, My Mental Health Matters All Day, Every Day, Walla We a Star, plus other outreaches and fundraisers, which will host for, you know, the upbringing of our sisters. And as we embark on new horizons, let me gently remind you to gracefully enact changes in the spaces you feel, because if not you, then who will? Journey with Mona Lisa, for she has the charisma to enact the change of the era. I thank you.
Alrighty, so it is indeed heating up. I'm no Secolite and I don't have a vote, but maybe I would have cast my vote somewhere today, Roger. But we're going to the deputy, and as we were informed, we only have one candidate with us today, and as a result, we'll change that format, Roger, because we won't have the back and forth. Additionally, as it relates to time, we will indicate via a clap when your time is up, and you can wrap really quickly in 2 seconds or so, and that would be well with us. So for now, the Deputy Hall Chairwoman candidate that we have for the Mary C. Cole Hall is Miss Anika Brown. Make her welcome, everybody.
Dr. Nadine Spence, Student Services and Development Manager, Mr. Bertram Anderson, Returning Officer, Ms. Danielle Mullings, UWI Mona Guild President, moderators, Sanjay Roden and Mr. Roger Bent, members of the UWI Mona Guild of Students, sisters all, good morning. I am Anika Benzima Brown, candidate in the race of Deputy Hall Chairwoman for the Mary C. Cole Hall. I speak to you today as a concerned and optimistic Seacolite who loves my all and will do my best to build on the strong foundation that over the years helped groom vivacious and tenacious women into individuals that are breaking barriers, building bridges, and making positive legacies in the world today. For the past 3 years, I have contributed to our sorority as a sports enthusiast, big baller, call me Benzima, fundraising committee chairperson, dancer, block rep, returning officer, and most importantly, a support to my sisters when needed. Mary C. Cole, like most institutions, had to readjust because of COVID-19. Sisters all, today our shared priority should be to deliver a recovery from the pandemic, which will make C. Cole stronger, healthier, and more prosperous than before. To achieve this, we will deliver on these plans. Fellow women, the Sisters of Mary C. Cole Hall are phenomenal women with various talents worthy of upliftment, showcasing, and empowerment. As such, Fellow Women is an initiative where the women of C. Cole will put on a play at the end of each semester, and funds derived from this initiative will be directed to helping our sisters in the form of grants toward all and tuition fees, groceries, books, and other needed causes. Our sisters are our first and priority, and charity begins at home. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That was that was Mary C. Cole Hall. The next is actually Rex Nettleford Hall. So that was Mary C. Cole Hall, the candidates presenting themselves. Could you give them a round of applause? Next is Rex Nettleford Hall, and we begin, again, these positions are uncontested. So for Hall Chair, we have Denver Pinnock. For the deputy position, Sharika Gordon. We asked them to take their positions on the platform. And the Hall Chair's presentation, Hall Chair-elect presentation, will be done by Denver Pinnock. Make Denver Pinnock welcome. So you see, even though we have individual candidates, the spirit of the room is, because these are all people putting themselves up, when the candidates are identified. Don't clap, no man. So, Denver Pinnock. Thank you. Okay, all right, thank you. So we have an issue, and the returning officer will deal with that because Denver is unable to make this presentation, right? So we now move to the deputy positions, and Sandra will take care of that.
All right, so we're just going to go quickly ahead, and we'll have Miss Sharika Gordon, and she is the Deputy Hall Chairwoman of the Rex Nettleford Hall. Make her welcome, everybody.
Excellence is a concept, and the truth is, only a few will grasp it. The Rex Netterford Hall is known for its continued excellence in the performing arts, sports, and the famous 800 strong committed to continuing our legacy. The vision is not to change the existing, but to build on the existing and make it sweeter with Rika. We will do this through the integration and engagement with Rexans. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Well, good morning, rather. I am Sharika Gordy, your Deputy Hall Chairwoman-elect for the Rex Netterford Hall. Though my post is uncontested, it is my duty to ensure that I am transparent with the people I will serve. My speech will incapacitate who I am and what I intend to do to return the Rex Netterford Hall to its former glory. Who am I? I am a passionate and vibrant 22-year-old third-year sports kinetic student. I strive every day with my love for sports and all things associated with Rex. Get to know me personally, and you will find that I am extremely caring and dependable. My manifesto points are thus. Firstly, irrespective of the modality of classes, Rexans are still in need, and as such, support ought to be provided. We will seek to partner with the VPSSP to assist Rexans in need, as many Rexans in need as possible. This support will come in the form of meal vouchers and food items deemed necessary after the initial assessment done alongside administration. Secondly, we will have a partnership with the Hall CAC and the Guild CAC for the staging of Fetland, for a more grand staging, for the staging of Fetland to be staging of Fetland on a more grand stage. Lastly, the alumni mingle. Since the onset of the pandemic, we have not had the opportunity to engage with our alumnus, and this has been met with a disconnect between the halls and our past Rexans. In closing, student engagement forms the skeleton of student leadership, and I will ensure that Rexcellence is brought back to the hall. Remember to always make it sweeter with Rika. I thank you.
All right, so that was the Deputy Hall Chairperson or Chairwoman for the Rex Netterford Hall. And now we're going to the Taylor Hall. This is indeed an interesting matchup because we have one Deputy Hall Chairperson candidate and 3 Hall Chairperson candidates for the Taylor Hall. I want to invite them all to the platform at this moment. Donnie E. and Quinkland, Shaquille Benty, Renee Robinson, and Kevani Young. I'm inviting you all to the platform right now. Make them welcome. Give them a round of applause as they make their way to the platform. So right now, I think we'll have a virtual presentation as well, but we're going to go ahead with the Deputy Hall Chairperson, who is Donnie E. and Quinkland. I hope I'm getting it right. Please don't, I'm not getting it right. Well, I'm not getting it right. She'll fix it for me. Don't kill me. But give her a round of applause wherever you are as she presents as Deputy Hall Chairperson.
Strong leaders are not people who can just talk or appear tough. They are people who are tough in principle, thinking, values, and character. Benjamin Salula. Greetings, everyone. I am Donian Quinland, your Deputy Chairperson-elect for Taylor Hall. It is with great fulfillment that I stand before you today with the intention of reassuring you that I have your best interests at heart. I have realized the need to revamp the representation of our Blue Empire, so I urge you to rebrand with Quinland. A new normal is setting in, so my plans for this hall are geared towards a seamless changeover into the new definition of campus life. The rebirth of hall culture will be facilitated through the implementation of improved commodities and infrastructure. That means lobbying to improve the Wi-Fi services, acquiring better equipment for laundry, updating fire prevention supplies, and for my dear commuting students, reopening a fully operational commuters lounge equipped with all accommodations. Taylorites, welcome the rollout of Project Gym, Get Yourself Mobile. This initiative lobbies for the upkeep and improvement of the Taylor Hall Gym and the rejuvenation of the Hall's court. All the aforementioned will be accomplished with the collaboration with the university's Guild of Students and you, my Taylorites. As I am tasked with the mandate of serving as Deputy Hall Chairperson for the upcoming academic year, I can guarantee all Taylorites that I will serve them to the best of my capabilities, ensuring that these visions are accomplished, working with one aim, to ensure that all Taylorites are positively impacted. With that being said, come along, let's rebrand with Quinlan.
Thank you very much. That was the Deputy Hall Chair candidate for Taylor Hall. There's a ding-dong battle for the post of Hall Chair of Taylor Hall. We have 3 candidates in the race. We have Shaquille Benty, Renee Robinson, and Kevani Young. So in the order presented now, just to remind you, in cases where we have 3 or 2 or more candidates, contested posts, we have 3 segments. The first is a 5 minutes presentation, followed by a cross-fire segment where they ask each other questions, and then a segment where the moderators pose questions to these candidates. So it's a contested post, so we'll have those 3 segments running. The first candidate is Shaquille Benty. Make Shaquille welcome.
Cast thy net into thy troubled waters. O ye of little faith, do not worry, for it is plenty with Benty. For many years, Taylor Hall has been the most prestigious hall on the University of the West Indies Mona campus, and it will never change. In fact, it must continue. How? Let's get into the plenty. We begin with food assistance. On a yearly basis, the Guild Council provides meal assistance under the We Care program, and that is commendable, where assistance is given to students from every hall on campus. Nevertheless, we understand that due to the large amount of students who need assistance, there can only be assistance for a few. Now, with that said, my Taylorites, after careful analysis, I bring to you a program specific for Taylor Hall residents that will act as a complement to the Guild's We Care program, ensuring that there is an increase on the number of residents and commuting Taylorites that benefit from food assistance. How will you get this? Students will be able to apply through my office under the supervision of administration for this program. We continue to build on the plenty with point 2, partnership. Over the past few years, we have decided to embark on a journey in increasing the number of partnerships that we engage in. One of such partnerships would have resulted in the establishment of a very strong relationship between Taylor Hall and a financial institution, which funded Miss Tayloria, saw the establishment of official ambassadors, sponsored committee shirts, and most recently, the creation of a loan program offered to all students on Taylor Hall. As Hall Chairman, I will be required to re-evaluate this specific partnership. As such, in this year's meeting, I will be proposing that we not only benefit from the aforementioned, but in addition, we will see a selected member from each block receiving financial assistance. How does that sound? But this is not only external. In mentioning partnerships, we must both focus on external and internal partnerships. Because remember, you have to dance a yard before you dance abroad. As such, I will create a more conducive environment for the growth and development of Taylorites. This will be done by formulating a student concern hub, which will comprise of members of the committee and representatives from the hall administration, as well as the wider administration of the university, ensuring that several issues affecting students as it relates to registration, student loan bureau, and examinations are adequately addressed. The benefits keep stacking. We go to our third benefit, branding. The COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in a shift from the norm. What we were used to 2-3 years ago has been eradicated. Online orientations and the absence of staple events, Butcher Sound Clash and Wetfed, Excel Domino Tournament, Miss Falconia Pageant, Roosters Game Night, Attica Big Bash, and Galaxia Karaoke Night. And oh, how I love to hear those ladies sing. Can you imagine a Taylor Hall without these signature events? I just highlighted these events to get across my point that these are all events that are not only hosted by the 7 blocks on Taylor, but add significantly to the image and brand of Taylor. As we know, Taylor Hall is not only a brand that is recognized on the university campus, but it reigns supreme in the wider Jamaican society. It is imperative for me as your hall chair to ensure that all I can do, yes, everything within my powers to protect the brand and the legacy of the great Tayloria. As such, it is important for us to have a plan in place. But don't worry, I have that plan. It is a plan we call THROB, acronym for Taylor Hall Rebranding Operation Bonanza. Under this initiative, it is our hope to bring to the brand Taylor to the world by providing members of the hall with the opportunity of firstly getting plenty exposure, which will be done through media engagement. And we're not done yet. Under my leadership, you'll also be getting plenty advocacy with the removal of the DRMA. It is in our best interest to elect a candidate that represents your need and ensuring these same activities are reinstated. The hall, as we know today, is as a result of hard work put in from those before us. As we look to our 70th, we look to lay the foundation for a century. For your contribution, I ask of you one thing. On March 25th to 27th, vote plenty with Benty.
That was Shaquille Benty. The next candidate, Renee Robinson. Please welcome her.
My fellow Pelican, moderators, candidates, amazing Taylorites, I would like to use this platform to introduce myself to you as Renee Robinson, a proud Taylorite from the parish of Westmoreland and the current block representative for the sorority of Falconia. I work not only to be attached to a title, an organization, or a place, but to the mission and passion. It can never be questioned whether or not Taylor Hall, the Hall of Halls, is extremely close to my heart. I strongly believe that I have what it takes to break the bias and continue the legacy. I will proudly take on the mantle, if elected, to build on the foundation that was laid out before us, and also create a holistic environment for all Taylorites. If elected, I will be the first female hall chairperson for Taylor Hall, So I know for sure that I will have to work, as the heroine Rihanna said. And that, my people, I am ready to do. So firstly, I will bring a stronger advocacy for all blocks on Taylor Hall. Secondly, more grant opportunity where I will liaise with the hall manager to see through the plans of the Mary Hofat grant so that it can be issued annually. Thirdly, I will use my brand and I will be sourcing donations for the rehabilitation of facilities. I have spoken to organizations to create donation platforms on the hall's behalf. One in particular is Jungle Jesus Entertainment, a production company who is ready to help us Taylorites. I will work to provide commuters with easier access to get assistance on campus. And my people, I know what it is to be a commuter and need assistance on hall. And that is something that I will definitely work hard on. I will be partnering with the incoming CEAC to bring forth an initiative to host the Taylor Hall Talent Show. Now this, I got the idea when we kept our block events. And I noticed that we have a lot of individuals who are very talented, but they just need the platform and they need someone to help them. And Taylor Hall is the place that has been providing them with that platform, but we can definitely do more with advocacy. I will work to re-energize face-to-face hall activities, such as hall dinners, face-to-face block activities, Miss Tayloria, Hall Awards, and the Taylor Hall Fest once the campus gives the go-ahead. I will also ensure that strict COVID-19 guidelines are followed and all Taylorites are kept safe. It was Mahatma Gandhi who said, "Be the change you wish to see in the world." My amazing Taylorites, brothers and sisters, I want to be that change for you. For the past year, I have listened to the cries, critiques, recommendations, and I candidly agree that more can be done for Taylorites in terms of student engagement and activities, grant assistance to reduce deregistration, leave of absence, and rehabilitation had it been for stronger advocacy. Taylorites, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected everyone, and with the face-to-face classes in the pipeline, we all need a working chairperson for residents, commuters, and international students who often feel neglected. The vision must be clear. I, Renee Robinson, is the woman for Taylor Hall chairperson. I have heard the cry, I have listened and outlined the solution. It is time for us to work towards the goal. And as it was said in our theme this year for Women's Day, break the barrier. I don't build hope, I make progress. Vote for me as I have been working for Taylor Hall. Vote for your advocacy. Vote for honesty. Vote for equality. Vote for history in the making. Vote for Renee Robinson. Vote the right way on the 25th because it is with Renee. Thank you.
Thank you. That was candidate Renee Robinson. The third candidate vying for the post of Hall Chair of Taylor Hall, Kevani Young. Please make him welcome.
All protocols observed. Greetings, everyone. My name is Kevani Young, a third-year SciTech student currently majoring in biochemistry, and I am vying for the position of Taylor Hall chairperson. It was Martin Luther King Jr. who said, "We must live together as brethren or perish together as fools." For years, Taylor has been the epitome of greatness and camaraderie at UWI. I do not only aim to retain this greatness, but to revamp it. With the removal of the DRMA and the reopening of our country, it is my duty to usher our hall into a new age of greatness with the reinstitution of physical activities and events. For this, the Taylor Reach initiative will be implemented. COVID has posed many financial strains on our students that caused some of them to even take leave of absences and to go days without even having proper meals. I will liaise with financial institutions, businesses, and alumni to start a grant that will be administered annually geared towards aiding Taylorites to continue studies in the event that they are unable to do so and help themselves, inclusive of monetary grants and food items. Cultural degradation is one of the major issues that has been observed since the onset of COVID. I will institute a legacy project to enhance and preserve the culture of our hall with the institution of activities that will promote cultural integration and activities within the blocks and hall. This will encompass them doing activities such as making pamphlets and other social media activities that will engage new Taylorites on hall and give them a sense of greatness that Taylor has always shown. I will also liaise with the operations manager to improve the facilities on hall and come up with an initiative geared towards rewarding the block that does the least amount of damage to furniture, appliances, and other facilities assigned each semester. It has been said that the Wi-Fi has always been an issue. This will also be enhanced. Additionally, I will organize a savings program geared towards teaching thrifty spending habits among our Taylorites. As stated before, financial disadvantages have always been seen, and so this will be geared towards helping those Taylorites to save and to learn the importance of spending their money properly, even with the reinstitution of physical events. I also plan to implement and partner with Friends for Real and Caribbean Elite Magazine to bring artists on hall for our physical activities and to give a platform for those budding individuals on hall, those creatives who did not feel like they had a chance before, but feel like they have a chance now with the reopening of our country. In short, my fellow Taylorites, I come to you not with outlandish plans or to set unreal goals, but what I can promise is that I will do my best to make our hall great again. Vote for a leader who is competent, able, and willing to go above and beyond for my hall. Remember, you can never go wrong if you vote young. Thank you.
Thank you, candidates. In the order as presented, we will now have the crossfire segment. In this segment, persons will utilize their minds and their pens as weapons of mass destruction. And with great responsibility, they will ask questions of each other. Not questions below the belt, though it's attempted activity, but keep it above belt. The idea here is to find out, the plans and the overall activities of the next. All right, okay. If you need to go below belt, just keep it safe. I'm just saying. I realized what I was saying. And
Roger, what are you saying, Roger?
I was recognizing, am I still on camera? Could you mute, could somebody bleep me out, or just in case, I give the wrong impression? Nobody's muting me out. Oh dear. All right. Okay, whatever I said. At this point, in the order that was presented, Shaquille, Renee, Kevon, all three persons have an opportunity to pose a question to the candidates. So, starting with Shaquille to the candidates, begin. And he's ready.
Hello again. Renee, Kevani, I just have one question posed to the both of you. Your projects and proposals, they've been made before, or they exist in some form. What unique plans do you have that will, innovate and improve the quality of living for the great Taylor area?
May I go first? Okay. All right, so my amazing Taylorites, Shaquille, I have always and will always be a leader who listens. I will always be that leader who believes that anything at all that you put your mind to, you can definitely succeed. While living on Taylor Hall, I noticed that most persons, or most of the past leaders, whenever they're given a task, and whether it be advocacy, one of the first things that they say is, it's not going to be possible, or it cannot be done. I am not one of that leader. Anything at all that you work hard for, anything that you advocate for, it can be done. And that is what Taylor Hall needs right at this moment. We need a chairperson who can stand up for every single block, not just the block that they live on, but every single block on Hall. We need a chairperson who everyone can feel safe to go to them and ask for them to advocate on behalf of their block. That is what Taylor Hall needs right now, and that is what I will be bringing to the table if elected. Thank you.
Okay, so simply put, Shaquille, the plans I would have stated, the plans I've made are no unreal plans. They're plans that are fairly achievable with the help of administration and, of course, the corporation of our Taylorites. With the initiative of things like the liaising with Friends for Real, word has already been set with them and Caribbean Elite magazines. To be honest, my plans have already been set in motion, so they're questioning if it is feasible or if it will come to pass. Is not really a question because they have already, been in the process of being done. And so right now it is a question of probably how soon. I think of myself as somewhat a realist, and I don't set unreal plans for myself. I come to you not with any, as I said, unreal plans. I am just someone who is dedicated and who has always had
before was break the barrier. We have a stagnant thing on Hall that basically states that, you know, it wasn't done before, it cannot be done. You're not going to get enough support, you know, all of that. And it is demotivating, and I feel like we should move past that. So if elected, what are some of your plans that you would put in place to motivate and prepare young women, not just males, but young women living on a hall, because remember, we're a unisex hall, who wants to contribute to building the hall's legacy and also break the barrier and go out in the world and represent the Hall of Halls?
I'll go first. So thank you for that question, Renee. You mentioned this year's theme for, you know, Women's Day, breaking the bias. So,
am I being heard?
Yeah, we're hearing you, Kevani, but I'll go first.
So I'll go first.
Kevani.
To be honest, the whole idea of there being a barrier for women, I think it's unplausible. To be honest, I didn't even realize that I thought it would have been a long time since we've had a female hall chair, but I was not privy to the idea that there has never been a female hall chair, because, to be honest, when you look at all the great that has been done, you know, there has always been a woman in the midst of it, whether even if she was not at the center of it, you know, females are always at the backbone of any successful enterprise or successful initiative. If I am elected as hall chair, definitely. I'm sorry, am I breaking up?
No, we're hearing you.
Or, okay, I'll continue. So if I am elected as hall chair, it's breaking up for me. Can you indicate if it's breaking up for you?
Yeah, Kevani, you're being heard. So just continue.
Okay, thanks. So if elected as hall chair, some of the things that I would integrate for the, you know, fair treatment of women is, you know, I would probably advocate for an equally gendered and equigendered hall committee. You know, I think most of the times when we get ideas from one point of view, then it kind of clouds our judgment, and so we always need females there to kind of give their you know, insight into things. I want us to kind of move away from the whole notion of males do it best and females do it, you know, okay, but not as good as males. I want us to kind of close our eyes from those notions and see individuals not for their gender, but see them for their competence, see them for their knowledge, see them for their, you know, for their abilities, see them for their how hard they work, for how well they tackle different problems.
In the interest of time,
I will,
we're asking you to wrap up.
Gear the committee in that way. Also, I hope
we'll have to cut Mr. Kevani's time right
maybe
here.
We can, for even
and go to Mr. Benty. Yeah, we're going to Mr. Benty right now. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so thank you again, Renee, for that question. So as you mentioned, the Women's Day would have been breaking the bias. Since I've come on Taylor Hall, I've always seen powerful women. I look to my classmates, I mentioned Dominique Francis, I mentioned Nakinsky Robinson, I mentioned so many other women. You look at the Guild president in her first year. She was a powerful woman from Taylor Hall. Also, on the block, we have encouraged our sisters to go for roles of leadership. You look at Color Me Woman, you look at the initiative that was launched on Women's Day, that we put up, the Color Me Woman initiative, giving out of gifts. These are things that we use to empower women, because women are already strong. Women are already strong. It's not for us to decide that strength, because it is already shown. But what we can do is support. And we have been supporting, and I do support. Because I believe that despite everything, a woman can be in any position that is given in any part of the world. So it's not about, just a woman hasn't been the hall chair. It's just about electing the right candidate. And it can be a woman. It definitely can, because there are strong women everywhere.
So, Sandre, thank you very much, candidates.
Yeah.
That's a crossfire segment.
Yeah, so
you can determine whether or not shots were fired and how it is, that persons would have somehow weathered the storm. But we go into the final segment of the contested positions. We go to the moderator's questions. So, Sandre, we come to this segment.
Oh, wait, Roger, I'm not sure if Kevani had asked his question.
Kevon didn't ask, we're sorry. Okay, apologies. So Kevon will now pose his question to the candidates.
Okay, my question is, so we always go by the phrase, one Taylor, but it would be remiss of me not to mention that there is a growing disparity between some of the blocks. My question for my fellow candidates is, what are some of the activities or initiatives that you will implement to kind of mend those broken fences that exist within our hall, among our blocks?
Renee, would you like to go, ladies, before gentlemen?
All right, I'll go first, Yvonne. One of the, you mentioned about us being one Taylor, and indeed we are, but we definitely don't feel as if we're one Taylor. And I remember clearly, we went on a Commuters Day walk, and that was one of my favorite things that we ever did. We walked together, everybody from all the blocks. And if you know me personally, you know that I call everybody brother, regardless of which block you're on. Kevani also is a friend of mine. Venti as well is a friend of mine, and good luck to both candidates. One of the things that I really feel that we can do as a hall, whether I am elected or not, is have a hands-on chairperson who believes that they themselves don't just need the committee to do the work. They can walk on these blocks and ensure that they specifically speak to these persons living on the block and encourage them, tell them about how we can be stronger if we are united. All of the great stuff that we definitely need to push forward. And one of the things that I also, want us to do is to push the Taylor Hall, jacket, so that when we step out there, you can't tell if there is a difference between blocks or so forth. So that is another thing I want to do. So first, if elected, I would ensure that I reach out to the block specifically and enlighten them and let them know that we are one Taylor Hall and we can definitely do it. And also put in place the hall jacket so that when we step out as Taylorites, everybody know that we are one and we are the Hall of Halls. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Kevani. So I would have started school in 2019, and once I started, I became engulfed in the Great Taylor area. I would have served on the PCC committee within my first year, and an initiative started by the PCC was the IREP Taylor initiative. I believe that each block needs to come together to rep one Taylor. My plans going forward to that is I have analyzed each block's strength and looked and carved out a path that there can be adequate support for the events that I have mentioned in my speech and other plans. You being from Butchers, Kevin, you know that your block is a great cultural block. To engulf that and invite other people. You have roosters who are working with the sound and everything like that. So we need to support these events. That is my plan. A greater support for every event promoting one Taylor.
All right, thank you so much. Can we get a round of applause for the chairperson candidates from the Taylor Hall? Roger would have said it before, so we're going right into it. I got a tough question coming in right here on my phone, right in my WhatsApp. It's a tough one. Bertram, am I allowed to go ahead with this one?
Ask it. Ask it, Andre, ask it.
Oh, you call me Andre now? Okay, good.
It's Andre.
I don't want you to misrepresent me, Roger.
Maybe I need to give, maybe I should ask Andre so that when the... Okay.
I'm just asking what I get.
Your time.
So this individual will not be named, but the person says after 70 years, guild presidents coming from Taylor that are women, hall chair candidates would have gone up that are women and strong women, yet there has never been a Taylor Hall chairwoman. What does that say about breaking the bias, and what is the reason for that? That's the question.
Who will go first?
I'll go first.
Benti.
So, as you said, we're approaching 70. And we would have had some very strong women in, the running for Taylor Hall chairperson. But they have never won. That is truly sad. But I believe that when you look at our deputy hall chairpersons, who are equally as important, look at our Taylor Hall deputy chair elect. She's a woman. Before her has been a woman. Before her has been a woman. And these are strong women who support and are the backbone of Taylor Hall. So it's not about, the specific role, but ensuring that Taylor Hall itself is represented and executes its roles perfectly. Thank you.
All right, so I want to go over to Ms. Robinson right now for her response on this question. I think she might have a unique take.
Honestly, that question definitely is one that was needed, I must say. This morning, I got a text from a Taylorite who is a male. And, he said to me, Renee, if you want to win, I would suggest that you remove the make me the first woman to ever break the barrier. And I looked into myself and, I said, well, this is one of the reasons why when you stepped on Taylor Hall and you listened to the persons, you actually wrote it down that this is something that you want for your hall, because it can definitely change the way things are going. I look into that and I'm saying, okay, well, I'm not going to change it because I don't feel that you should tell me to change it and have me feel intimidated by it, because at the end of the day, it is a beautiful thing. Someone actually have to break the barrier. Someone has to be the first female chairperson. And separate and apart from the side that I am a female, my track records have proven that I am a great leader. We need to move away from the mentality where females are feeling demotivated to put themselves forward and do more for the hall. If that is done, I guarantee you, my fellow Taylorite, that Taylor Hall will become one of, as we are, but more. We will be the best ever, not only to set trends and to motivate males, but we will also motivate women who believe that they cannot win. At this moment in time, a lot of females on hall, they believe that I'm not going to go for the post because I cannot win. I want to break that barrier, and I want your help to help me break that barrier. Because at the end of the day, we don't want to just
Please wrap.
support. We want to work. And while we support you guys, we would want you also to support us to ensure that students on Taylor Hall have the best representation and advocacy so that we all can graduate UWI and raise the banner high. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we then ask Kevon Young to respond? Kevani Young to respond. Kevani, please make that as concise as you possibly can.
Okay, in short, I would have already stated that, the whole notion of never having a female hall chair, I would not have known that, breaking the bias is definitely something that needs to happen. It is the sad truth of our hall, though, I think because, it's a predominantly male hall, and sometimes, the efforts of our, even well-capable females, they go unnoticed and they go unappreciated sometimes. And so definitely more work needs to be done where that is concerned. But I use the time now to encourage even those females on our hall who might be feeling demotivated to not give up, still do what you feel like you need to do or what you want to do. Definitely try again, even though, it may seem like you may fail. There is no, nothing bad can ever happen from trying. And so even if I am elected, or if Renee is elected, I am in full support of whichever candidate gets elected. I just hope that that whole stereotype is broken and that we can move forward together and make Taylor great again. Thank you.
All right, put your hands together. That was Taylor Hall chairpersons and Deputy Hall chairperson.
We acknowledge the fighting spirit of our candidates. We had a candidate before who, because of academic reasons, couldn't be present. He was actually in an exam. He's since been able to get that hurdle over, and he's now with us to make his presentation. This is the Rex Nettleford Hall chairman-elect, Denver Pinnock. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his presentation.
Ralph Emerson once said, "Do not follow where the path lead you, but instead go where there is no path and make a trail." Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Denver Pinnock, a second-year law student and the Rex Nettleford Hall chairman-elect for this academic year. It is with great pleasure that I embark on this journey to lead our Rexans once again in a time where the uncertainties are depleting and the will to continue seem a bit more clear in sight. Easing out of an online space and slowly moving to the possibility of a hybrid academic year, Rexans need a leader who is innovative, adaptable, experienced, and competent. Adjectives which all describe my character traits. These were all displayed in my abilities to lead my hall committee in a time of uncertainties with no physical residence on hall, and yet we were able to leave a legacy worth remembering for a lifetime. During my tenure as hall chairman, my committee and I were able to successfully execute several of our initiatives, with the highlight of it all being our legacy project and the Rex Nettleford Hall Committee Grant for Excellence. As such, with no reservations, I believe my 5-point plan to excellence is capable of improving, sustaining, and maintaining the legacy of our noble hall. These plans focus on everything from safety and security to financial aid and social engagement. My aim as hall chairman is to leave an indelible mark on the hearts and minds of every single Rexan. Together, we have managed to secure a legacy that will be remembered for years to come. As we go forth, let's power up and continue to make an impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denver, and for showing the true excellent spirit. Okay. We're going to Leslie Robinson Hall, and we have the hall chairperson, the hall chair candidate is Donna Phillip, and the deputy is Shirlene Gittins. Making her presentation as hall chair-elect Donna Phillip. She will come to the microphone and make her presentation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Donna Phillip, this year's candidate for Leslie Robinson Hall Chair. Progress, power, and professionalism. Those are things that I try to embody in my everyday life and that I attempted to embody in my time as Hall Secretary and Deputy Hall Chairperson. So those roles, I believe, have also given me the opportunity to understand residents' issues and interests and to create my 4-point manifesto. Those points are professionalism, appreciation, integration, and advocacy. So on the basis of professionalism, I'm looking towards the holistic development of my residents. So this would include study sessions, mentoring programs, public speaking, seminars, and much more. Appreciation would be geared towards the establishment of a full functioning alumni society that is going to be founded towards giving grants and food care packages to residents who may not be able to cope financially. We're also going to look towards award ceremonies and appreciation days for residents in each and every single discipline in an attempt to reduce resident apathy towards the activities that we host on Hall. We're also going to look towards integration in terms of getting freshers acquainted with the UWI community that they're now going to be residing in, through culture weeks, just to give them a taste of home, outreach programs, and also collaborating with One Trade SL to create a green space, a bit of a community project. And a major part of student leadership is advocacy. I'm here, I'm willing, and I'm ready to advocate, for the interests of my residents at the One Trade level and also towards the wider UWI community. Because I believe that LRH has its own new vibrancy to bring to the campus. So just remember, let's do it with style and ever-blazing Phoenix pride. Thank you.
All right, can I get a bigger round of applause for the Phoenix pride? Come on, man, it's Leslie Robinson Hall, and there's no bias here at all. There's no bias. But we'll have the Deputy Hall Chair-elect, Miss Shirlene Gittins, to come now and give her presentation. Make her welcome, please.
Good day, everyone. Let me first acknowledge all the protocols that has been established before me. It is indeed an honor to be here and to be afforded this opportunity. One voice can change a room. This is a famous quote by Barack Obama that I live by. My friends call me the people's servant. Whatever you need, I'm always there for you. I have not been on Leslie Robinson for long. I am Shirlene Gittins, I am 26 years old, a first-year international relations student. I have been on Leslie Robinson for roughly about 6 months. From the day that I came, I met with the hall chair and I told her I came here to be part of a university life. I came here to experience everything, to be part of everything. Chagene, whatever you need, send me a message, knock on my door. No matter the time, I am here. And that has been what it's been. I have been helping with whatever activities that the hall has been having. So we had a sip and paint. I was the chef for that. If you need anything, call me to cook for you. I can do that. And you know, I have been helping her organize stuff, Donna and the rest of the community involved in everything. So my plan is to continue that. I haven't been there for long, as I said, but people have been having conversations with me about some of the stuff that they want on Hall, and a huge part of that is a better whole life. They want a better experience. And so I plan to provide support to the chair in whatever capacity that she needs me to serve. Activities to include interblock cook-offs, cultural day, continuing of movie, games, and karaoke nights, fun sports day, interblock fun sports day. Another issue that I have heard a lot is that we do not have enough sittings outside of the hall because people want to come outside to meet people, but there are not enough seats, so they go back to the hall. So with that being said, I am very honored to be part of this new and upcoming executive, and I look forward to working with everybody for the rest of the school year. Thank you.
Excellent, going good so far. We are down to the final hall. And when we get through with this, we're going to be taking a short break. Thereafter, the returning officer and Mr. Jovan Neal will explain how we move forward. The two candidates for hall chair and deputy, both uncontested posts. Armani Gomes, Aaron Samuels. The hall chair candidate, uncontested, so it's hall chair elect is Armani Gomes. Please welcome Armani Gomes. I just mentioned we're going to a break after this, so it means the energy is up. Put your hands together and welcome. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. My name is Armani Gomes, and my motto as incoming hall chair is, the man with the pan is the man with the plan. All right? So, as you know, the Georgia Lane Hall is one of the newest halls on the UWI campus, and as such, we still have a culture that needs to be rooted, a culture that needs to be formed, and as a result of the pandemic, we've had many falters with that. And incoming for the 5th year of our existence, our plan is to curate and mold this culture, right? So, in this being our 5th year, we are calling it, well, my theme for my manifesto is Chapter 5, The Awakening. And in The Awakening, it is just a 3-step process. Advocacy, transparency, and integration. With advocacy, we're trying to do a lot more awareness and advocating for mental health check-ins, at least once a month to check in with our students to ensure that everything is okay. We know during this time everything has been difficult. Secondly, as leaders and hall chairpersons and deputy hall chairpersons, we are called to be the voice of the people. So, we're advocating for better Wi-Fi connections, better things on our hall for our living, and more integration and inclusion of all our students. Transparency, being more open with our students about everything, creating a suggestion box to allow for students to reach out and have a say, even if they don't want to be seen, to have that voice. Along with hearing those concerns and dealing with those matters in a more practical way. Finally, integration. By establishing and molding a solid hall culture, we will come together as a proper hall and establish everything. Finally, with the work of Deputy Hall Chair, SSDM, RAs, an amazing committee, we will make the Georgia Lane Hall an amazing place with our motto, excellence or nothing. Thank you.
All right, so as Roger says, we're going for a break. So we just have 2 minutes left of Mr. Aaron Samuels coming to us as Deputy Hall Chairperson-elect for the George Lane Hall. Make him welcome, please.
Good afternoon to all present and online. As mentioned, my name is Aaron Samuel, and I am your candidate for the Deputy Hall Chair at the George Allen Hall. Now, taking the bull by the horn, my slogan, build the culture. I did not choose this slogan, build the culture, because nothing at all rhymes with Aaron, I promise. It's because this role, the DHC position is bigger than me alone. Those who know me know that I'm very prideful of my Barbadian heritage. Ask any one of my flatmates and they'll tell you, me and many others alike wish to experience this same pride for the George Allen Hall.
podium testing. So podium testing 1, testing podium 1, podium testing 2. Oh, lectern. This is bad. Yeah, man, I'm aware of it. So we're live, right, and luckily, you would have been given a chance to be refreshed. And we are now on to the next segment. Lectern testing. Lectern testing. I hope you're all catching me as I move from lectern to lectern. Lectern testing. All right, so Sandre, let's see how we can move to the next round, shall we? Now, we are moving to the faculty positions, and as before, Sandra, we may need to remind persons of the rules and regulations. There are rules and regulations as it relates to those persons who are contested and those who are not contested. Yeah. Limited time is allotted to persons who are not contested, and a little bit more time is allotted to those who are. We have 3 segments for contested debates. One is the segment in which the candidate presents his or her points. And then there's a second segment where we call it the crossfire, where each candidate will get a chance to flex their intellectual muscle by asking the most dreaded question. No, it's not the most dreaded question. The most helpful question.
Above the belt.
Above the belt. That you could possibly ask each other.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Certainly. Right? But I'm saying if you go below the belt, do it with dignity. I'm just saying, right?
And with style, Rod.
Yeah. Don't be desperate.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Right? Do it with finesse. Show some style. Show you've got something about you, right? If you must hit below the belt.
Hit
right?
good. Hit good.
And for those who get hit below the belt, if you must fall with style.
Yeah.
Keep a straight face, man, and go down with dignity like the Titanic. Right.
But the third
segment
is where we'll engage with questions from the panel and the chat.
And from the metaverse.
Yeah.
Right.
Chat.
So generally, these questions are not mine. And just as a foreword, I don't think I know these candidates. So there is absolutely no reason to think that I'm biased. There's absolutely no reason to think that I have a candidate in the race. As far as I'm concerned, the best candidate will win.
Yeah, I support whatever Roger says at this moment. But as we look at the list right now, Roger...
Do we have any additional rules that we want to make known to candidates?
The only other rule that we have is the idea of not campaigning in this space, in this season, at this time. And we want to go right ahead into the positions that are faculty reps, starting with the commuting students rep. As a matter of fact, Roger, we have some healthy competition coming on strong for the faculty reps.
I notice, I see that they're contested.
Yeah.
So we will get the full gamut of the questions from the segments, the 1-2 segments.
Yeah.
My favorite segment is a crossfire. And the icing on the cake is the moderator's question. We'll get all of that for most of the faculty positions. So hold your seat. Don't go anywhere. Call a friend. Tell a friend. Ping a friend. Let them join online because we are here for the long haul. We're not going anywhere. And you know me. When I'm here, I'm here. I've been fortunate enough to be fed. And when I'm fed, I'm here.
All right.
Right? So that's a good thing. Hopefully you are yourselves refreshed. But let's kick it off. We're going into the commuting students representative post. This position is not contested. It is therefore, we may say, commuting student representative elect.
Yes, that is
Alana Andrews. Could you welcome her?
All protocols observed, good afternoon. I stand here before you grateful and humbled by the opportunity to represent the commuting pelicans of this university. It is indeed a true honor. As we start this journey, however, I have some unfortunate bad news. The young woman before you Alanda Andrews, your commuting students representative-elect, is not one that can fulfill all promises. I am so sorry. However, my goal is to build on the legacy that has been left to me. Commuters, we are the largest sector of the university's population, and we should act as such. Imagine being given the opportunity to experience hall life at zero cost. I mean, zero cost. We are really the hybrid students of this university. As your representative, I will do my best to support you in all ventures of this university to ensure that you are well equipped with all the tools needed to ensure that you graduate as ideal UWI graduates. Commuters, the lounge is your home away from home, and as such, I will be taking on our renovation project in order to make the space something that is more than just where you and your friends can hang out, but a space where you can be able to gain the resources needed to ensure that you are able to fulfill all the responsibilities the university expects of you. The last 2 years has been hard on us all, and not to mention the economic challenges we all face as commuting students. But imagine me as your rep telling you, hey, you can't bring lunch to school. Is that something you can comprehend? The lounge is somewhere where you will be able to bring your lunch. So if you want to warm up your Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, even Wednesday, if needs be, the commuting lounge will be there. Through partnership with the guild, halls, and other stakeholders, I plan to strengthen the dream and achieve the goal of a unified commuting students committee. Commuters, a we run road, so let's show them how the road runners take on road. Thank you.
All right. Can I hear another round of applause as we've been fed? I am not commuting right now, but I feel a bit rejuvenated from that one. But we're going to the Faculty of Science and Technology. So we have two candidates, Andrew Bailey and Brittany Richards. Are those candidates here? Okay, make your way to the podium, please. All right, Roger, you know, it's different when we see science and technology students come in because they definitely dress the part. You know, they have a different fashion, a different
they look
style.
techie?
Yeah, you know, I couldn't have guessed. I couldn't have guessed from sitting there, Roger.
They look .com.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're going right ahead with it, and I hope you guys are ready because we are turning it up right here in the Old Dramatic Lecture Theatre and online. This is the Faculty of Science and Technology. Have your questions because we will ask your questions as moderators. Be ready. We're starting first with Andrew Bailey. You can take your seat, and then after we will call you up, and we're going to go with Mr. Bailey. So everybody give Mr. Bailey a round of applause.
The returning officer, moderators, candidates, fellow Pelicans, the Faculty of Science and Technology. Good morning. Afternoon, actually. My name is Andrew Bailey, and I am running for the faculty representative for the Faculty of Science and Technology. The faculty is a conglomerate of the many unique disciplines of the sciences, and as our nation's motto states, out of many one people, we are one SciTech. Daniel Mullings' dream to unite the departments within SciTech is even more important now as we return to our face-to-face modality. As faculty representative, I want to play on the intersectionality of the departments. As our subject areas depend on each other, so too should we as members of the Faculty of Science and Technology depend on each other during our time here at the university. With the return of face-to-face classes, so too brings about the major changes that information is disseminated to the students of the university. Too often important information that affects the lives of our students is either not communicated well or is not communicated with enough time for students to effectively prepare. As faculty representative, I will do my best work to work with the department heads and lecturers to ensure an effective flow of information between the students and the university. To further speak on the return to face-to-face classes, for the majority of students in September, this will be their first foray into face-to-face interaction as university students. It is my intention as faculty rep to ensure that students know where to go, who to talk to, and how best to go about surviving the campus experience. This includes, but is not limited to, access to student grants, peer-led team learning, and the student mentorship programs previously implemented by my predecessors. And I will be liaising regularly with Dr. Singh Wilmot, the Dean of Student Experience, to ensure that these are done. The unlistened voice is representative of those students who feel that their concerns are not being addressed for whatever reason. It is my intention to ensure that student concerns are not only heard, but listened to and understood. I intend to be an effective and efficient channel for student concerns and will work along with course and the department representatives to ensure that student concerns are addressed in a timely manner as best as can be facilitated. As Massacre rightly stated, I will make sure to give them an update. One of the most beneficial additions to OUR-VLE during the current pandemic has been the access to lecture recordings for students. The return to face-to-face classes presents the possibility that these may no longer be available. As we know, life tends to get in the way at the most inconvenient times, and unfortunately, we miss classes for whatever reason. The pandemic has caused many of us to have to engage in work full-time and to be able to continue our schooling, and these recordings have been the silent teaching assistant to allow students the hindsight that we know is 2020. As SciTech rep, I intend to work with the lecturers and teaching assistants to ensure at the very least 2 major review sessions per semester that can be recorded and posted to OUR-VLE for the benefit of those students whom life has interrupted. The return of face-to-face interactions allows the return of SciTech Week. The spine will be alive and buzzing again with the different activities and booths to educate, inform, and entertain the multifaceted interests of the SciTech community. I intend to work along with the clubs and societies within the faculty and collaborate with industry professionals and alumni so students are able to better understand their field of interest and get a grasp as to what to expect after graduation, all while having a good time interacting with other members of the faculty, all protocols observed. I came across a saying within the last few years: the earth without art is just right? The importance of art in student development, I believe, is just as important as traditional academic interests. I plan to push forward a STEAM initiative: science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. Under this initiative, I plan to reintroduce SciTech's Got Talent, student workshops, and quiz competitions to increase student engagement across the faculty and allow SciTech students a space to express themselves in an avenue most suitable to them. In closing, the students of this faculty have a right to a representative who is patient, resilient, productive, and passionate. There is no room for negativity, and I am positive that I plan to be the positive change that the faculty needs in this time of transition. I am positive that I will represent the faculty to the best of my ability and will do my best to retain the trust of the students of the Faculty of Science and Technology. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Miss Richard.
Testing. To the moderators, candidates, supporters, viewers, and well-wishers, good afternoon to you all. My name is Brittany Richards, and I hope to be your FSC representative. Who am I? I'm a young woman dedicated to advocacy, service, and representation. I am a woman of class, honor, and vision. I'm a third-year student who is pursuing a degree, a double major in marine biology and geography. I am the current representative for the Department of Life Sciences, where I've had the opportunity to work with the FST Guild Committee and also in close association with the current FST representative. Despite all my co-curricular involvements, what is fundamental to note, first and foremost, is that I am a student. I am a student who understands the struggles. I am a student who understands the hardship and all the stuff that we face on a daily basis, and one who aims to advocate and represent you as student leaders, as students. What are the plans that I come here to represent? Oh, sorry, I'm kind of nervous. What are the plans that I'm here to come here to represent? And without further ado, I will represent these. And I'm here for you to catch the pre with breathe. The P in pre represent provision and preservation. Provision. What I intend to do as faculty representative is to launch a Drink Your Tea initiative. This initiative is intended to partner with various companies to produce and procure teas and coffees so that we can use this to facilitate students and help them in the mornings. The Drink Your Tea initiative will be in collaboration with the breakfast program, which will occur at least once per month. We may also seek to procure grocery vouchers and packages from nearby supermarkets, as well as budget discounts, so that we can assist and further provide for students. Because we know so with our UWI and we are suffer and we can't pay with student loans, so a person like me, for example. So therefore, we'll be partnering with the Lasco company and ILO, Shoppers Fair, and other local supermarkets to provide us with both vouchers, grocery vouchers, and discounts for students. Preservation. We intend to preserve, as it is essential in leadership, is to not provide. Let me start over, sorry. We intend to preserve, as it is essential in leadership, to not only innovate and we intend to preserve, as it is essential in leadership, not to only innovate and execute new ideas, but it is also important to preserve what previous representatives have done in the past. And this is why I will provide a cited board where we can show the hard work that previous representatives have done for us. So, laptop donations. As your FST representative, I plan to expand this initiative by partnering with the incoming EAC to facilitate this in an in-reach initiative with the assistance of the VP SSP, who is responsible for students' welfare. Mentorship program. As the FSC representative, I plan to improve the first-year mentorship program that benefit mentors and group pairings by not just limiting mentorship to first-year students, but to also second and third-year students, as they also need assistance. The R in pre represents rebrand and renovate. I know every student there, like, we don't want the faculty to look good and nice and all of that. So my plan is to, as FSC representative, I intend to implement the SciTech map with labeled classes so that students can be guided in a curriculum, especially those from first years. Not only I will allow easy navigation, but I will also provide sense of identity to the Faculty of Greatness by helping to create a SciTech sign. The green space. There are some areas in the Faculty of Science and Technology that are dedicated. Okay. The E in pre represent engagement and empowerment. This includes career and work seminars. However, it differs from the STEM initiative, which gives students in-depth information on various careers and programs in the Faculty of Science and Technology. In addition, life after UWI talks will be included, where students will be interacting with the UWI alumni like Roman Lime and an event that was generated by the Department of Life Sciences for their 25th anniversary. One more point.
Okay, you have to wrap now, though.
And last but definitely not least, the final E in pre stands for entertainment. It is without a doubt that the pandemic has limited us as students from experience our full face-to-face university life. And as such, I will implement various activities such as a Lime, Sci-Tech dinner with alumni, AnimeCon, movies, games, and etc. Vote for Brittany Richards for your Sci-Tech rep, and catch the pre with Bree.
Thanks, Andrew, and thanks, Brittany. Put your hands together for them. We have come to the end of the Faculty of Science and Technology segment. We're moving to medical sciences. Oh, sorry.
Roger, we need, no, I think
my apologies.
we have to talk to management.
I forgot. In this segment, we realize that there are two candidates, and so we follow the normal format. Now, you both have an opportunity, and you have 30 seconds in which to make your response. So it means you're going to have to understand the question and formulate the most cogent response in as less time as you possibly can. Okay? So a question will be posed by each candidate to the other, and a response will be made in 30 seconds. You may be less, but it is not expected that you're going to be more. So, in the format presented, Andrew would go first with his question, followed by Brittany.
Okay. So, Brittany, you mentioned that you worked closely with the Guild Committee and the present representation for FST. What have you learned from this FST, current outgoing FST representative body, that you are going to carry into the face-to-face modality that we're going to be having in September?
The current?
Yeah.
Let me think about that question for a minute. So you're saying that you're asking what have I learned from that previous rep that I can bring into this face-to-face, being that it was online?
Yes.
Let me think about that for a minute. Okay, so first and foremost, we haven't just been online. We are there outside, we are there at school, we are there face-to-face, we have labs face-to-face. I see the interaction with him and the undergraduate representative for the Faculty of Science and Technology, and he exemplifies us as a faculty rep. So he's a good student leader, and he gives me good advice and good tips. So I will implement those tips that he gives me, such as to make connections and all of that. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, my question.
All right, so now you can go ahead, Brittany, and ask your question.
Okay, no problem. Okay. All right, so what makes you the suitable candidate to represent the Faculty of Greatness, the Faculty of Science and Technology? Why? What experience do you have?
Okay, so while I may not have the experience of having done student representation at a major level, I do have the experience of being a class rep.
Yeah.
And one of the hardest things to do, as I have learned in experience, is be a class rep. People are always asking you questions. But one of the things that we have to be is patient, as I had mentioned earlier. We have to understand that every single person is experiencing the university at a different sort of tangent. And we cannot just say that because I understood what is happening now, the next person is going to understand it exactly the same way. So, as student representative, I will make sure to ensure that all students are heard the way they need to be heard and understood.
Right. Thank you for ensuring all students are heard. And, you know, we're coming over to this segment now. I hope they're with us, Roger. And it's about 5 minutes that we get Roger to not only share from the chat, but share questions that may pop up from all about the place. And Roger, it is hot. The chat is hot. The questions are coming in, and I want to start off with this question from Yashik White for Andrew Bailey. It says, what steps will be taken to ensure that the flow of information to students is more efficient for the next academic year? Remember, 30 seconds, go ahead.
All right. So I'm a little brother, right? So I can tend to be very annoying. So one of the things that I plan to do is be very annoying with these lecturers and department heads in the best possible way to ensure that the student information is brought out quickly and efficiently.
All right.
That's a question for both or just one?
Well, that was a question just for him. There, you have
okay,
another
there is a question here. It says, what can the Faculty of Science and Technology representative do to allow core courses to be offered in both semesters and not just one semester for the entire year once prerequisites have been met? I'll repeat. What can the Faculty of Science and Technology representative do to allow core courses to be offered in both semesters? Are you with me so far? And not just one semester, right? Once
All right, so we'll start with Andrew and then Brittany. Go ahead, remember 30 seconds.
All right, no problem. Well, one of the things that we're going to have to do is definitely get into discussions with lecturers and department heads, because a lot of them don't just teach that core course for the semester. So we cannot just say we can offer these core courses every single time. It really depends on the availability of the lecturers and department heads and teaching assistants to be present to teach those courses. And it really works with their scheduling. So if their scheduling works out in a way that we can get that done, then we will get it done. But if not, then unfortunately we just have to work with how their scheduling works out.
All right, Brittany.
All right, you mentioned that lecturers won't have time and all of that. What the Faculty of Science and Technology could do is to hire more lecturers who have the qualification, who could provide that service. That's what I think.
All right, thank you, Brittany. Thank you, Andrew. Roger, do we have any more questions on your end?
Why not? Let's throw it at them. So the question I have for you is, there is this implied suggestion that you go back to school as normal in the new academic year, but that would be a little bit unwise given the fact that 2 years and some months would have passed and a whole different cohort of students would have been exposed to the UWI. Some of them have never been face-to-face. Yeah. How do you see yourselves as faculty rep filling that gap and somehow providing that kind of normalcy that is going to be needed in the new realm?
All right, so I would suggest, being that we're coming from an online platform to a face-to-face, what we could do is, instead of having just face-to-face lectures, we could also have somewhat online classes by having M11 and also MO1 as online lectures, so that students could go to online classes. So.
Okay, the question was, sorry, can you repeat the question? Just really quickly.
Given the fact that we have students who have never been face-to-face, they're now going to be put into face-to-face reality. How do you see yourself playing a role in them normalizing the experience in faculty?
All right. Well, one of the important things about campus life is ensuring you know, like I had said earlier, where to go, who to talk to, and when you need to be doing certain things, like scheduling, making sure you don't have certain scheduling conflicts and location conflicts, because you can't have a class over SLT and then your next class is down by the bowl. Just for example, of course, there's no classes by the bowl. But the return to normalcy is going to be not the easiest task. So it really depends on how the students feel about it. And I will ensure, as the faculty rep, that I liaise with the students regularly to find out how it is they're adjusting from online to face-to-face.
Alrighty, so I'm looking in my phone and I am not seeing much other questions, but one last question to you guys, or we have to wrap for time. Is it time, Roger? Oh, we have time? We have time. I was told we have time. So the last question is, there is an assumption that science and technology normally has solutions-oriented individuals. Now, how do you guys plan to implement solutions for problems being faced in the faculty in a meaningful way?
Could you repeat that question? Like,
So it's how do you plan to implement solutions in a meaningful way for the students in the faculty?
all right. First, I would like to involve the students themselves to hear what they think, what's best for them. Because they are FST. The students are FST, not the student leaders. Well, we are a part of FST, but the students are the persons that represent FST. So we will get solutions from them themselves. That's the first thing I'll do.
All right, so as faculty representative, I definitely will come pre-prepared with some solutions and then get a vox pop from the students themselves to find out how they best think that those initiatives can assist them, you know, because like while it is good to have outside input, sometimes you need to have things prepared because I'm one of those persons that, like, for example, I don't like to bother anybody. So if somebody says to me, oh, what do you think can be done to improve? I'll say, nothing, really, it's fine. And I'll just go about my business. But the important thing is to have, sometimes if I have a choice of something, I'll be able to say, oh, I can choose this, or I can choose that. This one seems to work for me, this one doesn't seem to work for me. And as my opponent has rightly stated, the faculty is the students. So the student input is the most important thing.
Right, and I thought that was the last one, but one last one, and then we're wrapping for time, Roger. This is the important one for science and technology. It has been sent by many individuals. How do you both plan to integrate postgraduate students? And I'm starting with Andrew.
All right, well, the postgraduate students are, of course, members of the Faculty of Science and Technology. And well, while the priority is the first-year students, as most of them, like I said, will be coming first time, this is university, whatever, the postgraduate students, to be honest, they have their experience on the campus. I will be liaising with them as well as faculty representative because I'd like to hear what it is that they have, their concerns are as postgraduate students. I personally haven't heard any, but I would love to hear some. So feel free to let me know as soon as you can what those postgraduate issues are.
All right, so I'm going to ask you to repeat the question
You plan to integrate postgrad students?
in the FST.
Yeah.
All right, firstly, we should put on like events that will provide them to interact with first-year, like undergraduate students, such as giving advice to students, what they have learned, and where students could also, we should put on events so that they can interact with the undergraduate students. And we should also provide them with financial issues, because that's one of the issues that they're facing right now, financial issues. And we, as the FST and the U itself, should provide tuition to accommodate those students. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. Both you guys can make your way off the podium, and I'll hand back over to Roger. Just give them a round of applause for the Faculty of Science and Technology.
We've moved to the category of medical sciences. That's it. We have two candidates in this race. There is Bradley Bond and Michael Larman. You have the stethoscope, my friend? All right, I hear you.
Get the gist. We get right into it.
You take your, all right, and okay, and you have the jacket. All right, so one has the stethoscope and the other the jacket. Let's see how it turns out.
Testing, okay.
Okay, so as is the case, you all have 5 minutes to make your presentation. And thereafter, you will have two categories in which to field further queries. The first candidate speaking is Bradley Bond. Put your hands together.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. The name's Bond, Dr. Bond. And I am your candidate for the Faculty of Medical Sciences representative for the next academic year. Now, I know many of you are wondering, why should I bond together? Why should I vote Bradley Bond for my next mid-side rep? Well, I have been the man listening to your concerns, and I have the plan to guide this faculty successfully through the next academic year. But I won't waste your time or mine. I'll get straight into the plans. Now, firstly, I will seek to address the advocacy issue we constantly have here on faculty. Many times, our students fight their battles alone, with no one even aware that they are struggling. You, the students, need a voice. You, the students, need an avenue to express your issues. You need to have your voices heard, and I will commit to ensure that you, the students, have an avenue. This will be executed through semesterly town halls where students will be able to voice their concerns to faculty admin and other student leaders. If you, the students, are not as comfortable voicing your complaints in such a public manner, then I will make provisions for a one-on-one session with your faculty representative. Another area that I will look to improve are the opportunities and networks of our Faculty of Medical Science students. Now, too often, our students seem to think that they are only limited to a few options after they graduate. But I must tell you that there are a variety of international and local opportunities out there. Students will be exposed to multiple areas across medicine, whether it be through business in medicine, healthcare infrastructure, policy development, or even research. My FMS family, your options are not only limited to healthcare. There are many other areas in which a degree from the FMS opens. This degree shows your competence, your ability to persist through the toughest of times. Companies will recognize that, and so I will expose our students to areas such as real estate, finance, and insurance, an area I know many medical students have thrived. This initiative will be facilitated through the Life After FMS series, where professionals, corporations, and industry leaders will be brought in to offer guidance and assistance to the students in our faculty. Now, another focus of mine will be the transition of our faculty back to the face-to-face modality. The culture and heritage of our faculty was altered during the pandemic, and I, as a candidate, not only want to bring back what was, but also to improve on the med-sci of yesteryear. I have plans to reinstate the physical aspects of faculty experience, such as the annual med-sci games, the MBBS smoker, and other physical events. I will also like to implement a Rep Your Region Day, a cultural appreciation day for the regional students that have left their native country in search of higher education here in Jamaica. Because when I look at it, I recently had my first doubles from some med-sci students on T1, and my life has been changed. So I can't believe, or rather I can't wait to find out what these other countries have behind their doors. But that brings me to my next point. How will you students be able to witness these plans in action when you yourselves may be wrapped up in rotation? Well, the Through the Scope initiative is the answer for you. By utilizing the committee's social media platforms, I will bring the faculty experience right to your phones. We will showcase the events or talented students and highlight the work that your committee will do for you throughout the year. This initiative will raise student awareness of what's happening on the faculty and show that med-sci is not only about academics. And lastly, but definitely not least, is the financial aspect of our faculty. If elected, I will implement the FMS First Aid Fund, the main avenue for proactive collection of donations from different corporations. This fund will assist our students with the cost of off-site accommodations, medical supplies, and care packages. Our students have always had an issue with finances, and we, as a faculty, often take a reactive approach in acquiring funding to assist our students. Well, this initiative is the solution to the issues that we really don't even know that we have yet. This administration will seek to offset the financial pressures faced by us, the FMS student body. Now, another great expense faced by our students is the cost of PPE. An initiative of mine will be to continue the PPE drives that have been of benefit to our students on the front line. By revisiting the already established connections made by the Guild of Students, I will seek to acquire more personal protective equipment to ease the financial burdens our students face to protect themselves in the clinical environment. So, now my med-sci students, you have heard the plans, seen the vision, And now is the time for you to bond together for the future of your medical science faculty. I thank you.
Okay, now we turn to Mikhail Larman.
All right, so I'll commence in 3, 2, 1. My name is Mikhail Larman, and I'm going to become your next Faculty of Medical Sciences UWI representative. On September 13, 2020, I was accepted into this noble institution, and at large, the greatest campus that the university has to offer. The current greatness house at the university, however, does indeed have antecedents. If you check the history, the University of the West Indies, then overseas extension of the University College London, was first founded as a medical institution. It is important, however, that in order for us to become better, we analyze our current issues and develop student-centered and authentic solutions to them. I'm so humbled to have had conversations with you guys, whether you're from BB MedSci, physiotherapy, nursing, dentistry, medicine, or even PharmD or radiography. And so we have put together some ideas that we put forth and called the FMS Manifesto. Under fundamental reformation, it is evident that there is systematic and fundamental lack of communication within the administration of the Faculty of Medical Sciences. While we indeed choose to hold them accountable to that, I believe that the faculty, the FMS Guild, should help them in those pursuits. So what are we going to do? We're going to liaison. We're going to be directly accepting student complaints, compartmentalizing them, and specifically targeting whomever needs to be targeted. There's a lot of frustration among medical students with communication, simply because they don't know to whom they should communicate. So, I have been in communication with the Deputy Dean, Dr. Andrea Garbut, and we are in the process of formulating plans to develop portfolios where student advocates, student leaders such as myself and the appointed FMS Guild can take student complaints and directly address them to the requisite persons so that people aren't frustrated over and over again. This leads to my second point. There's a hush culture at the faculty. A lot of students are afraid of repercussions for speaking out about certain issues, and this needs to stop. In the first semester of the 2021-2022 academic year, first and second year medical and dental students received up to 18 lectures being rescheduled, meaning they never have them. It is when the class presidents decided to reach out to the faculty admin that these issues were rectified. Some of the classes were even missed from September. So this is just showing, it's proving that it is incumbent upon us, the FMS leadership, to assist the administration with directly addressing communication so that they can be held accountable. So now, the dreadful self-financing programs, we hear everyone doing lip service to it. We know the university stands on it. It's nothing cryptic. It's a way for the university to make money. In fact, if you check the 2019 fiscal review of the university, about 20% of the university's revenue is from self-financing programs. So we can't convince them to say, hey, we're just going to remove it in totality. However, I'm proposing 3 different aspects or avenues we can venture. Overall, increasing the tuition for every single degree, not by 20% that was proposed a couple weeks ago, and the Vice Chancellor disapproved of, but by at least 10%, and we would see a greater level of burden being lifted upon us as students at the Faculty of Medical Sciences, and so there will be a form of a less exploitation. If that doesn't work, then I believe that we can partner with the administration for us to have a fixed US dollar exchange rate, yearly and not semesterly, so that when we're transitioning from semester 1 or semester 2, or the 10 million semesters clinical med students have to face, we aren't faced with a lump sum of money in difference between the 2 semesters. The third one would be to work along with the Guild President-elect and UWI alumni to bring forth legislative appeal in the Ministry of Education. If you do your own research and reading, in 2008, under the Bruce Golding-led administration, the government significantly disallocated money to the University of the West Indies to aid tertiary education. The current government, they are pro-youth, they are pro-sustainable development, and we can partner with private and public sector companies for us to either get it reallocated or for an increased amount of scholarships to be provided to students. Now, mobility and ascension is needed among the faculty, and I would not necessarily elect, but appoint someone on the Guild specifically geared towards jobs, research and observership opportunities, and even elective opportunities. This person would be working with the representative of JAMSA, which is the Jamaica Medical Students Association. Why not work with JAMSA? MedSci should partner with JAMSA. They have regional and international platforms that would benefit all the students at the faculty. Whether it be summits or advocacy and reform opportunities, we deem it really good. Also, I know that you guys saw the PPE drive that happened last year. It was really successful, but the thing I want to change, I want it to be year-long. So instead of us waiting for the start of the academic year, I want us to have a year-long drive so that students will be able to get the necessary equipment. And my last point, under social acculturation, MedSci is so diverse, the university is so diverse with having so many students from different Caribbean countries. I believe that we should really celebrate this. So I'm going to be having a Switch It Up Day where different programs and lecturers have different programs. And lastly, when we have a FMS Cultural Day where all students and their native countries are represented. Leading strong with Larmond. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Candidates, we have come to the segment, which is the crossfire segment. You have only 30 seconds in which to make your response in this segment. Think hard, think quick, deliver likewise. In the same form as you would have spoken, Bradley first, Mikhail second. Bradley, please pose your question.
Okay, Mr. Larman. It's funny you should mention lip service because you've said a lot. I know, honestly, I have a lot of questions. You mentioned about fixing the USD rate. I wanted to ask about how you expect to guide our clinical students when you yourself don't have, I think, a day, probably not even an hour or a minute of clinical experience itself. But the question I want to pose is, how is it that you expect our students to trust you to commit to their best interests when you yourself resigned from the portfolio of CEAC in this year's medical science committee?
Okay, I think, Bradley, you're too predictable. I think everybody saw this question coming. But I think it's a good one for sense of accountability. I will not be disclosing the internal affairs of the current FMS Guild. However, due to my experience of the current system and I see its operations, that is why I decided to actually resign and then, using my observations, decide to make a change. With respect to leadership and not being a face-to-face student, that's not an accurate statement. There was life before COVID, and there will be life after COVID. I have been involved in student leadership. I worked as the Social Action Society president cooperating with the Kingston and St. Andrew Corporation with the anti-bullying campaign, so I'm well-versed in both aspects.
Mikhail, please pose your question to Bradley.
All right, thank you, Bradley. Unfortunately, I will not be using personal attacks because I'm not that desperate. So what I will do is actually look at your manifesto and actually address those issues. So under awareness, you have an FMS newsletter, which is currently under the current Guild website, where the same things you're proposing, grades release ceremonies are being held. You are talking about an FMS town hall, which students have said over and over, it's so unsuccessful because you know why? Nothing comes from town halls. So I want to understand, why are you proposing the same things that are absolutely not working? Third thing, you mentioned office hours, which again is already implemented. So my question is, Bradley, let's do not insult our intelligence. What new plans do you have? We see that you have the stethoscope and everything, but what new plans do you have? Your manifesto is 90% things that have already been installed.
Okay, so as I said before in my speech, the new initiatives that I have implemented will address our opportunities and networks of our medical science students. I also will be implementing the fund, but just to address what he has said before. First of all, the majority of our students don't know that these initiatives are in place. I myself don't recall ever receiving a letter from the FMS Guild Committee saying, you know, hey, grades are about to be released or anything. So obviously these initiatives are excellent because the faculties and the committee of the past has tried to implement them. I will commit to ensure that I do my work and that this guild, or rather this faculty, becomes the great faculty that was before Corona. Thank you.
All righty. Roger, I want to piggyback here because the questions
Hold on. This is what you call a sip juice segment.
But Roger, you realize that somebody went below the belt, but somebody went above the belt.
And my orange juice went out at the wrong time.
I got some water here just in case. I was
Okay,
planning for this. You know, we can.
Do we have a water sponsor? Because this is a big moment.
Yes.
Anyway, okay. So yes, we have moved to the other segment. We've seen shots fired. We've seen people dodge. Some people frontally dealt with it. Listen, this is good stuff. This is why we turned out, and that's why we're online watching, and why we're in this room at this time.
Yeah, man. Give you a round of applause again, man. Yeah, man. It's hot. It's hot. Hot in here, Roger.
It's not over. In fact, I might predict it gets hotter. But don't worry. We are here, and we're the fire masters. We'll take you through it. So, Sandre, gentlemen, the questions in this segment is the moderator's question. We feel them from various interests, non-aligned, as well as those coming from online. Sandre, the first question is yours.
Wow. It's hot. I just have questions coming in. Pardon me. All right. So this one is for both candidates. It says, how do you think it's feasible to want to increase the tuition for everyone to offset your faculty's tuition?
Firstly, I would like to say that Bradley Bond is no way, shape, or form associated with increasing everyone's tuition, just making that clear. But honestly, in my estimation, increasing everyone's tuition is really an unfair move. I don't think I would not like to be paying for someone's Sci-Tech education. I already have to account for, I think, over $4 million. And so I think, though, that as I implemented, I want to do a fund that will garner funds for our students when they are in trouble. So rather than saying, hey, or rather having a complaint come in that, hey, our medical students are having issues, finding accommodations in Mandeville and they need money, I will already have the funds to say, all right, no problem, just send me an invoice, let me sign that check and send off. So, as I said, it's time for you guys to bond together for the man with the better plans. Thank you.
All right, so I was just indicated to, I should say who these questions are coming from, just for clarity. So this question is from Alwyn Bisace, and I'm sure Mr. Larman has his answer ready.
Yes, I don't think the question is a matter of feasibility. I mean, obviously there's going to be pushback. It is feasible because it was attempted a couple weeks ago by the actual UWI admin, but I don't agree with the rate at which they want to increase the general tuition, which is 20. I'm proposing 10. It's so funny that Bradley mentioned an unfair system when the past Professor McDonald, Archibald McDonald, actually confessed to Robin Hood policy that he takes money from students of self-financing degrees to fund the poor students. It's actually an actual Gleaner article. So currently students of self-financing degrees are being exploited and stated in words so that we can offset the cost of other degrees. I'm student-central leadership. This is what the students are proposing, and we are tired of the lip service. Simple.
All right, thank you. This is from Rashawn Stewart. He sent in some hot questions, Roger, some hot questions. He says, JAMSA exists with respect to international opportunities. Why has their influence been discounted in your manifesto points? This is for Bradley Bond. JAMSA already exists with respect to international opportunities. Why has their influence been discounted in your manifesto points?
No, you see, I think there was a misunderstanding. I don't plan to rather exclude JAMSA from my committee, or rather my plans. I plan to partner with them. I mean, usually we see the faculty working with JAMSA to explore more student opportunities and to multiply that what we already have. And so my plan is to partner with the current and the future executive of JAMSA to explore clubs such as Scope, which I was an exec in, to make some links, as we call it, to some international countries and to get our students in jobs and in opportunities that previous administrations have not been able to do. Thank you.
There's another question posed from Rashawn Stewart. How sustainable will the switch it up day be when students are busily engaged in clinical rotations and will not have a guaranteed fruitful experience under this system? Mr. Larmond.
Okay, that's a very good Excellent question. And the idea of to switch it up there, it would actually be held upon evaluation of the guild calendar and in council with the actual guild president. It will be held on a day and in a period where there are no formal sessions slated for either preclinical or clinical students. So it's an overall evaluation that will be done, and then a specific day that will be scheduled for that. So it won't be like a continued program or continued issue. But that's an excellent question for accountability.
All right, so the students are ripping into the manifestos, and I can see that the medical science students are very keen, Roger, on the manifestos, because Kareem Ismail says to Mr. Bond, how do you plan to ensure that the fund is effectively distributed among all medical science students and not just medical students?
Okay, that's a very interesting question. It's a really important issue. Firstly, these funds will not be so, loosely secure that any and anybody can have access to them. What I will implement is that, firstly, you will have to make a request for these funds. And we will actually have to verify that you have the need for this fund. So I won't be the one to just say, oh, yo, I know you, I rate you, just hold on for 100 grand. No. The companies that entrust us with this fund, we have an ethical responsibility to ensure that these companies, their money are not wasted. Thank you.
All right, my time is up. So the final question from Trevon Fletcher says to Mr. Larmon, how do you plan to execute the idea of communication if there are so many student leadership positions already working with the dean?
Could you repeat that question, please?
How do you plan to execute the idea of communication if there are so many student leadership positions working with the dean?
Excellent question. And so we obviously see that there's a disparity, because if we're having a lot of student positions and a continued lack of communication, it just shows that it's ineffective. And I think that's what I'm proposing. As I said earlier, I'm currently in communication with Dr. Andrea Garbot, Deputy Dean, among being specific and intentional about implementing fundamental portfolios so student issues can be directed specifically and accurately. So if we don't need to speak to a lecturer or a course coordinator, but we need to speak to the Deputy Dean, it can be done in a timely manner and actual results are yielded.
All right, that's it for our Faculty of Medical Sciences. Thank you, both Mr. Larmon and Mr. Bond. Give them a round of applause, everybody. And I don't know if some medical checks were supposed to be given in that speech, but one has a stethoscope and the other with a very flashy jacket. But we're moving along, and we're moving along nicely, and we see the chat firing up. You see questions coming in. I couldn't even contain the amount of questions that were sent, but we are going even bigger as it relates to faculty size right now, Roger. We're going all the way to social sciences. This sounds like a lot of questions. So we have two candidates, Lorian Cooper and Mr. Joseph McLean. Everybody give them a round of applause as they make their way to the platform right now. Yes, these are the candidates, and for contested positions, we allot 5 minutes, yes, for them to do their speech. Then we'll have the segment where they ask each other questions, and then we'll have the questions from the moderators. And we'll definitely start with Miss Lorian Cooper. So give her a round of applause as we begin.
Greetings, massive greetings to all viewers, greetings to everyone who is at the hearing of my voice. My name is Lorian Cooper, a second-year marketing major vying for the position of Faculty of Social Sciences representatives. I would like to consider my intentions for the faculty of vision. Of course, plans are needed, sustainable plans at that, but I want more for the faculty. While solution is needed, I want the people of the social sciences faculty to feel a sense of belonging, to feel a sense as if they have a voice, to feel a sense that they are indeed the massive. Getting right into the plans. My first initiative for the faculty is the Orange Nation integration. charging the nation today for a massive impact tomorrow. This is an interdepartment booth display and expo with an additional internship hub. What this is an interdepartment competition where the departments will come together and create booth displays that will highlight their department and their respective fields. Engaging in such an activity will actually promote exposure within the different departments, as certain fields and departments are considered underdogs, not much visibility within them, and students don't feel that sense of pride and push within their departments and their fields. So the purpose of this is to push that pride within our students. The expo will host a line of specialists within the different fields, some of which I have already started to shortlist. The internship and job hub is to not only allow the students to speak and ask questions, but to provide opportunities for internship and jobs so that students can start to plan and prepare themselves for life after university. Massive Media, a faculty news series. So, bringing you prime and on-time news, information, announcements to the wider SOSI community. A pre-recorded news series hosted by me, and it will also feature the members of the future committee. So each committee will come on the various series, and they will report based on their various portfolios. The next initiative is SOZEN. We have all felt the effects of the pandemic, so coming back into the physical space will not be easy. Mental health is paramount, and given the pressures of the university space, it is indeed a priority for us to highlight this. So what SOZEN is, it is a mental health transition back into the university space for those, especially for those who have never experienced it. The aftertaste of the pandemic has left a bitter taste in our mouth. So the mission is to revive the sweet self of actualization, personal and professional development. So part of this initiative is actually in collaboration with the yoga program of a particular High Commissioner, to which I have already reached out to communicate, to ensure you have access to the best resources. It will be an ongoing initiative conducted on the UWI campus that will be planned and executed by myself and the committee. The last point, advocacy, accessibility, accountability. I will advocate for the consideration of a policy that will hold lecturers accountable for the late releasing of grades and the late acceptance of overrides. This will be done through extensive solution-based negotiation, where a policy will be implemented that the releasing of grades and the acceptance of overrides will not pass a minimum time frame of at least 2 weeks before the second semester starts for the period of registration. Far too often, students struggle with the registration period, constant reaching out, constant messages and calls to the administration with no answer. So this is a step moving forward. In the event that the policies will not be possible, there are two on-hand alternatives. One, to advocate for the university to open the gap for more lecturers to be able to be on hand to accept overrides, or two, for the administration to train a senior student task force under a confidentiality post, that they will assist with the checking the systems of the overrides to alert lecturers when they appear in the system for them to be accepted effectively and quickly in time for the registration period and new semester, and for students to assist with the simple marking of assignments for the grades to be released on time, such as multiple choices. So finally, to hold me accountable, a faculty monthly or bi-monthly checklist that we can all check off together as a faculty to ensure that all activities and initiatives are completed for the academic year. So my charge to you, the massive, vote for someone who has the heart and passion, who wants more than just to be your voice. I want you to know that your degree matters. Far too often we are told that, oh, you know, you're in SOSI, your degree's soft, or it's not as hard as other faculties. You matter, your voice matters, and your degree matters. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Miss Lorian Cooper. Now we're going to Mr. Joseph McLean for his presentation. Give him a round of applause. So we're having a bit of technical difficulty. Well, Mr. McLean is just going to warm up to ensure that his speech is of the highest quality. You know, in moments like these,
It is right. It's right to do.
we have to ensure.
If you're going to speak, you have to put your best foot forward.
Yes, yes.
And the marketing major have spoken. And so, having gotten his juice, his drink.
He's fueled.
Yes.
Ready to go. All right, so welcome, Mr. Joseph.
Joseph, is it alcoholic?
No, man, we need water to grow, so I have to drink some water.
Oh, just checking.
Okay.
Just checking.
Good afternoon, tigers and tigresses, and the rest of the SOSI Massive. With over 80,000 students, 300 offered courses, students from across the region and the world, the Faculty of Social Sciences isn't no whisper. It is by far the largest faculty at the University of the West Indies, and therefore should be appropriately addressed as such. A vote for Joseph McLean is a vote for greater representation. In all honesty, the past couple of years has presented some challenges to our daily lives. 1, mass deregistration of students. 2, poor access to online classes. 3, lack of timely communication. And 4, an uncertainty of jobs following graduation. This has certainly caused much stress and worries, but it has also presented some unique opportunities. A vote for Joseph McLean is a vote for transformational growth and improved communication. As we, the faculty, embodies a collective responsibility and prosperity for the massive, it's time we embark on a winning streak. A streak that aims to uplift the tiger spirit no more than ever and set an unattainable standard to create more job opportunities, empower students, and expand greater accessibility to resources and sponsorship and strengthen advocacy for all tigers. My mission today for the next 4 minutes is not only to share my experience as a leader for this position, but to give practical examples that are rooted in servitude. Firstly, uplifting the tiger spirit is one of my main objectives. The idea here is to launch and rebrand Orange Day as Tigers Day. On this memorable occasion, each and every SOSI student should be wearing their Tigers jacket and other accessories such as armbands and stickers, as we will not only show our passion and dominance on this campus, but also our unity. Vote Joseph McLean for greater representation. Secondly, as the largest faculty, some of the issues most of our students face are currently academic advising, access to materials, exams, and reliable tutors. As a leader, I aim to improve on this by launching the 10 out of 10 initiative. It's through this that I will host sessions and workshops surrounding mental health, financial literacy, work and travel, job opportunities, resume writing, whether online or face-to-face. I will also host Tigers Cast, a 15 to 20-minute talk show that invites renowned experts and students alike to engage the power-packed discussion surrounding topics of interest such as career building, resume writing, leadership, and life after SOSI for our faculty. We'll also expand the Fortune Founders series, where we'll not only highlight entrepreneurs within the faculty, but also clubs and society that have facilitated the growth and development of the students. Furthermore, each week, committee members will share motivational messages to the massive to continue Pep Talk Mondays. Vote Joseph McLean for greater representation for massive's mental health and empowerment. As a student within the faculty who has been on the brink of being deregistered and barred from doing my exams on multiple occasions, even last semester, I understand the need for more scholarships and grants to be offered to students. Our faculty is a huge one, and this means that more financial assistance should be provided to those who are truly in need. It's my dream to continue the Tigers Assistant grant by continuing to maintain ties with sponsors and build on new ones. Last semester, I assisted with pushing the Pink Lemonade Sale and Tigers Warriors initiative, and donations were given to many charitable organizations. Also, as the owner of Juice Bar and More, my intention is to collaborate with WTF, Wayne Tailored Foods, and True Food JA, and put aside a portion of my profit towards the Tigers Assistant grant. Vote Joseph McLean for greater access to grants and scholarship. Fourthly, This faculty should not only carry the brains, but also the energy and vibes to host events that lead to increased participation among our massive. For starters, I wish to host Tiger's Talent Hunt, an event that will be executed every month to allow each department to showcase their God-given gifts on the competitive stage. I will also push for the hosting of Mr. and Mrs. Sosai. Of course, Joe wishes to make our 60th anniversary a unique one and advocates that every queen deserves a king, maybe for just this year only. Reintroduction of the interfaculty competition and departmental competition is another very necessary objective, considering that we are returning to some level of normalcy and face-to-face classes. Again, vote Joseph McLean for greater representation. Lastly, as the leader of the faculty, Joe believes advocacy and providing greater accessibility to jobs should be at the forefront of his mission as faculty representative. My manifesto stands on the ground of expanding the reach for student tutors to the ASU, the Academic Support Unit. Tutorials will be kept for courses such as Econ 1005, Government 1000, and other specific courses for specific year groups. Expanding the first year mentorship program and the reach of this by partnering with UWI is a strategic way of implementing
All right,
this.
that's time, Mr. McLean, that's time. You've gone over time, and we are going to have some questions for you, but not yet, not yet. We're just going into the crossfire segment. So as we say, your responses need to be 30 seconds or less. You need to be quick on your feet. Each candidate will have a question that they can pose to the other candidate. I know Lorian Cooper has been there thinking about her question, so she's going to go ahead and ask her question, and then we'll have Mr. McLean respond and vice versa. Go ahead, Ms. Cooper.
Mr. McLean, you are in no doubt, according to your track record, a competent individual. And I've actually been paying attention to some of the initiatives and the things that you've said that you have completed. And if I am not mistaken, you can correct me if I'm wrong, you are currently the SOSI rep for Chancellor Hall. And much of your activities and initiatives actually have not reflected your capacity within that. So how can the SOSI Massive trust that, because you in no doubt have expressed some excellent ideas that within that capacity you will stick to and be effective, because having a track record is one thing, being an effective leader is another. So how can the Massive trust that within your capacity, given all the ideas that you have enlisted, that you will deliver within the capacity that you are instated?
Thank you very much for the compliments. I appreciate it. And to be frank, when I got the post of Chancellor Representative, the responsibilities for me was to just create WhatsApp groups and communicate with Chancellor rights. However, the passion went beyond that. I advocated for the pink lemonade. I went out of my way to carry the igloos at different halls. I went to George Allen, I went to Tower, I went to different halls and advocated that we should sell the juice to ensure that we have enough money to give to students. Right? I also advocated for students in the faculty, in the Department of Sociology, Psychology, and Social Work, where I represented 200 plus. If you were paying attention to my track record, you would notice that would have been the first point on my manifesto. So I represented 200 plus students on their exams. Also, as a Chancellor Hall rep, I was upgraded to the position of Deputy Project Manager. In this portfolio, I was given the responsibility to take charge of Fortune Founders, which is a series that highlights entrepreneurs within the faculty. I highlighted a Chancellor Wright, who is Mikoy Morrissey, he studies management studies. And Mikoy is a very excellent artist. And Mikoy, no, because being highlighted on Fortune Founders had created many designs at Engineering Week and so on.
Yeah, Mr. McLean, that's it, yeah. So keeping with 30 seconds, we're gonna ask you to go ahead and ask your pointed question at Ms. Cooper.
All right, Ms. Cooper, I understand your drive towards, fixing the override issue. However, approval granted by lecturers and administrators and departmental heads about maximum overrides and maximum hours exceeded in a different layer of approval. Or would you standardize it and say it is 2 weeks when there could be room spacing issues or other factors, what would be a feasible time frame for your proposal to be implemented and steps for implementation given that there are different variables involved?
Thank you for that question. No, I agree. There are many factors involved. However, the objective is to start, right? Now, the issue of override is not even a case where it affects a small number of students. Now, once you implement this initiative, it will remove the bulk of the issues that are loaded up within the system so that by the end or closer to, it is easier to wrap off the rest of the issues for students so that they can proceed with the semester. Now, not only would it be a policy, but remember I mentioned that given the case that the policy is not effective, there are other alternatives that can be implemented because the
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. We're working with our 30 seconds. And right now, we want to give the candidates a round of applause for having their crossfire segment. Yes, yes, we love the energy, we love the vibe, and we're seeing what's happening in the chat. As a matter of fact, the chat is lighting up right now. There are a lot of social students with a lot of questions, and I am going to ask my first question, one of each. My first question for Joe, it says, from Sebastian, it says, how is this different from what is already offered by the Office of Career and Placement? How will your plans integrate the pre-existing programs?
As mentioned by the other candidates earlier, we have established initiatives, but it's the person who is behind the wheel. Joseph McLean is here to grow. The answer is very simple. The leadership potential that I have and the potential that I know within me is to advocate for everyone, is to ensure that I push forward these initiatives and communicate them well to all departmental heads, and ensure that I do what I can do to ensure that these initiatives are held accountable on many fronts.
Right, thank you. We're going right over to Lorian, and we're going to ask different type of questions. It says, SOSA is the largest faculty on the university campus. How can the massive be certain in your abilities when you have not served within the faculty exec prior?
I have been expecting that question. Thank you for that question. While it is understandable that a group would look for experience within a leader for them to gauge their capabilities to serve, and while experience is indeed valuable, it is not the only thing that is needed to make a leader or to make a leader competent. Most rebellions, if not all, started with one person. And then from there, it ricocheted onto others. It starts with wanting to make a change and to be the change. Being within the faculty does not only allow me to, would not be the only thing needed, because I will be experiencing a whole new different breed of students that will require an innovative and constant changing mindset. So while I would not have been serving within the faculty,
that's time.
I have the necessary experience, the innovative mindset, the drive, and the heart needed to be your next Faculty of Social representative.
And with that, we give them a round of applause, everybody. And that is the Faculty of Social Sciences candidate. And we are moving along nicely. We're still at faculty reps, Roger.
I hope you are still with us. We need energy in the room. Do we have the energy in the room? All right, that's good. We have more to come for you.
Yes.
And we will not spoil it. So, the next segment, we are down to humanities and education. These candidates are vying for the post of humanities and education rep. We have two candidates in this position. We have Sabrina Bryan and Andreen Leslie, asking these two candidates to make their way up to the platform. And we have someone joining online, possibly? Okay, your name is? Andreen. So we have Andreen physically with us. Could we confirm whether or not Sabrina is joining us? Perfect. So, we have first speaking is Sabrina Bryan. Please give a round of applause for Sabrina Bryan.
Hello, hello. Am I allowed to begin? Can you guys sound me off, please? Am I allowed to begin?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay, my prideful owls, the Blue Nation, the cornerstone of creativity and intelligence, I thank you for welcoming the vision that is Sabrina Bryan to vie for the position of faculty representative. In this space, I've met gifted and determined students in every field. Our degrees are said to be undervalued and unconventional, yet I see no space that can function without our talents. In order for others to value us, we must first value ourselves. We have to use the resources in this space to develop ourselves and add accessories to our degrees so that we can blaze our trails when we step through the gates. If we want ourselves to function better as a body, we have to start from its core, which is why there is a need for amendments to the Humanities and Education Constitution to include the integration of WJC students, a report requirement from the monthly board meetings with administration, and a check and balances system, just to list a few. Now, first and foremost, we're here to get our degrees. Preparing ourselves for life beyond UWI means developing both personally and professionally. Brand Humanities has always understood this, which is why we need to build on and expand already existing structures. One of our flagship events geared towards this is What Can I Do With My Humanities Degree? Students will now get to submit their resumes beforehand to aid in networking. Following the execution of this event, we'll be setting up workshops to take steps towards actually utilizing your degrees. So we're talking about writers' retreats, hosting sessions, resume building sessions, etc. Aiming towards this is also the creation of the Old Survival Guide, a special magazine edition featuring contributions from lecturers, past students, and professionals. Other efforts will be the creation of an internship database to help students from programs without internships to find career experience, and several improvements to the Creative Hub to include professional mentors. Now, in making these moves towards developing our students, we have to be united. Every humanities degree is valuable, every student is valuable, and every department contributes to the uniqueness of the humanities experience. We have to work together by making efforts to understand and connect with each other, which is where initiatives like the Know Your Faculty campaign drop in, where we'll be taking a deeper look into each department. How can we improve on each department so that every department has a notable legacy that contributes to one humanities? A PR strategy in this coming year will also be to collaborate with the department's social media pages, help them to build their brand so that they can connect with more students and diversify the selection of degrees coming into the space. Now, reaching outside of our campus, we'll be utilizing existing platforms like Hello HumEd to keep students from WJC and regional campuses connected. Think how much richer our experiences will be if we are able to network outside of our everyday circles and to welcome new ideas and culture. Speaking of culture, no humanities experience would be complete without an excellent lineup of culture and entertainment. To reignite the on-campus experience, we'll be bringing back amazing humanities events like Levels, All Awards, and CARICOM Day, which will foster the diversity of students from different Caribbean countries who are studying here with us. And of course, we cannot ignore our incoming OLEX, which is why there will be a lineup of welcome events and activities to introduce them to the immaculate vibe of our faculty. Re-entering campus, I can already foresee some of the challenges and needs that will arise from having to provide what we need to stay healthy and prepared as we step out, which is why welfare and outreach have to be at the forefront this year. Continuing on initiatives like the Christmas donation drive, we'll have to make additions for things like Jeans Drive to assist with students who need clothing assistance. Now, given this incredible vision that we have to see come fruition, we can't expect it to be 100% smooth sailing. You know what they say about plans. If you want to see God laugh, start making them. There will arise issues having to do with academics, infrastructure, etc. And it'll be our job to look out for you and to speak on your behalf, which is why we'll be implementing a model of communication that sees the passing of issues through a chain of command system, with issues being dealt with from your faculty rep to larger issues handled by your faculty, from your class rep to larger issues handled by your faculty rep. The creation of an advocacy response template will see to an outline of the steps each executive takes in addressing our issues. It's important to note that having these structures aren't enough. You need to know that how I approach people on your behalf is the same way how I'm approaching you today. Respectfully, organized, and most importantly, with an open mind. Because there's no such thing as one way of effecting change. Real change makers know how to pivot. We have to understand that an issue has to be seen from both sides to come to a conclusion that benefits everyone. While there will come necessary times to stand your ground, ultimately compromises will have to be made. In closing, I'd like to point out that there have never been any successful movements for change in history without the involvement of its people. We have to care enough to want better for ourselves, for the people around us, and for the faculty that we all love. So if you vote me to rep humanities, I want you to rep humanities too, because we are one, humanities and education. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Sabrina Bryan, now making her contribution. Please give a round of applause for Andreen Leslie.
Greetings, UWI Pelicans. Greetings to the whole nation. My name is Andreen Leslie, your candidate for the Faculty of Humanities and Education Representative 2022-2023. The faculty is currently the home of the creative hub for both UWI Mona and UWI Mona Western Jamaica campus. And as a candidate who aspires to be the faculty representative, I ensure that our goals are unified as one blue force to be reckoned with. No, I'm no stranger to positions of service and leadership at the Mona campus, as I served wholeheartedly as the Department of History and Archaeology Guild representative. It is clear that my passion lies deeply in the service for you students. No, I intend to bring principles of transformative leadership, which ensures that the faculty is led effectively with accountability, transparency, and one that motivates as well as encourage the representatives to effectively serve their students. My plans are measurable, attainable, and realistic. So let's get into it. Communication, promotion, regionalism. Here are my points by the students, for the students. Communication, the HUMED hotline and the FHE complaints committee. No, the HUMED hotline is an initiative to improve communication between the faculty, students, and the guild committee. But the FHE complaints committee, I want persons to understand that this is geared towards the issues of academics. No, the faculty general meetings and town halls. This initiative will be where the constituents who we serve will come to the guild committee to hear their plans and in return pose their questions. This will be the guild committee of Mona and the Western Jamaica campus. Meetings are held to address issues and make critical decisions. And as such, the goal is to properly plan for our faculty together, not by just what I want, but what the students want. Representatives will be convened once more to get an agreement and establish a rapport relationship. The faculty newsletter, which will design a way to allow the faculty authors of Mona and WJC to showcase their various skills. This should aid in sustaining faculty loyalty and identifying the jewels which we all know are within our faculty. Promotion, clubs and societies, a club expo. The faculty club should be a location where we can interact and promote our faculty pride. You can talk to members of various clubs and societies, groups and associations. Have a look around and see what piques your interest. Building and promoting old pride. The promotion and production of faculty jerseys, masks and water bottle. As a representative, I believe that promoting this will help Mona and WJC. The building of greater relationships with the NGO and other humanities entities. As a representative, my eyes would be geared towards scholarships and building relationships for the future humanities and education, as well as it is important to build our media coverage to allow Jamaica and the world to see our students that we are striving in the programs that most persons seem or deem not well, appropriate for the world. Get to know your departments. There are 8 departments in our faculty, and as such, I will be working closely with each of my department representatives as the faculty rep-elect to highlight the gems within our departments, and this will be showcased through the YouTube videos and our YouTube page, Forza Azul, through our channel, Hello Humid. Regionalism. FHE Talks. This will be a monthly Instagram live with the FHE representative to discuss campus life. FHE Space, which will be done 3 times each semester through Twitter Space. FHE Intercampus Guild, which would be a good way to bond and plan events together, which would enable regional integration amongst the FHE Guild committees, which would be UWI Mona WJC, UWI Kayfield, UWI St. Augustine, and UWI 5 Islands. And must I say, all my regional things are done and were prepared by the student committees of the FHE campuses across. The expansion of Hello Humid to the other campuses. This could be a bi-weekly feature of students within our faculty that would bring awareness to the general population. FHE Games Night. Now, who don't like a little fun? This will be done once a semester for bonding and regional integration. No. A vote for me is a vote for trust. A vote for me is a vote for leadership. A vote for me is a vote for student leadership. And if you have any questions, you can talk to me after the debate. Ladies and gentlemen of the All Nation, it is very crucial for you to dream with Dream, because these are the initiatives that we want as a faculty, and these are what we want to see. I thank you.
We thank you. So you've heard it from Sabrina Bryan, and you've just heard Andreen Leslie. We've come to the segment called the Crossfire. This is the segment where they take a shot at each other, an intellectual shot. And we...
I don't like how that sounds, Roger. Sounds like a promoting any type of...
A peace and love shot.
Okay.
Right? By the way, candidates, are you ready?
Yes, Roger, but we don't take shots at each other over here at Humanities and Education. It's detrimental to the brand.
The brand is important, sir.
No, man, not a group, you're sharp. Okay, fine. So they will both be asking each other questions to help bring illumination to each other's points. All right, Sabrina, you go first in that order, followed by Andreen.
Okay.
No, remember, you have only 30 seconds in which to make your responses, okay?
All right, thank you, Roger. Thank you so much. All right, so Andreen, Miss Leslie, Miss Doha, hi.
Hi.
What are the strategic plans that you have in place to improve on the effectiveness of advocacy for our constituents? I noticed in your manifesto points that you actually mentioned the complaints committee as well as the HUMED hotline, both of which were used this year and the previous year. I want to know how you assessed the effectiveness of them within this year and the previous year, as well as how you plan to improve on them to ensure that they are effective this year, if you do intend to utilize them.
Okay, thank you, Sabrina. Must I just say, the HUMED hotline was not used this year, but the FHE Complaints Committee was used this year. If we all remember, we would know that the FHE Complaints Committee basically ended in first semester, which is why I said I would revamp it. Now, to revamp it, you would need to put in a different structure that would work. And in order for that structure to work, what they were just a committee by themselves. This committee needs to be giving reports to the Guild committee. That's the only way. And these complaints that we garner, we'll take them to the faculty head meetings, and that's where we'll speak about the issues.
Okay, thank you very much for your response. Andreen, please make your question now to Sabrina.
Hi, Sabrina. Okay.
Hi, Andreen.
So, in your manifesto, you spoke. You spoke a lot about events, but I barely heard the issues that we have academically. I barely heard about the problems that students face on a day-to-day basis. So my question to you is, how do you see yourself as the representative to help us with our issues academically? This can be with our lectures and situations that come up day to day?
Excellent question, Andreen. So actually, as it relates to our issues, when approaching my manifesto, my plans, my vision, as I like to relate to it, I chose not to pinpoint one or two issues, but rather to compose a structure that will help us to address any issue that arises throughout our semesters, right? And you mentioned academics. This year, I believe that the approach we should take is a step-by-step process. So if you have a problem with one of your classes, right? I think the first person that you should address is one of your class representatives. Now, if that problem becomes bigger, then you go to the department rep. The department representatives will all be using my advocacy response template where they will identify the issue, solutions for the issue, resources needed to complete the issue, and channels that they need to go through to arrive at a reasonable solution, as well as time spans by which the issues should be completed.
That's
Hope that
time.
answers the question.
Boy, Sandre, I've been young and now I'm old.
Roger.
And never have I seen such love between
Yeah,
two candidates. In a
Sorry,
race.
just checking.
If this is what is called progressive politics, then I'm all for it.
All for it.
Supportive
of it.
Not politics. I really don't like that word, Roger.
Okay.
Not politics.
Well, I just love the vibe that you guys are showing each other. It shows good spirit, good maturity. And I love that. It's refreshing.
Roger, you never said hi, Sandre. Hear them saying hi, hi. Nobody say hi to me.
Your time will come, brother.
Hi, Sandre.
Oh, hi.
So, we are coming to the segment because, I mean, it's just absolutely fantastic and good vibe. So, we're feeling it too. So, we're coming to the segment called, well, this is where we take questions from online as well as from other persons who are sending us in the moderator segment. So, Sandre, could you pose a question? Each of you will get a question to respond to.
Well, Roger, I have a general question coming from Ronell James, and it's for both of them. And this is an interesting question, and it speaks to what we're just talking about, you know, the lively vibe and friendship. It says, we have seen for the current FHE committee that it has been a circle of friends. How can we trust that either of you will be fair in forming your committees without bias? It's hot in here. And I think we're going to Miss Bryan first, and then we'll go to Miss Leslie. But it's hot. It's hot, Roger.
Well, and you know something though, Sandre, I think the impression that it's a circle of friends actually comes from just how well all of us interact, because the only person that I was ever really friends with on the FHE executive before we formed our executive was actually Miss Leslie. So all of us became friends after the fact. It's because of how well we work together. And how will we ensure that there's no bias in forming the committees? Well, as I explained in my plans, this year we'll be taking the approach of ensuring that there is space on the committee for persons from every department. So I don't necessarily think the friend issue will play such a large part there, but more rather that we want more representation within our faculty executive in the different roles.
All right. So, Miss Leslie, your answer?
I agree with the other candidates. I agree with Miss Bryan. Actually, the thing with our committee is that we tend to have activities together, and that's what really built the friendship. We went in not knowing each other, and I think that's very good. To be honest, I don't think that should be a problem for either candidate if either candidate wins, because we are both fair. I must say we're both fair students of the faculty. We're both fair candidates, and when the application process comes out, I'm pretty sure we won't choose our friends. And we will look through the 8 departments. We'll involve WJC, I heard, in both of our manifestos. And it will be a good process for the FHE Guild Committee.
Okay, well, we have concluded this question and answer for Humanities and Education Representative segment. Put your hands together for the 2 candidates. Absolutely fantastic.
Thank you for having me, Roger. Bye, Sandrine. Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. It's out of excitement, you know, Roger. So I'm back at the podium, and boy, that was Humanities and Education. Roger, we're winding down, and I'm at the Institute of Gender and Development Studies. Now, we have two candidates, Maria Dixon and Tavoy Housen. I hope I got that properly. And they will be coming to the podium right now. Are you guys here? Well, there's one. Is there an online version of the other candidate, or it's just Maria Dixon that's here right now? Okay, so we're going to go ahead. And for this position, what we'll have is that we'll have those three segments where a speech will be had, and we'll have crossfire if it's a case where the other candidate is here. If not, we will revert. Okay, it's only her, so it will be one speech. Okay. All right, give a round of applause for Tavoy Housen. One more round of applause for Tavoy Housen from the Institute of Gender and Development Studies. And this will be a 2-minute speech. Go ahead.
A pleasant good afternoon, moderator, hosts, candidates, and fellow Pelicans. It was once said by Henry Longfellow, the highest by great men reached and kept were not obtained by sudden flight, but they were, while their companions said, while rolling through the upright night. My name is Tavoy Housen, a second-year student, a second-year sports student, also a courtesy officer from the Institute of Gender and Development Studies. Firstly, I would like to say that the Institute of Gender is the university backbone, because we are the one that is dealing with every situation that have to do with the injustice of students in our faculty and across other faculty where gender equality is a big thing. Thus, there's a gender policy that is in the intention is to guide the UWI action maintaining gender across the institution by ensuring gender equality in all university policies and programs. So the vision that I have is to bring IGDS on the map. We are relatively small. We are not known to a lot of students nor to the rest of the faculties, and that is the vision that I have, and how would I make sure that the Institute of Gender is known to other faculties. First, we would like to have outreach, workshop, and forums where we invite other faculties to take part in our forums to know us, like know the Institute of Gender and what we are for.
And we have a round of applause for Mr. Tavoy Housen from the Institute of Gender and Development Studies. We're moving down, we're winding on Faculty of Sports. I see Miss Minto Walker is here with us, and she's coming to us right now. She's the only representative, and she is the Faculty of Sport elected representative. Give her a round of applause as we go into the Faculty of Sports. Now, a bigger round of applause for Miss Rachel Minto Walker.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rachel Minto Walker, and I am the next Faculty of Sport representative for the academic year 2022 to 2023, and I stand fully charged and ready to represent you. I will be taking the baton safely from the capable hands of Ms. Fletcher and will continue to make the faculty soar to higher levels. I am motivated to highlight and showcase the talent and scope that is within the faculty. As a strong and diligent leader, I am driven and guided with the principles of team spirit. The goals I hope to accomplish in the upcoming year will fall under 3 main categories. That is AIM, awareness, integration, and mentorship, whilst fostering a sense of togetherness, spirit of vibrancy, and spirit of excellence. Awareness. The Faculty of Sport is still relatively new, and part of my focus is to build awareness as it relates to the faculty and programs offered, as well as to create more opportunities for incoming as well as current students. Unlike the other faculties, ours doesn't have its own home, and as such, we are relatively unknown to a vast majority of the student population. We need to make our presence felt on campus As we move back to reality and face-to-face campus experience, our small yet vibrant faculty will get more involved in campus activities. After all, like Jamaica, we lick about with Talawa, and this should be highlighted. Integration. The past 2 years have been online, and as such, most students would not have gotten the chance to integrate and get to know their fellow faculty members. With things going back to normalcy, my aim is to create a sense of togetherness and more unity within the faculty by ensuring all students have access to class group chats and hosting events that will facilitate student integration, partnerships, and enriching engagements. Mentorship. I will also work to expand the current mentorship program by reaching out to sports professionals who are willing and able to serve as good role models for the students. Based on recent interactions with current students, this seems to be an area where more focus and attention is deemed necessary. As a graduate student, I have been gaining experience from working with different sports professionals, and I do believe this is something that can be beneficial to the students. Not only will it provide valuable networking, but also great insight, guidance, and provide a platform for meaningful discourse. We will accomplish great things as individually we are one drop, but together we are an entire ocean. Thank you.
All right, round of applause. That is the Faculty of Sports representative, and we're winding down and we're moving to law right now. We're going to invite Mr. Kyle Fong. Give him a round of applause as he comes and makes his presentation as the elected representative for the Faculty of Law.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kyle Fong, a current second-year student at the Faculty of Law and the Faculty of Law representative-elect. The mandate I seek to implement will fall under 3 specific headings. I do believe through my representation, I will be providing legal aid to the students of the faculty, advocacy, inclusion, and of course, direct deposits. On the topic of advocacy, I intend to lead a well-oiled advocacy machine aimed at providing the best schooling opportunity for all students enrolled at the faculty. Law student financing is high on the agenda. As the Jamaican dollar slips and slides, our hopes and dreams often slip away from us. As such, I intend to mobilize a united council for the affected faculties to be created and is currently working towards tackling the issue as a unified group. I will launch a strident advocacy campaign to improve opportunities for students financing through both public and private sector grants for students who are in need. Inclusion is what the Faculty of Law student body needs, not only in relation to the position of the faculty rep and the ways in which advocacy can be brought out, but also in relation to being able to reach out to me with any concerns needed. As such, the creation of a presidential assembly and the implementation of consultation hours will give students an opportunity to assist with the advocacy done through the position and be able to voice their concerns respectively. Direct deposits. This shall impact all students of the Faculty of Law greatly and can be beneficial to all in need of it. As known to many, scholarship opportunities for law students are very far and few between. The goal is to gather funds and hopefully create a new pathway for us and the future of the faculty to inherit. In the interim, while we work on such a grand plan, scholarship care packages will be done. This will be a year of transition, my apologies, for all of us as we head back to face-to-face classes. I use this opportunity to declare my commitment to represent all students of the Faculty of Law with stridency, passion, integrity, diligence, and commitment. Una lex, una familiaris. One law, one family. I thank you all.
Okay, thank you so very much, Kyle Fong. We are coming to the final faculty. That's the Faculty of Engineering. And engineering has 2 candidates vying for the post of faculty representative. So they are Donrich Dennis, Gawain Wright. Could you take your places on the platform, please? And the first presenter, so give the presenter a round of applause, is Donrich Dennis.
Leadership is the capacity to translate vision into reality. To my fellow Pelicans, fellow candidates, debate moderators, and world-changing engineering students, a pleasant good afternoon. My name is Donrich Dennis, your next engineering representative. A question you all may be asking is, who is Donrich? What makes him the perfect candidate for this post? Well, join me as I share my vision and share why you need to vote for me, the SMART switch. SMART is an acronym I use in any position I operate in. S stands for service, M, motive, A, advocacy, R, resilience, and T, teamwork. Currently, I am the IEEE Vice President, which is the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, the H.J. Fenton Scholarship Awardee, and the Games Committee Chairperson for the Georgia Lane Hall. I was also a disciplinary prefect in high school, a form monitor, and also the swim team captain for 2 consecutive years. I believe these positions have equipped me with the skills and attributes to lead in any given role I'm put in. That is why I'm here. I'm here for you, my fellow aspiring engineers, to ensure that you get the best that you deserve, which I will deliver as stated in my manifesto. So make the SMART switch and vote Donrich. Under my leadership, I would advocate for the tuition to be quoted in Jamaican dollars instead of the USD dollars, or to come to a consensus instead of giving us this fluctuating USD rate, a fixed rate, so that this financial instability can be removed from our heads. After all, this is a Jamaican university. I'm currently in liaison with the law representative and med potential reps, and a council was devised so that we can collectively advocate. After all, many voices is more than one, better than one. Secondly, I want to set up business catalogs in which my fellow engineers can display projects done to investors and engineers in the field so that we can get constructive feedback and also may lead to business ventures promoting entrepreneurship. In conjunction to this, more corporate mingles will be held to better integrate us as an engineering family into the real world as engineers, where we can get advice on what to expect going into the working world. Thirdly, we will be given a hotline to voice our issues and concerns to alleviate the poor communication that exists within the faculty. Nextly, I will allow us to be given more internship opportunities and let us garner hands-on experience and better equip us to let us be more qualified and holistic individuals. Also, I'll provide major and minor corporate sponsorships for us as an engineering faculty to alleviate the financial burden placed on us with the already sky-high tuition we currently have. What else can I promise to you, my engineering family? Well, you can look through my manifesto. I'm on Instagram at Donrich A. Dennis. In closing, I can ensure that serving you as your Guild engineering representative, we will strive for and approach perfection. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Donrich, the SMART switch, and I want to wish you all a pleasant good afternoon. Thank you.
At this time, we welcome Gawain Wright.
Returning officer, moderators, and the world-changing students of the Faculty of Engineering, greetings to you all. My name is Gawain Wright, your next Faculty of Engineering representative. Where there is no vision, the people perish. Proverbs 29, verse 18. With this verse in mind, and seeing that now is the right time, I plan on ensuring that this vision I have will come to fruition. Engineers are very crucial individuals in society, and as such, a solid foundation and environment is needed for student engineers to flourish. Therefore, I, your next faculty representative, have taken up the mantle to advocate, to defend, to ensure that all engineering students get the best that they deserve. The plans I have for this post fall under 3 categories. Firstly, ongoing issues. All of us as student engineers must purchase lab components, and the question I have always been hearing, and rightly so, is how is it that we are paying so much for our school fee, yet we still have to purchase our own components? Therefore, I will advocate on behalf of the students in an effort for our school fee to cover the cost of the lab components. Additionally, After an initial conversation with the manager of Systems and Innovations Limited, I was able to secure a 12% discount for all UWI students when buying components. Now, this is to show that I am not just a man with a bunch of promises, but me actually dip on the ground and I get things done, yeah? All right. The Mona Engineering Society executive worked assiduously at making the engineering gazebo a reality, but it has proven to be more capital intensive than we are currently able to allocate. However, I plan on seeking sponsorships from different business entities to make this dream a reality. Furthermore, it is my aim to get additional seatings around the faculty for the students. Students have also noted that there is a lack of communication between faculty and themselves. As your representative, I will be a part of the faculty board meetings and use this opportunity to relay pertinent information to all students on our social media platforms and email listings. On to my second category, student development and opportunities. Now, I personally understand how difficult the transition from high school to first-year engineering can be for students. And as such, I would like to build upon what the past faculty representatives have done. This includes the 2-tier mentorship program, formerly known as the sibling program, which I benefited a lot from as a first-year engineering student. This sibling program is a very wonderful initiative in that it links students which are in higher levels to their juniors so as to provide direction and guidance throughout their first-year engineering experience. All right. I would also want to see the creation of an online student database containing all possible useful resources such as PDF, textbooks, past papers, lecture slides, and anything else that would be useful to a student new to a particular level of study. I will likely make use of the Google Drive for this creation and place in user limitations in order to deter unwarranted deletions or alterations. Additionally, I also want to work in tandem with the HOPs to combat the high failure rates. I would liaise with them to get the names of the specific courses, and this I have already started, given the good working relationship I have with them due to my current post, which is electronics engineering representative. I would then get the course reps involved by using them to administer questionnaires to find out what the specific issues are that the students are having. Additionally, I plan on having my third-year colleagues host different crash courses for each discipline at different times within the semester to help students that are in need. Now, my final category, which is faculty development and endorsement. The Faculty of Engineering is relatively new, and as such, a lot of people are not aware of it. To mitigate this, I plan on endorsing the faculty through collaborating with Dr. Omar Thomas, who is the Deputy Dean of Outreach, so that we can go to high schools and enlighten the students about the different programs that are involved in the Faculty of Engineering. I also want to host different events and competitions which would promote the faculty on the different social media platforms. Moreover, I want to create engineering apparel, such as jerseys, armbands, etc. This is not only to create a sense of pride in being a part of the faculty, but it also will bring traction toward the faculty. Now, my fellow engineering students, with all that being said, I am here before you today, ready to serve with the passion and the drive to go above and beyond and to ensure that all engineering students receive the best that they deserve. I am here to make it happen. So I encourage you all to do the right thing and vote for Gawain Wright, Faculty of Engineering Representative, 2022-2023. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for a spirited presentation. We have come to the segment where we allow you to pose questions to each other. One question each, and you have about 30 seconds in which to make a response to those, okay? So, Donrich, you're first, followed by Gawain.
Okay, so my question for you, Gawain Wright, is given that the modality is slowly being reverting to face-to-face, how do you think that you are equipped in handling this transition, given that you are a COVID baby? And how would you integrate all disciplines within the faculty?
Thank you for that question, Donrich. Even though I started my engineering program when COVID started, I was already on campus. I lived on campus. I know what hall life is. I know how the faculty is supposed to be running in face-to-face modality. So I am I am well aware of the different things and events and the modality in which face-to-face operates. So I am no newbie to this, right? Also, I plan on integrating the different faculties by having different initiatives such as Games Day. I wanted to collaborate with the civil students because I don't want them to feel left out. You understand? So instead of just having a bridge building competition, what about lights on the bridge? We do have lights on the bridge, right? So that could incorporate electronics, electrical, and the civil. Thank you.
Time for your question.
All right, so you mentioned that you would advocate for the tuition to be quoted in JMD instead of USD. Now, groups of representatives have already brought this problem forward and it was not as successful. So what makes you different? What's so special about you that you will get this done?
Okay, so that's the first point in my manifesto. And that was so because it's an issue facing all the engineering faculty. And I think the best approach to this is to at least try. And the different approach that I'm taking this year is that I've been in liaison with the law representative, he's uncontested, and the potential medrep. And we've already formed a group, a little council in which we plan to advocate. Because why not try and be given a chance of success than not try at all? Because that, in my definition, is the failure. Yeah.
Right, thank you so much for those questions. And we're still in the room. Give a round of applause to the candidates for the crossfire segment of the debate. And it's still hot in here, Roger, and this is our last faculty representative group. So I'm just going to go ahead with the questions that we have. So from Alwyn, the say-so for both candidates, and you have a 30-second time period to answer. He says, our faculty is still relatively new and small, but there is still a gap between students and administration, as well as overall student integration. What will you do to aid in bridging this gap? We can go ahead with Donrich, and then we take Gawain. 30 seconds.
So firstly, the miscommunication within the faculty, that's an issue I have heard and that I have experienced firsthand because I'm a student just like you all. So I have, in my manifesto, that's my second point, devised a hotline in which that you can relay your issue to kind of shorten the miscommunication bridge between faculty and students, and also how to integrate all the faculty. I have went around and spoke to students of all ages, from first year, second year, third year, and also all disciplines, including civil, which we are kind of segregated from. And I plan to host more events to integrate all of us.
All right. Gawain?
Okay, thank you for that question. So, it was not listed in my manifesto. However, I want to advocate for a space for the faculty rep. And as such, with that space, I already stated that I will be on the board in the board meetings with the teachers on the board. And so I would receive information from the board, and having that space designated for myself, I would allow office hours for students to come in and voice their concerns and also share that information that I received from the board meetings via the Instagram, the Mona Engineering Society, or email listing. I also have different initiatives in which I want to allow all programs to be integrated in such a way. For example, our Games Day, I still want corporate mingle to be a thing, which we had it last a couple of days ago, and it was wonderful. Students get to meet one another, and there was this connection that was there. And as such, with those small things in place, we can indeed bring everyone together under one engine, because after all, it is one engineering.
Right, all right. Can we get a round of applause for these two candidates? Roger, it's heating up. It is the end of our, thank you, those are the questions. It's the end of our representative, Roger.
The faculties have represented well, and we are departing from the faculties, moving into the guild executive positions.
Boy,
this, Sandre, has potential to be quite a game changer. In this segment, things generally go wild,
All right, if you're still with us, can we hear a round of applause, please? All right, no, they're not ready. Well, if you're ready for the executive positions, can we hear a round of applause, please? It is that time.
Take your bathroom break.
Yes.
You don't want to move.
We're giving you a minute. We're giving you a minute. Take a break.
Bring your cup. Bring your liquor. Your liqueur.
I only drink water, but I'll the candidates for this position, Martinil Bartley and Kareem Medley. We're going to start with Martinil Bartley again, and we're ready in 3, 2, 1. Give him a round of applause as he begins.
My fellow Pelicans, saber est poder. Savoir, c'est pouvoir. Vis ni smash. Knowledge is power. Your power to apply for university grants. Your power to avoid late fees. Your power to know when buses will be leaving. Your power to know which clubs to join. Your power to know when a time for Inti and Carnival will be determined when you seal the deal with Martinil and vote Martinil Bartley for your guild PRO. Now, my objectives for the next few minutes is to work through how we will secure your power. Step 1, to gain more knowledge about your candidate, Martinil Bartley. I am no stranger to the roles and duties of a public relations officer, having served for nearly 2 years on various PR teams, have 5 years in photography skills and 2 years in videography. I have the skills needed to package your information and seize your power. Step 2, let's analyze where we are today. It's quite simple. For most of us, we're leaving a fully virtual space, now returning to our more face-to-face interactions. And truly, abuse. Seal the deal. Vote Neil. Vote Martin Bartley for your next Guild PRO. Pelicans, I will ensure adequate airtime is dedicated to informing our students through various means. This includes social media, emails, and our Guild website. Under my leadership, I will revamp our website to ensure sections are geared towards increasing exposure and access to student entrepreneurs by adding a business section to the Guild website. Finally, I hope to establish 3 new initiatives. 1, Guild Rewind. This will promote Pelican pride by showcasing the history of past Guild councillors. It will also highlight the accomplishments and progress that the Guild has made over the past few years. 2, Up Your Brand. This will take the form of a small competition close to each month end, where this initiative will ensure students have quality photos ready for resumes, online meetings, and general need for professional photographs. 3rd, the Guild Streaming Network, a partnership with UWI and the Guild GCC to live stream events such as Champions League in order to incorporate both off-campus students and UWI alumni in campus activities. Pelicans, this is a time to vote for knowledge. This is a time to vote for power. This is a time for a deal. Vote Martin Neil. Thank you.
All righty, thank you so much. And we're going to Mr. Kareem Medley. Can we hear a welcome from the...
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So, my fellow Pelicans, my name is Kareem Medley, an integrated marketing communication student who has been operating in the field of public relations and marketing for about 6 to 7 years. Some of you may be wondering how that is, and that is simply because I did enter the field in high school. I think it was actually around grade 9. So, given my experience, this is where I have been working with brands such as Nestle Jamaica and a branch of the Jamaica Defense Force, where I managed a year-long campaign marketing the organization in a successful effort of expansion. Now, the Office of Guild Public Relations Officer was not one that was thought up yesterday, and clearly we will have constitutional obligations that include, but is most definitely not limited to, managing the Guild website, facilitating the dissemination of information to our Pelicans, and managing and maintaining relationships between the Guild and the administration. It is due to these experiences that I can guarantee precise results and optimum effort that will be put into my approach serving you, the students, in the capacity as your public relations officer. This brings me to one of the most important points that I will address when elected, and this is the mainstreaming of information. Now, I also want to point out that the different portfolios, the faculty representatives, department head representatives that would have gone before me, this is a common issue that we're all facing. Information overload. We are in a digital era, and information overload is a serious thing that our students are facing. And due to information overload, students are missing important key points and notices. To mainstream this, ladies and gentlemen, the Guild has already developed a website, and we will be mainstreaming information through the Guild website as well as our Instagram pages, so that students can know that if there is something they need to know, they know where to get it. No questions about it. Ladies and gentlemen, my committee will be continuing with the Guild Instagram takeovers, because don't get me wrong, it is not about recreating the wheel, but finding solutions that are working already and looking at how we can make them better. So we will continue with the Guild Instagram takeovers, but in the way in which we will be doing it this year is to look at how we can use these Instagram takeovers to market the skill set of our students. That, so for example, if Georgia Lane Hall is doing an Instagram takeover, we showcase and display the talents of the students at the Georgia Lane Hall in an effort to reach out to different companies, brands, and merchandise, so we can work towards creating and solidifying sponsorship deals for our students. Because funny enough, I was applying for a job the other day, and I saw where they're asking me for 3 to 5 years of experience. Now, I mean, I really wanted to respond and say, sir, are you talking about the nights where I sit and do group works by myself because I'm a university student? So the Office of Public Relations is more than getting likes, shares on social media platforms, but marketing the students, you, the product, because you are the product of the University of the West Indies. So the office, the job is to market you, to create opportunities so that you can invest in your future and leave this institution with more than a piece of paper certifying that you are capable in your degree field. So we're looking at the already standing partnerships that we have with Campus Elite, UCA, Flow. Ladies and gentlemen, these are things that are already there, but it is about maintaining and managing these relationships, and I am the man for the job. It is something that I have been doing and something I am passionate about doing. So ladies and gentlemen, I also want to include that our Pelicans, I want to provide an online approach to navigating the campus, because Andrew, him did say, fly the gate, so the gate fly, and we now ask. So face-to-face interaction is not something that we can put to the side. And as a student who did indeed start school online, I know that there is a serious deficit for students navigating the campus. It is so easy to get lost. So what I propose that we do is to create a virtual mapping of the university that we can place on our guild website for our students to have ease of access to navigating the campus. And that can also reduce the risk of things that happen where students get lost and they're taken away and we don't hear from them, we don't know where they are, and it's at no fault of theirs, it's simply that they simply got lost. Touching on the points of the campaigns that we already have, ladies and gentlemen, Level the Liquor is a campaign that is very important. However, I want to look at it in this way, where we can hold forums and discussions with alcohol-based businesses such as Ray and Nephew. And these are sponsorships that we already have. So the point that I'm trying to drive home, ladies and gentlemen, is not about reinventing the wheel, as I said, but looking at the different partnership deals that we have already and managing them in a way that benefits you or students. Thank you.
All right, let's keep the applause going. Let's keep it going. We're at Public Relations Officer, and we are at the crossfire segment where each candidate has the opportunity to ask the other candidate a question, whether it's related to their manifesto. We like it above the belt, but you know, as we say, be safe, be clean, and we're starting with Martin Neal.
Oh, I have no questions.
You have no questions? Okay, that's okay. And we go to Mr. Medley.
You know, it's really funny because I actually have no questions as well. And I just wanted to touch on the cross-firing because we are both marketers and brand marketing is a thing, so we don't really cross-fire. You know, we ask pertinent questions to get important answers. So, yes, no questions from me.
All right, so he did take the time to, Roger, ensure that there was a intelligent job right there at the crossfire segment, but that's fine. We accept, we accept. So we have a question for both candidates from it is a Danielle Mullins. I'm not sure if we know this student, but it looks like the guild president. So she's saying the campus will now be moving back to face-to-face. What experience do you have with physical promotions? And we can start with Mr. Bartley, and then we go to Mr. Medley.
All right, so physical promotions. In first semester, you know, before COVID started, I was on campaigns and I would have seen how events like initial guild campaigns were run, people going around giving out shirts and such. I saw things like Inti Thursdays, how it was advertised, where persons went on hall walks and events such as those. So an approach like that would be how I would go about publicizing things. So, all right, let's say they're not asking for a campaign. Get some shirts printed, go around, contact persons on different faculties and halls, and do it like that.
All right, Mr. Medley.
Thank you so much for that question, Madam Guild President. So, as it relates to in-person promotions, that is something that I really love doing. It is something that I have a lot of experience doing, and I also want to take the opportunity to answer the question to hit and highlight one of my manifesto points, which is a student showcase. So in terms of student promotion and in-person promotion, we're looking at centering everything around the student, generating an entire campaign around our students where we look at their skill sets and their values and market that to the different companies. Because companies, ladies and gentlemen, we have to be real. They're only looking for ways that we can benefit them so that they can benefit us. And the way that we do that is by looking at the because UWI is not short of talents, you know. It's really just about honing it in for our students and bringing that and driving it home to our different companies, brands, and sponsors.
All right, so we have one last question, and this is an important question. It says, one of the responsibilities of the PRO is to communicate in times of crisis. What is your experience in crisis communication? I'm just going to flip it and ask Mr. Medley to go ahead and then Mr. Bartley to go after.
This is really funny because these are questions that I asked myself last night, you know, in prepping for the debate. And it's really important that we look at and understand crises. Because the first thing that we look at, and I must highlight, you know, big up to my humid people because crisis communication is something that we study in school. So the first thing that we must look at is to de-escalate the situation and reassure our students that as your guild council, we are working for you. Then once we de-escalate the situation, we look at the variables that are involved and see where the necessary steps that need to be taken are. But the key aspect is ensuring that in all manner of things, our students are constantly being informed. They are in the know. They are not feeling that, you know, the guild is not working due to lack of information.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Bartley?
All right, so the first thing to deal with, you know, crisis is first, you just remain calm. Like, you can't overreact and cause turmoil. The students cannot see you, the guild, you know, in general, being, you know, discombobulated, you know. So first thing, remain calm. Remain calm. You assess situation. You say, all right, if we are advocating, release some, you know, press notices. All right, the guild is doing this. We'll be doing this next. We got this response, and you take time to go through point by point the materials at hand.
So, thank you very much, gentlemen, for availing yourselves this afternoon. Put your hands together.
I don't believe we had questions from you guys. Huh? I don't believe we had questions from you guys. You don't want to ask us any questions.
No, we posed a question that would have been circulated in the chat.
Yeah, and I know our time is up, but I do want to let our viewers know that if you have any questions about me or my manifesto, you can reach me at my Instagram page, which is MEDLEY_INcorp. Thank you.
All right, all right. Put your hand together. No, that is indeed a marketing job, Roger.
Can I tell you? I mean, normally the rest of candidates can't wait for you to stop asking questions and for them to take a seat.
Yeah.
And this segment they're asking for more questions, right? But we have a good amount of candidates left ahead, and we have to be as tight as we possibly can because we want to give value and quality in the overall process. We are at the External Affairs Chairperson position. We have 4 people in this race. 4 persons in this race. We have Justin Allen, Tyreek McLean, Annie V. Moore, Genevieve Richards. Sorry. Could those persons please take your place on the platform? In those cases, we have 4. They may have to use also this podium, and I think we've done all that. Okay. Do we have an online contestant? Yes, we do. Who is online? Genevieve. All right. So, first off, Justin Allen. Please give Justin a round of applause at this time.
Rise of their circumstances and achieve success if they are dedicated to and are passionate about what they do. It is my absolute pleasure to stand here before you all today, not as a regular student leader, but as a dedicated, passionate, genuine, and inclusive servant of the people. My name is Justin Allen, and I am your candidate for the post of Guild External Affairs Chairperson. It was not an easy decision in running the post of EAC. It took me some time to assess myself and look internally at the issues that I would have faced
as it relates to self-confidence. But I'm proud to stand here today and say that fear can never and will never suppress passion. It is about you and finding ways to ensure that the students of the university, and by extension the vulnerable persons in society, are uplifted and get the opportunity to change the narrative of your future. I know that I am the underdog in this race, and despite being the underdog, I want to let you know that if you take a chance on me, you won't regret it. The slogan for my campaign is pushing passion and reaping change, so we can change the narrative of our future. And I ask for you to pay keen attention to the plans I'm about to share with you all today as it relates to students and community development. Firstly, I know that we have all had some past experiences that are deep down inside, guilt, hurt, and whole hurts, and I told her about the addictions and other issues that were holding me back in my academic, social, and spiritual life. It is on this premise that I propose the Elevate Fear to Freedom initiative. This is a social initiative that is a bonfire that will be held on each hall of residence throughout the year. Students are given the opportunity to write things that have been holding them back and place them in an open flame. This may seem like a simple action, but mentally, you are letting the world and yourself know that you will no longer be afraid and that you will be forgetting the mistakes of your past and pressing on to the great achievements of your future. The next initiative is STOP, Standing Tall on My Purpose. I know a lot of you might be wondering, what does this really mean? Standing Tall on My Purpose is a mentorship program for students at the secondary/pre-university level. And this is an upgrade from the Stronger Together initiative that I launched in my year as AC for AC Preston.com, which tackled issues such as mental health, leadership, and self-confidence with students in Jamaica and the wider Caribbean. Observing our present society, there are even more issues such as conflict resolution, attitude toward authority figures, and the spirit of charity, all of which are being lost. Many of these young people are struggling to be themselves and are easily drawn away by the negative influences around them. There is power in self-belief, and so I believe that once we are stronger together, we've established that bringing out the best in others is not only a project, but a lifestyle. As the next EAC, I will continue to do that just by stopping. Secondly, this is a major initiative, Operation Child. So in my years of service of Miss International, I would have interacted or participated in different projects as it relates to persons with disabilities. No one should be denied the opportunity to use the talents that they have because they possess a physical or learning disability. Your next EAC proposes Operation Child, which stands for Cancer, Health, Autism/AIDS, and Disabilities. The school year will be divided into 4 quarters, and each quarter will focus on one of these initiatives. September to October, Cancer, November to December, Health, January to February, Disabilities, and March to April, Autism/AIDS. This initiative will be in partnership with Diamond 2.0. The funds that are contributed, these funds are contributed to the outreach initiatives on the Operation Child. And this year, the funds collected from Diamond on Preston Hall will benefit 2 students who possess learning disabilities. The committee will have formed a partnership with the Ministry of Education in selecting these students, and so hopefully by the end of the school year, we will be able to award these students. And we believe that this will help a struggling family along the way in contributing to the development of their child and maximizing their potential. Pelicans, the vision is clear, and we all need the labor. All we need are the laborers to reap the harvest of change in our community. This is not and will never be a one-man job. I understand the sacrifices that I will have to make in ensuring that the plans come to fruition, and I'm always open to your thoughts and ideas on what more we can do for our community. In the words of Agent Sasco, more than just a 9 to 5, making sure we all survive is our duty. Hardly taking holidays, overtime, and holiday days shape the future when we teach all the fires keep the peace. It's our duty. We cannot afford to fall because we're the ones who guard up the wall. Quiet giants rule the kingdom. You don't see them, but you see the work they do to help us all. I ask that you join this campaign and vote justly for your next peace. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Justin. We are aware that there are some issues online in terms of feed, and volume. So those are being worked on. Please bear that in mind. Tariq McLean is the next candidate. Please give him a round of applause.
To my fellow Pelicans joining me here today in person, those of you viewing online, adjudicators, and my fellow candidates, good afternoon. Today, I bring to you a dream of improving your UWI experience, reminding you of all the opportunities you have to give back to the wider community, while making you feel good on the inside. Today, as your 5-star general of the Army of Good, I pledge 4 strategic plans. These plans are backed by my research from discussions with members of the previous External Affairs Committee who were active during the face-to-face operations and who served on the online committees, as far back as 2017 to the present, I might add. These plans were also vetted and approved by those who oversee the day-to-day operations of the guild and the portfolio, ensuring that you, the students, are given the best UWI experience transitioning to face-to-face when you vote for Tariq McLean. These plans include, but are in no way limited to, reintroducing the whole program, building back stronger for not just the schools in the vicinity, but for the state care facilities who have been neglected as a result of the transition to the online platforms, so as to ensure that they too can live their dreams. Secondly, arming you with the right tools to ensure your health is protected. Thirdly, I will ensure your service is giving you earnings, which you can cash to make you stand out for job opportunities and higher your chances of getting that scholarship. Because at the end of the day, as university students, we all struggle. Finally, I will make sure that the Army of Good impacts the environment, your community, and most of all, you. The whole program has always been a major initiative under the Army of Good. But the COVID-19 pandemic has lowered its impact. Not only that, but it has negatively impacted the back-to-school treat. That is why when you vote for McLean, the Army of Good will build back stronger by introducing face-to-face tutoring sessions with volunteers being assigned their own 15 students from the participating high schools, allowing for the tutors to be mentors to each student and increase familiarity and the impact. We will also increase the reach of the program through partnerships with the Jamaica Millennium Vision for Youth, the Jamaica Prefect Association, and the National Secondary Student Council, who I have already engaged members from. Going into the Army of Good Sexual Health Campaign. It will be launched in the month of November and will continue throughout the year. The campaign will include sex education sessions, bi-monthly STD and STI testing, and distribution of contraceptives, including condoms, across all the halls and faculties. This will be achieved through partnerships with the Family Planning Institute and the TABS project, again, who I've already engaged. This period will also include the strategic positioning of a series of awareness activities in solidarity to those who have suffered as we recognize the 16 days of awareness against gender-based violence. The vision is clear, isn't it? A reason to vote for Tariq McLean. Now, you may be wondering, how exactly will I earn through the Army of Good? Let me ask you this. How many times since you have left high school have you volunteered? And up to this day, you have nothing on paper to show how long you have served, how long you have been giving back. By introducing my project, this will be done by introducing the Army of Good volunteer form, allowing students to be able to keep track of volunteer hours earned through the committee. Already, talks have started between the local entities such as JAMVAT, NCB, and locally recognized scholarship donors to certify volunteer and community service hours gained. This will increase volunteer opportunities, increase scholarship prospects, and make you stand out when applying for that job. You will also get the opportunity to earn and be recognized on an international stage through participation in international recognized volunteer initiatives through PAHO, UNICEF, UNDP, and of course, WHO. The final point is the Army of Good's 5-star general's impact, making you know that a vote for the dream is a vote for someone who understands your needs in these trying economic situations our families are all facing. A vote knowing that Tyreek cares. I launched the Army of Good grant, which includes food assistance and tuition grants, funded by donations throughout the year, Army of Good merchandise sales, and other fundraising initiatives, while partnering with the VPSSP to award students who volunteer through the Army of Good. Now, I realize that I'm strapped for time, so let me finish off by saying, all I need is just a chance to show them what you can do, what a dream can do, what a vote for McLean can do.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McLean. Annie V. Moore is the next candidate. Could you give her a round of applause?
Waiting on cue, Mr. Moderator. The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Mahatma Gandhi. Moderators, fellow opponents, other candidates, my beloved Pelicans, good evening. I am Annie V. Moore, your External Affairs Chairperson candidate, 5-star General of the Army of Good. I am here to serve you, my fellow Pelicans. My mandate is to walk alongside you and be of service to you in every way possible. Being in the university space, I have interacted with students of all different backgrounds with many experiences, and I have noticed one thing. All students, regardless of who they are or where they're from, deserve representation and advocacy at the highest level. This is what I bring to you. As 5-star General of the Army of Good, I present a 3-point plan to lead this army forward. The first is to bridge the gap. This pandemic has been very unforgiving, to say the least. And as we inch back to a new normalcy, there will be many uncertainties regarding the transition process for new students, which is why I plan to implement the High School Mentorship Initiative as one of my plans to bridge the gap between the UWI and the wider community. Under this program, I will work with my team to make contact with various high schools across Jamaica and have students who are preparing to transition to the university paired with mentors from the university to ensure that they're comfortable and ready for this transition process. This also gives you, my fellow Pelicans, the opportunity to be of service to the community by helping to mold young minds for the future. Many students within the university space often find it difficult to secure jobs or internships after leaving universities and even throughout their studies. I am here to build external partnerships with corporate entities, both public and private, to ensure that you are provided with opportunities for networking and advancing your plans. And this will be executed through various conferences and workshops. In order to provide a holistic community involvement and continue bridging the gap, I will host reading, sports, and other social activities to encourage community engagement and have the university interact and impact the wider community. The second component of my mandate is serving you, my fellow Pelicans. I am guided by the principle of servant leadership, and with that, I will facilitate external partnerships to provide assistance for students who are in need of devices and other resources to assist in their education. As a part of this external network of connections, and in partnership with my fellow guild counselors, students will be able to receive monetary assistance to alleviate school expenses. My aim is to create external networks for students, as well as partner with international students office to make students aware of and help them get ready for exchange programs. This will be done through monthly community outreach programs. My third mandate, is to build communities. This will be done through monthly community outreach programs and the revival of the HOPE program, Back to School initiative, and coastal cleanups. Through social media campaigns, I plan to maintain continuous awareness of societal problems and how they affect the UWI community, and also provide the means by which students affected may seek help or counseling through the right channels. This mandate of building communities is my renewal of the commitment as a guild to build and positively impact communities. I will further advance this cause through the implementation of weekend and/or after-school classes provided free of cost for high school students who have been affected by COVID-19. Through partnership with the incoming Guild VP SSP and clubs and societies, I will conduct a community outreach day where all service clubs will be able to go into various communities across the island and carry out well-needed initiatives. Beloved Pelicans, now more than ever, we need a leader who is experienced, active, and committed. As current EAC of Irving Hall and past Deputy EAC, I bring to this position all the experience I have gained over the years through various outreach and in-reach activities I have conducted, as well as other initiatives I have embarked on. I am a leader who listens, who cares, a leader with a vision and a voice. Rise up, Pelicans, join the battalion, vote Anivi for EAC. Thank you.
Thank you, Anivi. Please note that during Justin's presentation, there were some issues online as it relates to audibility, right? And therefore, we have made a decision for him to again make his presentation, given the fact that this is really the only platform nowadays to reach people, given the face-to-face restrictions. If you are interrupted here, you really would have suffered an unfair disadvantage. So we're going to ask him to again make your presentation, and then Genevieve will follow. Genevieve, I crave your understanding on this.
I do.
Okay, so Justin, your time again.
Thank you so much. So everyone can rise above the circumstances and achieve success if they are dedicated to and are passionate about what they do. It is my absolute pleasure to stand before you all today, not as a regular student leader, but as a dedicated, passionate, genuine, and inclusive servant of the people. My name is Justin Allen, and I am your candidate for the post of Guild External Affairs Chairperson. It's not an easy decision for running for the post of EAC. It took me some time to assess myself and look inward, and I would have battled issues as it relates to self-confidence. But I am proud to stand here today and say that fear can never and will never suppress passion. It is about you and finding ways to ensure that the students of the university, and by extension vulnerable persons in society, are uplifted and given the opportunity to change the narrative of their future. I know that I am the underdog, but despite being the underdog in this race, I want to let you know that if you take a chance on me, you will not regret it. The slogan for this campaign is pushing passion and reaping change, so we can change the narrative of our future. I ask that you pay keen attention to the plans I'm about to share with you today as it relates to student and community development. Elevate fear to freedom. I know that we have all had some past experiences that are buried deep down inside, guilt, hurt, and the whole works, and I too would have battled with these struggles. And so it's on this premise that I propose the Elevate Fear to Freedom initiative. This is a bonfire that will be held on each hall of residence throughout the year. Students are given the opportunity to write their thoughts or issues that they would have been facing and place them in the open flame. This may seem as a simple act, but you are letting the world and yourself know that you will no longer be afraid and that you are forgetting the mistakes of your past and pressing on to the greater achievements of your future. Next is Storm, standing tall on my purpose. I know a lot of you might be wondering, what does this mean? Standing Tall on My Purpose is a mentorship program for students at the secondary/pre-university level. It is an upgrade from the Stronger Together initiative that I would have launched in my year as EAC for Preston Hall. We would be tackling issues such as mental health, leadership, self-confidence, conflict resolution, attitude towards authority, and the spirit of charity, all of which are being lost. Many of these young people are struggling with finding themselves and are easily drawn to the negative influences in their society. There is power in self-belief, and so I believe that we are stronger together, that once we've established that bringing out the best in others is not an action but a lifestyle. As the next EAC, I will continue to do that just by stomping. Operation CHAD, this stands for Cancer, Health, Autism/AIDS, and Disabilities. The school year will be divided into 4 quarters, with each quarter focusing on one of these initiatives. September to October, Cancer; November to December, Health; January to February, Disabilities; and March to April, Autism/AIDS. Pelicans, the vision is clear. All we need are the laborers to reap the harvest of change in our community. This is not and will never be a one-man job. I understand the sacrifices that I will have to make in ensuring that these plans come to fruition. The sacrifice, I am always open to your thoughts and ideas on what more we can do. Many of you have initiatives that are dear to your heart, and so I ask that you share them and we will work together in pushing our collective passion and reaping change. In the words of Agent Sasko, more than just a 9 to 5, making sure we all survive, it's our duty. Hardly taking holidays, overtime, and all them days shape the future when we teach. Out the fires, keep the peace, it's our duty. And quiet giants rule the kingdom. In their time of need, who will the strong ones lean on? Quiet giants, you don't see them, but you see the work they do to help us all. So fellow Pelicans, as I close, I am not the loudest voice in the room, but I promise that I will never stop speaking. I bring to you a practical, unique, impactful manifesto grounded on inclusivity for vulnerable populations, one that is done for the love and not for the likes. It is my hope that on election day, you cast your vote for Justin Allen, as sometimes the smallest voice can make the greatest impact. Vote Justin for EAC. Let's work together in changing the narrative of our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justin. And at last, we welcome Genevieve Richards to make her presentation.
Thank you so much. Please let me know when you can start. Are you hearing me, by the way?
I'm hearing you clearly.
Awesome. Can I get the cue to start, please, Mr. Moderator? I know you've heard from all other candidates, and you may be wondering, so how is Genevieve different? What does Genevieve bring to the table? Well, Pelicans, let's take a trip down memory lane to assess why you should seal the deal with Genevieve Richards for EAC. Again, you may wonder, what does Genevieve bring to the table? But I want to tell you, Pelican, she is the table. Yes, my foundation started at Franklin Primary School, where I served as peer educator in grade 4. From that age, my peer recognized my passion for service and volunteerism and elected me to represent their views. Ladies and gentlemen, as Vice Cartel said, I'm born for this. In my community, I am known as a young lady who runs a homework center in her living room. At church, I'm known as a youth coordinator. I am that little girl who had a big dream of positively impacting lives through service. And I did not just stop within my community. I took the same passion and enthusiasm to Glenmere High School, where I served as deputy head girl. Pelicans, the vision remains the same. How can I serve you to ensure inclusion of external activities and promote cultural and social cohesion? The visions and plans that I have are within your reach through health and wellness, volunteerism, and outreach initiatives. I don't know if it's just me, but have you ever tried to make an appointment at the health center? Yes, we can collectively say that this is an area that needs improvement. And with partnership with the health center and UPRO, students will no longer have to tussle with, sorry, the number you are calling is currently out of service, with an online appointment system where students can book doctor and dental visits. Our mental health is of utmost importance, As students, we are tested and tried daily. However, with partnership with UNICEF, Report Jamaica, and Mona Counseling Department, we will be providing group therapy sessions for students. Yes, you have heard right. Group therapy sessions for students. In partnership with the Ministry of Health, the Faculty of Medical Science, and various organizations, we are bringing back to campus Health Expo 2022 for all the Pelicans and wider community. The External Affairs portfolio is synonymous with volunteerism. And in keeping with the Sustainable Development Goal number 15 and the National Tree Planting Initiative of Youth, we will partner with the Jamaica Forestry Department to plant at least 500 trees by the end of my tenure. We will partner with the Jamaica Deaf Society to offer sign language lessons to students and to better equip them to volunteer at JDS and at the Office of Special Student Services, especially with the return to face-to-face. Are you aware that you can have service clubs on your transcript? Yes, volunteerism on transcript. In partnership with OSSD and Service Club, your transcript can be upgraded. Give them an update. Youth Assisted Youth, a mentorship program where Pelican supports students in partner school with their academic and personal development. At the end of the semester, they will be awarded a certificate. Catch the preschool tour. Partnership with UWI in high school tour to promote student leadership through volunteerism. You must be saying, Jenny, awesome plans, but how will I be involved without being a committee member? Pelicans, all these opportunities are within your reach, and through the UWI banner email system, you will be notified of every opportunity and event to volunteer. That's not all. Sign-up forms will be attached on the flyers, so the students can be included in every aspect and never miss out on an opportunity. Pelicans, I do not mean to preach, but Jesus said, the greatest among you shall be your servant. I present to you Jenny Richards, a servant leader who will serve with passion, experience, and inclusivity. To everyone tuning in, whether physical or online, I implore you to believe in Jenny, to advocate, execute, and amplify your voice. And March 25th to 27th, vote Jenny Richards for your next External Affairs chairperson. After all, Pelicans, it is within your reach.
The passion, the promise, the hope, the feeling, the heart, you know, so many of those things are included in the post of the External Affairs chairperson. Now, we are in the crossfire segment. I would like to ask, is there any of the candidates who will choose to opt out of this activity? It will clarify who we then point to asking questions. So, all candidates will field a question? Yes?
I must say, after hearing what my candidates have shared, they must be dreaming the same dream that I must be envisioning and hearing their points. I have no questions at this time.
You have no question at this time?
Yeah.
Okay. So that will make it one less question to ask, which is good given our time constraint. At this time, I'm going to be asking, though, we may not be able to ask questions to all candidates, but in that case, you may probably need to select the candidate you need to pose a question to. It doesn't mean that because Tyreek didn't ask a question, he can't receive one. So you need to bear that in mind, but in order to concentrate the questions in the ways we need to, please identify the candidate. Not all candidates may need to answer a question in that way. You have 30 seconds in which to respond to the question asked. The person, so therefore, going with Justin. Justin, if you have a question, pose it and identify the persons to whom you wish to.
All right, so my question is to Tyreek. I've listened to your plans, and I would want to know, how would you promote inclusivity among all students? Because I didn't hear much of inclusivity to every single. Remember, UWI is not just regular students, but there are different persons who are on campus. How will your plans involve those individuals?
All right, I'm so glad you asked that question. So as SciTech rep, I had to engage with a lot of students, and I heard a lot of their issues, so I can I can answer this question fairly confidently. Doing my research for my points, I buck upon Alicia's aidability project that she started to aid the persons with disabilities. And as I said in my speech, my points are in no way limited to the actions that I will take. So I'm going to try to revamp it and incorporate it into what we're going into face-to-face next year.
All right, thank you. We're going to our next candidate, our next question. Is that from Annie V?
All right, just a question to Mr. McLean as well. You mentioned the environmental plans. How do you plan to execute that? Just a quick synopsis.
I am pretty popular today. So for my environmental plans, I know as a Guild representative and working so close with the EAC that organizations have already approached the Guild to start the beach cleanup initiative that they are putting forward to clean the coastlines. And I'm also going to partner with JET, the Jamaica Environmental Trust, to bond with them so we can have all the resources. When we say 1 month, when we say monthly beach cleanup, when I tell someone go back and research, I actually research because I take rep, I no go back for false promises.
All right, thank you. We have our final question from Genevieve.
Thank you very much. I've listened to all the candidates and I've heard our plans and I've noticed that all our plans are similar. If I am elected, how can we work together to execute the plans that you will have mentioned in your manifesto? All the candidates.
That's for all candidates. So we're going to start out with Justin, then Tyreek, and then Annie V.
Can I ask you to repeat? I didn't hear the middle part of the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I'm said, I have listened to your plans, I've heard the manifesto, and we're all running for the same post, which means our plans coincide. So if I am elected as the next Guild External Affairs chairperson, how can we work together to execute those plans in your manifesto?
All right, that's a great question. I do believe that everyone here has different plans. Based on what I realize is that my plans are really vulnerable, disability focused as it relates to those key initiatives. And I recognize that you and all the other candidates would have proposed some good plans. So even if whoever is elected, I personally believe that these plans do need to be implemented, that advocacy for disabled persons still need to be, out there in the society. So I would indeed work with everyone and, support everyone's ideas, ensure, because at the end of the day, it's a common goal, it's service to the community, and we all have a responsibility.
All right, thank you so much. We're moving to Miss Annie V. Moore.
All right, so in response to that question, teamwork is very important. Any leader will utilize their team. And so, be it myself, Mr. Allen, Mr. McLean, or Ms. Richards, who is elected, whether or not I am serving, whoever is serving, we will work together as a team to ensure that all these plans can be incorporated and make one big dream team, as Mr. McLean said, one big team and one big plan to ensure that the Pelicans are served in the best way possible, because at the end of the day, that is the goal in mind. Thank you.
All right, we're going to Mr. McLean.
All right, as famous words, teamwork makes the dream work, and I appreciate this question. Currently on the Guild, I work so close with my counselors. I ran for a previous position at SciTech in my first year, and losing in no way at all doesn't stop me from getting out there and getting involved. I'm sure that the committee from last year can attest that I worked no matter what, trying to help as many persons. What I still continue to do today, when the EAC call me to do something, I do it. When VPSSP call me to do something, I'm there. I'm always involved.
All right. Thank you for the motivation and the comments. So it's heated, everybody. We're in our third segment, and we still have the different candidates with us. And if you're happy about what you're hearing so far and you're still live with me, can I get a round of applause for the candidates for just being here, putting up themselves? Yes, and yes. We're wrapping up. We're just taking like 2 questions. We have a time constraint with us, and we ask you guys to be as concise as possible, please. This is a very important question, and this is from Miss Danielle Mullins. president, current sitting president of the UWI Guild, and another individual asked the same question. It's a question that I would have had to ask because I served the EAC committee before. It says, over the years, the EAC has mostly focused on outreach, though the Constitution stipulates that there's a responsibility to engage national, regional, and international organizations. What are the plans that you have to do this? And I will go ahead and start with Justin Allen.
Thank you for that question. As it relates to regional and international partners, I do serve on the executive committee of the Optimist International Caribbean District, and I would have already started some work with them as it relates to, as I was proposing, disability awareness. And so one of the campaigns next year, as I take up a higher post, is to form collaborations with them and other service organizations, because we do work with Lions, we do work with the other service clubs internationally. And so I believe that, forming partnerships with them will help to push the EAC's initiatives regionally and internationally.
So we're going to Miss Annie V. Moore.
All right, so as a part of my Bridge the Gap initiative, I plan to foster relationships with international and local organizations through societies that are already here in place in the university space. Partnerships with the International Student Office to get plans in place for exchange students. We have clubs such as the UWI Model United Nations that allow students to expand their reach to not just the local, not just the regional, but the international sphere. And so that is a plan to partner with the VPSSP to include students in all these different societies that will allow them to further their plans. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Tariq.
All right, so as SciTech rep, I was able to foster regionalism within my portfolio with the other campuses. I will continue to bring that forward. Right now, I'm a UNICEF U-Report ambassador, which I will certainly bring all the opportunities that allows me to bring to the wider UWI campus.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Genevieve.
Thank you so much for that question. So in my manifesto, I've spoken that we'll partner with UWI. UWI is basically the arm between the university students and international entities. So therefore, we already have that in place. So what I'll do is connect with UWI, integrate with them, and for them to use that as a bond to link us with international sponsors and also UWI alumni to get it done for international and regional development.
All right, thank you so much. That is indeed a lot. All right, I think that covered a lot, and there is one final question. There is the question of the Army of Good. During the pandemic, we have realized that the Army of Good has lost its fervor based on the online integration of different initiatives. What will you do, all candidates, what will you do to revive this army that would have served students over the years? And we can start with whomever is ready to go first.
All right, so this, again, is another passion of mine, because when I was online back at home, there was no way for me to get involved except with the Police Youth Club. What I would do is to partner, and what I already started to do is to partner with the Police Youth Club to bring out the persons out of their homes to get involved within their parishes with the opportunities that the EAC portfolio will, under my leadership, provide.
All right, so let me just tackle this question quickly. So as EAC of Irving Hall, I have carried out several initiatives face-to-face, regardless of COVID protocols, and these initiatives have been successful while keeping within the DRMA protocols, and I intend to continue along this path. So it is no new feat to me. I'm not a stranger to operating within this atmosphere and going back to a new normalcy. So this is a continuation of my vision, of my passion to serve and to do this within this new atmosphere that we are embarking on. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we must, as leaders, we must adapt. And I would have been one who would have been online for most of my university journey. But as AAC for President, that didn't stop me from implementing plans that were, impactful. And as I mentioned, standing on my purpose, it's an upgrade from the online version of Stronger Together. So we'll be actually visiting these institutions, actually interacting with these students. And the bonfire as well is like a social grouping for persons. Everybody mental struggles, and that bonfire is a way in which we can just let go of the struggles that we are facing and, find our way back to some amount of normalcy in our lives.
I want to answer that question. All the opportunities are within the students' reach. With the UWI banner email system, in which I mentioned in my manifesto points, students will be included because that will send email to every student. So no matter where you are, you will be involved. So we will be also having online activities, not just physical activities. Because I noticed the lack of inclusion of off-campus students and students who are regional. So therefore, the UWI banner system will ensure that all students are in receipt of every opportunity, all the events. And furthermore, there will be a Google form attached to every event that calls for opportunities so that students can sign up. Because we want inclusion, and for students, I want to represent that it is within their reach for them to be included in all the plans of the Army of Good.
All right, thank you so much. Can we get a round of applause for our candidates for External Affairs Chairperson? And that is it. Those are the segments. Thank you, candidates. You can make it to your seat. And Roger?
Can you imagine that we've been here since 10:30 and we are still going strong? The vibe is good, and we don't even drink coffee, right? The vibe is going strong, and we keep adding to the team as we inch closer and closer to the real ding-dong moments of this election. We continue to add value to our panel, and so we have a third moderator with us this evening. His name is Dr. Donovan Johnson. So he would have dabbled in several aspects of campus, from being a member of the Guild, that is being the former hall chairman of Irving Hall. He would have dabbled in co-curricular activities ranging from debates to tons of activities in the Faculty of Science and Faculty of Social Sciences. And he would have also gone as far as to lecture several courses in the Department of Social Sciences, and also served as former senior resident advisor for the Elsa Leorini Hall. I guess I had to mention that. And also, he went off just a couple of years ago, to pursue a PhD, and in fine style, exceeded in getting it in the least minimum time possible for one. How 2 years, right? 2 years. That ain't no small feat. So, Donovan Johnson, Dr. Donovan Johnson, is a data scientist and acting executive director at the Ministry of National Security. So, put your hands together and welcome him to the panel. I'm sure we'll be better for it as we get to the really, really nitty-gritty segment. Sandre, over to you.
All right, so we're still at it, and we're down to Games Committee Chairperson. We want to move along quickly, so we have Christoph Dawkins and... All right, and Francine Mackenzie. Okay, all right. I hope next time I ask for a couple claps, I get all of that, But all right. All right, so it's 5 minutes, and we're going to start with Christoph Dawkins as he goes into his speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I can come up here and start with a fancy quote and be all animated. However, in contrast, I am here to be real with you all. Being a GCC over the past years admittedly has been hard, but I have definitely adapted. I am Christoph Alexander Joel Dawkins. I was literally born at this noble institution, the one and only University Hospital of the West Indies. My first word at 10 months was light, said here at this very campus at my mother's graduation in the assembly hall. That was a divine revelation. I was actually speaking to the light that shined from the west. Now we know I was created for this time. I was born for this moment. I was ready-made, divinely fashioned for this purpose. Watch me illuminate the light in your being and do games as games have never seen before. I am the former deputy head boy of St. Jago High School, former GCC for the Faculty of Science and Technology, and current GCC of the Elsa Learani Towers Hall. Therefore, it is as a result of the experiences and portfolios that I believe I am the right candidate for this post. I vie for this position because I am passionate about what I do, and I believe I can transform the GCC portfolio. The question in everybody's mind is, how is he going to bring about the transformation? Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is only one answer. Christoph cares. Through the CARES initiative, the GCC portfolio will execute C for Champions League, revamping the Champions League and ultimately improving the experience, which will help to restore competitiveness through sport and help to provide the best possible experience for students who are not fully acclimatized to the UWI space under normal conditions. A for all students of the UWI Mona, both residents and non-residents. Reintroducing the aspect of face-to-face intramural activities alongside the continuation of esports and virtual activities to repair and rebuild student and hall pride, which was diminished due to the pandemic. R for regional and international students, liaising with the VP SSP to implement a week of activities geared towards regional and international students residing on campus, allowing them to compete against each other and showcase their talents. This week of activities can consist of events such as Wacky Tacky Sports Day. E for experience, refurbishing the UWI Gymnasium as well as renovating and spreading awareness about the team's initiative so that students can have a wide variety of resources at their disposal in order to gain the best possible university experience. S for special needs and student athletes, to provide a means for greater inclusivity and engagement of special needs students who are oftentimes neglected in the UWI space from a sporting perspective. This can be achieved through hosting a special day with activities tailored for these students. Additionally, all proceeds from a proposed UWI Run initiative will be donated to students, athletes, and special needs students in the form of grants and bursaries. And the final point is to bridge the gap between student athletes and the university sports department. In order for the job to be done effectively, adequate recruitment has to be done. In my time as a student leader, I have seen the importance a strong committee plays in achieving the desired goal. Therefore, it is imperative that a strong committee is assembled. Wow, that was a mouthful. But that truly shows how enthusiastic I am. The simple act of caring is heroic. Let me be your hero. On March 25th to the 27th, enlist with Chris, the game specialist. Thank you.
All right, all right, all right. And if we're not enlisting with Chris, we have Miss Francine McKenzie to tell us why she should be the next Games Committee chairperson. Give her a round of applause, please.
Before you are a leader, success is all about growing yourself. When you become a leader, success is all about growing others. UWI Pelicans, my name is Francine McKenzie, and I am your next Guild Games Committee chairperson. COVID mashed we up for the past 2.5 years. Sporting events were immediately cancelled, and we were locked in a huge bubble called online school.
We're good, we're live, we're ready. All right, so I hope the confidence is there and Miss Mackenzie is still ready. You know, I can't play lacrosse, but she is a national lacrosse player. Everybody put your hands together again for Miss Francine Mackenzie as she restarts, as we go again, and we go into it. Go ahead, Miss Mackenzie.
Before you are a leader, success is all about growing yourself. When you become a leader, success is all about growing others. UWI Pelicans, my name is Francine Mackenzie, and I am your next Guild Games Committee chairperson. COVID mashed me up over the past 2.5 years. Sporting events were immediately canceled, and we were locked in a huge bubble called online school. I've listened and I've heard your cries. I'm not here to give you false promises. I'm simply here to give you real answers to your questions and indicate why you should make the right choice. My speech will cover who I am, what I bring to the table, and why you should move with Mackenzie. Who am I? Who is Francine Mackenzie? I'm a student like you. I'm currently the Female Games Committee chairperson for the commuters and a women's Jamaica lacrosse athlete. Firstly, as a Games Committee chairperson for the commuters, I listen to the students' wishes by keeping games night, scavenger hunts, mental health expos, collaborating Zumba Fest with George Eileen, and also Instagram Lives for persons to feel involved during the pandemic. Secondly, I played for the Jamaica lacrosse team for under-19 and American lacrosse women's team in the USA with other major countries. We came third, the first woman in history in the Caribbean to place in a position where Ms. Babsy Grinch and the Prime Minister recognize our achievements. What I would do is improve events such as Champions League, intramural sports competition, reopen gyms, tennis courts, basketball courts, swimming pools, and get new and improved types of equipment, wellness sessions for student athletes, tutoring sessions for student athletes, creating an app for easy registration for events, and reintroduced Guild TV highlighting players that have done extremely well in the sports world. What I will do is to bring new events such as Nations League. A nation is a community of people formed on the basis of a combination of shared features such as language, history, ethnicity, culture, and territory. Despite UWI being made up of students from different nations, far too many times we see said students going through university experience unaware of the fact that their fellow countryman lives a block away. The Nations League will allow students to join up with their fellow countrymen to compete against other nations over various sporting activities. This will allow students to form bonds with persons from their countries in a forum that brings all nations together in a friendly yet competitive environment. Why you should choose me? Well, I have the experience, dedication, and perseverance to elevate the GCC portfolio, which would help the students' population to get the feel of college life coming next semester. I leave with this quote: opportunities are like sunrise. If you wait too long, you miss them. All we need is just a chance to show them what we can do. So join the movement with Mackenzie. Thank you.
All righty. All righty, the supporters are out. The supporters are out. Now this is our second segment. We're moving quickly across fire segment just to see if there are any questions. Firstly, a disclaimer, do you guys have any questions for each other? If so, we can go ahead. Yes?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and allow Mr. Dawkins to ask his question, and you have 30 seconds to answer the question concurrently.
All right, so what do you think about the Teams Initiative, the GCC Guilds Team Initiative?
Well, thank you for that question. The Guilds Team Initiative is a very good initiative for other students to feel involved during sporting events. And I think that is a good initiative for student athletes to also feel involved.
All right, you can go ahead with your question, Ms. Mackenzie.
Okay, so just a general question. You said on March the 20th, on an Instagram live with the Mona Guild GCC, when we had a conversation, you mentioned that you're the only active hall with face-to-face sporting events during COVID. However, that is not true. I know that hall sporting events such as Georgia Lane Zumba Fest, LRA Sweatathon, Irving Trails, and many others. How could we, the students, would believe anything that you are proposed to do, given that you lied to us?
All right. Go ahead.
Thank you for that question. So first of all, I'd like to clarify that on the live, I said that I am one of the only GCCs on campus that is situated in a hall that is active. Second of all, I'm the GCC for the El Salirani Towers Hall, where we've been doing a lot of inter-tower activities, such as volleyball, badminton, domino tournament, FPL online, UNO competitions. Last week we had a volleyball competition. So, and next week we are partnering with Irving and other persons on the Towers Hall to keep a netball competition. So, yeah, that's it.
All right, so we're going to the questions that I'm having here. I really just have one major question to these GCC candidates. Yes, so the question to you both in my 30-second time frame, because we're strapped for time, is what will you do if elected to include commuters who normally can't participate in many of these gaming events? Mr. Dawkins, your 30 seconds starts now.
All right, so thank you for that question, first of all. So the first point I'd like to make is I was a commuter in my first year. I wasn't affiliated to any hall. And when I came to the campus, I didn't have any experience or knowledge as to what being a commuter would mean in terms of the UWI space. So if I am elected, for the commuters, I would ensure that they are adequately aware, they are knowledgeable in terms of, for example, the teams initiative and other initiatives so that they can get affiliated to halls, as well as join together and combine to form a commuters team so that they can compete in all intramural activities. Because as I said in my speech, all students are important.
All right, Ms. Mackenzie, go ahead.
Thank you for that question. Since I'm a female games committee chairperson for the commuters, I've been on the online forum since September to December, whereas I moved on Georgia Lane from January till now. So what I will do, what I incorporate in my manifesto, is to create an app for students to know about certain events to keep on. So in that sense, students feel included, that they don't forget about the events and they're alerted on those events through the app.
All right, thank you so much. Give them a round of applause, everybody. It is indeed the Games Committee Chairperson candidates. Okay, but before we end, Dr. Johnson has a question for the candidates.
I do. Thank you both for your presentations. I have a number of questions, but I'll ask one. In the past, I heard both of you mention Champions League. In the past, Champions League, through the negligence of one GCC, suffered some serious reputational damage, and that cost the image of the product and what it could have been, something greater than it is today. What will you do to ensure that that does not happen and to also move that event from the status where it is to where it can be?
All right, so thank you for that question. So first of all, I'd like to thank and big up Mr. Dewar for the creation of the Champions League. And I'd like to say that the Champions League is a very important league to me, because when I was in first year, it was just such a big thing. I was so excited I got the opportunity to play in the Champions League. So this is why, if elected as Guild GCC, I'll make efforts so that the Champions League is successful in terms of revamping the Champions League. So social media awareness, publicizing the competition so that persons are aware of the competition and get back that spirit of competitiveness, that spirit of excitement so that they can participate, as well as to put measures in place so that...
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for that question. Based on the Champions League, In 2013 and 2018, Sagicor sponsored an event where they gave over 100,000 and 50,000 to student athletes. While in 2018, Flo gave a plethora of surprising and prizes to make the athletes feel welcomed. What I will do is to try to push the event on Instagram and also on the app that I will create to make the students feel like, okay, this is the biggest event of the year, so that...
All right. We'll have to...
I have another question.
You have another question?
Yes.
Okay, there's a
burning
follow-up.
question. To both of you spoke of sports and games in its competitive sense. COVID has taught us that sports has a value beyond that. What value beyond that do you see, and how will you use sports to develop the lives of students beyond just competition?
All right, so as it relates to sports, sports is way more than just competition. Sports is where we get together, share culture, get to know each other, and just have fun with love. So in the pandemic right now, I've learned to adapt in terms of to know that it's not all about being competitive. It's about getting together, sharing experiences, having fun. So all the events being put out doesn't have to be sporting events. It can be as simple as domino events, having a good time with each other and just sharing moments and making memories. As well as sports and events is good for mental health. So that is one thing that I think is needed, and that is one thing that will be
All right.
Can you please repeat the question again?
If I remember it is how will you use sports for its value beyond just competition?
Okay, being an international lacrosse athlete throughout the years, over 8 years, I've recognized that the love of sports is greater than anything else. So I think that being also trying to incorporate other events rather than having so many sporting events like basketball and football, we can also put mental health awareness expos for student athletes to feel more appreciated. Because some student athletes don't know that even though sports come second, mental health comes first.
All right, thank you so much. And again, give me a round of applause for the GCC candidates. All right, thank you, Miss Mackenzie. Thank you, Mr. Dawkins. And we're moving on, we're moving swiftly. And I think Dr. Johnson will be introducing our next presentation. This is a 2 minutes. This is a 2-minute slot. This is an uncontested post.
Okay, so at this time, we will invite Mr. Philmark Miller to offer his presentation for his vying of the post for Cultural and Entertainment Affairs Chairperson. He will elect. He's uncontested.
Yes.
He'll offer
his
presentation
here?
in 2 minutes.
Is Mr. Miller here?
It
No?
appears Mr. Miller is not here. So we'll move on to the position of treasurer. And so we'll invite Ms. Deandra Williams to make her presentation for 2 minutes. And she'll be presenting to us from online.
Are you hearing me properly?
Yes, we are hearing you, but we are not seeing you. The technical persons are telling us just a moment. Now we can see you in bright yellow.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Moderator, but isn't my speech supposed to be 3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Could you indicate to me when I can start?
You may go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So to lead is to serve, and to serve is to acknowledge that you are in a position to impact, influence, and inspire. Hello, Pelicans. My name is Deandra Williams, your guild treasurer for the upcoming academic year. Being a co-treasurer for ABC Hall for the past 2 years and having experience on the guild treasury committee, I have seen where the treasury position in general tends to be very internal. However, being a current hall chair, a past deputy hall chair, and a past block representative, serving you, the students, has always been a priority for me. Therefore, I plan to use my time in this portfolio to bridge the gap between the internal and the external. In addition to ensuring that the systems put in place to manage the monies of the Guild are as efficient as possible, I intend to also carry out some student-centered programs. Firstly, I plan to start a Hunt for Gold initiative. I have seen where students sometimes find it very hard to finance their work and travel program fees on a yearly basis. And we know that a lot of students depend heavily on this program to take care of their school-related expenses. With the help of the incoming PSI, I will seek to engage as many corporate and financial entities as possible to start a fund for these students who will have access to it via an application process. Secondly, the Build Your Treasure Chest program. Building your treasure chest involves acquiring skills that will help students transition financially from high school to university and from university into the working world. This will be a year-long program that aims to teach students financial skills, such as how to open investment accounts, how to purchase stocks and manage stock portfolios, teach them about real estate and the foreign exchange market, how to go about getting insurance and taking out various types of loans, all while helping them to identify different streams of passive income. Finally, I believe that accountability and trustworthiness are very key attributes of being a treasurer. However, if you are not taught properly, then you can't execute properly. Therefore, before the next academic year starts, I will be carrying out workshops with all the elected treasurers, hall treasurers, faculty treasurers, clubs and society treasurers, to ensure that they are properly equipped with the knowledge on how to effectively and efficiently carry out their duties.
All righty.
Pelicans, the upcoming months are indeed moments that need to be treasured. Bank on that and continue to trust in competence, continue to trust in experience, and continue to trust in Deandra.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Give her a round of applause, everybody. All right, we're winding down. It's 5:22, we're winding down. If you're live with us, we are at Secretary right now, and we have a Miss Jude Vassal, I hope I got it right, who will be giving us her less than 3 minutes speech. She's uncontested, and as she walks to the podium, I'm going to ask you to give her a hefty round of applause. All right, you may go ahead, Ms. Vassal.
Good afternoon, adjudicators, timekeepers, and my audience. My name is Jude Vassal, and I am your candidate for Guild Secretary 2022 to 2023. The pandemic for the past 2 years has left behind pivotal lessons and forced us to change our thoughts, our livelihoods, and even the mode through which we approach leadership. Therefore, as a student at this esteemed institution, it is my sole duty to not only work relentlessly, but to continue building in this portfolio with tunnel vision through the 3 R's: refocusing, refreshing, and reviving. The scope of refocusing zones in on ensuring that the goals and initiatives of the Guild councillors align with the needs of the constituents. Through detailed reports, which will provide a section for addressing queries, grievances, and even assistance from the Guild, issues and concerns will be easily relayed and handled accordingly. These reports will be edited and compiled using a single medium, which will be accessible to all Guild councillors and relevant personnel. This will improve the efficiency through which reports are taken, as well as to improve communication among councillors, administration, and the university cohort as a whole. Secondly, in the true spirit of the word, refreshing, I seek to revitalize and inspire future writers and journalists. I intend on implementing an article competition. Participants will be presented with a title which will be used to build a riveting piece on re-emerging despite the negative effects of the pandemic. The winner will be given an opportunity to be published in a prominent newspaper outlet. My apologies. Additionally, in an effort to integrate secretaries across the UWI and WJC campus, a semesterly meeting will be held in a primarily face-to-face format. Before stepping into this portfolio, I had no previous formal experience as a secretary. However, with the assistance from the previous secretary at the Georgia Lane Hall, I was able to make a smooth transition into the portfolio. Hence, as part of my final manifesto point, reviving, I will be implementing and spearheading a shadow secretariat program. This initiative will focus on training and equipping individuals with the necessary skills needed to operate this space effectively. Additionally, to incorporate a wider audience, an administrative workshop would be conducted in a mixed format, which will serve to prepare individuals with tips and tricks on how to write a letter, minutes recording, and other tasks required by this portfolio and be useful within the workspace.
Time.
And so, I call on you, my audience, my fellow Pelicans, to choose an advocate, to choose a visionary, to choose a communicator. I leave you with these words by the great Martin Luther King. A genuine leader is not a searcher of consensus, but a molder of consensus. Thank you.
All right, can I hear a round of applause? No, man, we want a bigger round of applause for our secretary-elect for the Guild of Students, Ms. Jade Vassell. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're going to go now to our Vice President. You can go ahead. We're going to go to our Vice President candidate. Dr. Johnson, it's that time, and we are
The
ready.
time for the big positions.
Rearing to go. I just want to see if we have everybody who we need to have in the house. And I want to ask you guys, are you ready? Is Kijana in the building as yet? No? No, he's not in the building. No, all right. So are you guys ready for the Vice President candidates? No, so they're not ready. Anybody who run for VP in about to come. Are you guys ready for the Vice President candidates? All righty. It is indeed their time. And now we have the position of properties and special initiatives. And the candidates are Roger Blackwood and Brittany Gray. Roger Blackwood and Brittany Gray. I'm seeing Roger in the house, and Brittany Gray is not in the house. So we are going to go ahead with who we have in the house. They're saying they don't have her on Zoom, as my boss is telling me. So they don't have her, and we just have to go ahead with what we have. And Mr. Blackwood, are you ready?
Yeah, man, always ready.
All right, he says he's always ready. Do you guys want to hear Roger Blackwood for Vice President of Properties and Special Initiatives? All right, it's over to you.
Pelicans, good afternoon. As we transition back to the face-to-face modality, we must elect a leader that has the experience, the passion, and the dedication to lead students into this new normal. That leader stands before you here today. That leader is Roger Blackwood, your candidate for Vice President, Properties and Special Initiatives. Over the past days, I would have been releasing manifesto points for students to look at. They have had their say, and I'm here to relay them to you. I'll focus on points from security, sponsorship, opportunities, transportation, and properties. For security, we often define security as being physical security. But as students, you must also look at health security and cybersecurity as well.
with health security, we realize that a lot of students on hall, when they do have issues like accidents and emergencies, they have to rush to find resources to repair themselves. Like, for instance, they have a massive cut, sprained ankle, soft things like that. To go to the hospital, they're going to receive slow service. What we want to do is to lobby for each hall to have a medical kit available so that in case these accidents do happen, we can revert to those things to have a little stopgap before you have to go to the hospital, right? For cybersecurity, we want to protect our students going into the online space. So we want to protect them from email phishing, scamming, identity theft. We'll be doing this to spreading awareness through forums to ensure that each student is well equipped to traverse the online space. Going into opportunities, one of my favorite points. I want to support all student entrepreneurs going into this new normal. So with that, I would have a student entrepreneur registry where each student that has their business would submit their business to go on this registry that will be posted on the GIL website. We will also be looking to helping these businesses getting registered, whether they want to be a limited liability company or a partnership. Fees range from $2,500 to $40,000. I myself am a student entrepreneur. Big up Hours Entertainment every time. You get me? So, I do know how it feels like to run a business, and I want to ensure that each student has the opportunity to be fully registered. And with that being said, I also want each student to get their ideas trademarked and copyrighted so people don't steal intellectual property. We have to protect our students regarding that. Lastly, we want to help students get heart certification as well. Those that do hair, makeup, nails, sewing, we want to ensure that you get your proper certification so that when you perform these things for students, you can always say, yeah man, I have a certification, man, what you? Live, you get me? Move on to transportation. Now, we want to work with opening the bus system again, but we want to shift it up a little bit. So we want to have the bus system running from off-campus spaces like Halfway Tree, Spanish Town, Portmore, back to campus. This way we can have students coming to campus safe and efficiently. So we negotiate with the bus drivers now to have affordable fees so that students will be able to traverse from these places. Also, we want to have a bus running on campus as well. Some spaces like to Jordan into ABC. Like for instance, a person that lives at ABC that does SciTech, that's a far walk. A person that lives at Georgia Lane and does MedSide, that's a far walk. And we have to be careful in terms of security, traversing these spaces, or even weather conditions. Sometimes rain fall and it's just hard for you to traverse the space. So we need to have the bus system helping out in that regard. Also, MedSide students that will be having clinicals and wards, we realize that you're coming home at some late hours at night. And to be coming from the hospital and traversing across Naturals, that's right up where the arch is, it's a bit dangerous. So we want to have a bus system to pick you up and get you home at that period in time, right? Moving into properties. Halls, faculties, blocks, clusters, they'll be looking to have events at the student union, seeing that we're going back to a face-to-face modality. The student union will become a place where interaction is going to be an everyday thing. But we need to ensure that we have the proper resources at the student union to ensure that this happens at all times. Imagine keeping an event and light just gone. We need a generator. We need a generator at the student union to ensure that these are the things that are covered. It's a start. The generator is a start. We can look into more things, but it's a good start to have. And this is a bit of a personal point for me. We saw where both GCC candidates will talk about getting the competition back into the university space. But you cannot do that without the proper equipments. So what I want to do is partner with the GCC and have a rental system for sporting equipments so that when the blocks, clusters, the different towers have their interblocks, their interclusters, their intertowers, they can relay with the GCC and myself, get the equipments on a rental system and carry it back when they're so finished with it, right? Lastly, we're going to talk about sponsorship. So I believe that, yes, we can always relay with corporate entities to get sponsorship for ourselves. But we must also take up the responsibility to try to fund ourselves as well. And this is how we're going to do that. What we're going to do is we're going to have a GIL merch being sold, GIL merchandise. So here's the plan. So the GIL merchandise now, I want students to design the GIL merchandise and it will go into a competition format. How the competition format will work now, the best design with the most likes or the most acclaim from students will be the official design for the year. Now that design will be sold to students on an order basis. so that we don't waste resources printing things and they won't be sold. Now, part proceeds from that design being sold will go back into a fund to help fund students going to school. So the more you buy from your own students, the more you buy from the guild, is the more we can help to fund you in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, it is clear. It is time for you to have a say. It is time for you to make the right choice and protect your interests. On election day, you know what to do.
All righty. So that was our first vice president. Since as we don't have the other vice president candidate, she's online. Oh, okay. I was just about to rush out of this one, and Roger. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All righty. So we have Miss Brittany Gray. You have your allotted 6 minutes, and we're asking you to go right ahead, Miss Gray.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so we all dreamt about what our university experience would be like into the space. Unfortunately, our dream was not the reality. Yes, the university does provide us with the opportunities for holistic growth and seeks to make our university experience a memorable one. But so much more can be done to enhance our experience. Hi, my name is Brittany Gray, your next Vice President of Properties and Special Initiatives. As the time draws near for you, the students, to cast your votes, I use this platform to show you why the only option for VPPSI is me. As your Vice President, I will prioritize our comfort, security and safety, opportunities and development, and of course, our university experience. Every student in this university pays their miscellaneous fee. The payment grants us access to the many facilities and services offered by the university. Two such facilities are the UWI gym and pool that has been closed due to the pandemic. Our Honorable Prime Minister has set the country free from the shackles of COVID-19 protocols. And just as I will advocate to reopen the pool and the gym by implementing a system that will monitor the operations for these two facilities. Relaxation is a must. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. While students will gain access to the pool, I will seek sponsorship from various resorts to gain passes for 3 outstanding students to de-stress after putting in exemplary work throughout the semester. Yes, hard workers deserve to be rewarded, and so they will, with me as your VP. Our safety and security is no joke. A campus that serves over 10,000 students needs round-the-clock surveillance. It is my mandate to advocate for the installment of surveillance cameras at all entry points and hall of residence on the university campus. UWI collects millions from us each year through tuition and hall fees, and we are not offered the mere 24-hour video surveillance. This is unacceptable. Additionally, I will embark on a defense series where I will be going into the halls with trained professionals to teach our students how to defend themselves in the event they are in danger. The university sometimes isn't our best friend, but I must commend them for their effort in providing us with the opportunities for our personal and professional growth. I plan to embark in extensive conversation with the administration, campus lead, and corporate Jamaica to channel job and business opportunities for our students. These conversations will be extended to food enterprises and taxi services such as GadPro and OnTime to acquire promotions and discounts to students throughout the academic year. You know, most of the students that will be present in the university space are what we call COVID babies. These are persons who have never experienced a face-to-face UWI. To help these students transition into face-to-face, I will be launching the Fresh Package Initiative in partnership with the Hall Chair cohort. During the orientation period, these packages containing a map of the campus, UWI, safety tips and information on the different services offered on campus will be distributed. On this campus, we have doctors, journalists, accountants, scientists, and of course, entrepreneurs. To showcase the products and services offered by our young CEOs sparked the creation of the Entrepreneurship Expo. Members from numerous investment and small business grant agencies will be invited to be a part of this showcase. We are here at UWI, but at the end of the day, the whole of we are big people. And as such, we will need to do big people things. In an effort to assist our students in matriculating into the real world, a partnership will be forged with the Guild PRO to execute an information series on real-world hacks. This series will include how to file your taxes, seek loans for cars and mortgages, and much more. Undoubtedly, we all know the financial struggles university students face. In order to assist our students financially, I will call on you, the students, to support the Trust Fund campaign. At the beginning of the academic year, all students will be asked to donate a mere 100 Jamaican dollars to be added to an account to help students who are in need of financial assistance during the examination period. This account will be managed by a specially appointed committee. Donations will also be sought and welcomed from the public and private sectors. Pelicans, stop going like you don't notice. You notice that I am the ideal candidate for vice president. I'm not here to just talk. You will not only have a say with Gray, action will be pushed forth. What is promised will be delivered. On election day, vote for implementation. This is our campus, our plan, and our dream. Let's pave the way with Brittany Gray.
All right, can we get a round of applause for the paving way with Brittany Gray and for Roger Blackwood that went earlier? Can we get a round of applause for both candidates, please? Come on, let's hear the support. And we are in our crossfire segment, and we definitely, well, I ensured I spoke to Mr. Blackwood. He has a question for you, Miss Gray. And Miss Gray, if you have a question, you can ask after. Your answering time is just about 30 seconds. So we're going to go ahead, and Roger, you can ask your question right now.
All right. Good evening, Brittany. You make mention of appointment system at the UWI pool and the gym. Now, as I understand, as the current GCC, the bowl manager controls appointment systems for the pool, and the gym manager controls the gym itself. And I want to understand, if there's already an appointment system, and there are the gym staff that will be employed coming September, what is the necessary plan for this appointment system going forward?
You have 30 seconds. Make your answer concise.
Okay, thank you for that question, Reggie. Well, this appointment system will be different. To be honest, to my knowledge, I did not know that there is currently an appointment system. However, this one would be modified to use an online platform, so students can make their appointments via an online platform, which will make it smoother for them to use the facilities and have better records of the facility.
All right, thank you, Brittany. Do you have a question for Mr. Blackwood?
Yes, I do. Okay, so Roger, I read in your plans that you plan to do an initiative that will give hard certification to students who want to get certified in their different skill areas. Seeing that we're all university students and our degrees themselves take up so much of our time, do you think that students will be able to participate in this 4-month, 3-month, 6-month certification program and their academics will not be significantly influenced by this?
I honestly do, because Brittany, you and I are guild councils. We work for the entire year and we do balance schoolwork. Our GPAs are over 2.5. I do believe that students can balance going to school and learning a trade and also doing something for their degree. It's called an extracurricular activity. So you should be going to school and doing something extra. It should not be in any way affecting anything. And the classes would be on the weekends either way, so it wouldn't be affecting anything much.
All right, thank you for this segment. And since as we're keeping it live in the room, can I hear a round of applause for our candidates in the Crossfire segment? And yes, we're keeping at it. I know some questions are coming in, and I always have a bias as it relates to hearing what the current president wants to ask, because she always has some pointed questions. So let me be biased for a little bit. And she says the VP PSI portfolio is quite heavy in initiatives, but also has a duty to support the president in overall management of the council, whoever the president becomes. How do you plan to manage this responsibility? I'll start with you, Roger.
All right, so in terms of managing the council, the VP is also in charge of discipline on the council. So in terms of managing any disputes on the council as well, the VP PSI will be in charge of that. They're also in charge of evaluations. So in terms of making sure that every council is kept up with reports submitting along with the secretary, and also making sure that they're on their tip-top shape going into each semester. We ensure that we keep them accountable and evaluate them at the end of each semester. That's how you'd help out the president in that manner.
All right, thank you, Mr. Blackwood. And we're going to go over to Ms. Gray. This question is for you as well.
Is it possible to repeat the question, please?
All right, so the question is, in essence, the VP PSI portfolio is quite heavy with initiatives, but also has a duty to support the president in overall management of the council. How do you plan to manage this responsibility? And that responsibility is aiding in the management of the council in support of the president.
Okay, thank you. Well, as Roger would have mentioned before, we're university students, and it is important for us to balance. In order for me to effectively execute my roles as VP SSP and assist the president in the overall management of the guild, it is important that I balance.
I think is she frozen?
No, I'm sorry about that. Yes, thank you.
Oh, okay, all right. So that was the answer to the question. We have some questions from Dr. Johns. Dr. Johns, we're running strict on time, so if you can throw one at each or one for both, we'd be happy.
I have one for both.
All right, good.
It's on the matter of discipline. Can we have silence, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. So the position you're vying for, in that post, you have responsibility for the disciplinary committee of the Guild of Students, of the Guild Council. The Constitution is largely silent on how you go about disciplining a councillor who steps out of line. And for many years, persons who hold your position have constantly tried to find creative ways of disciplining councillors who step out of line. How do you propose, what is your disciplinary framework for your guild councillors going forward?
Well, firstly, even though I would chair that, I would be in charge of that, it's a decision that would need to be made with the president as well, because the framework would have to suffice for every guild councillor, including myself, if I do breach this framework, right? So it's a case that I, at this point, cannot give you a framework unless I have a discussion with the council where everybody can agree on, so that when the case does come into play, people cannot argue as to how things should go, and there'll be one set way to do things.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Blackwood. Ms. Gray, are you back? Oh, she's back with us. All right, good. So you heard that question, Ms. Gray?
Yes, I did.
Okay, go ahead and give us your answer in 30 seconds. Make it concise.
In terms of disciplining councillors on the guild, I would implement a system that will give the councillors opportunity to defend themselves and explain why whatever is being done wrong was done, and then we will take a collective approach to let other councillors on the guild pitch in on how to go forward with disciplining the councillor in
All
the
right.
councillor that were.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Miss Gray. And that is it for our VP PSI position. Give them a round of applause. Thank you, J. Blackwood. Thank you, Brittany Gray. And we are winding down. I'm getting a bit excited. It is that time, and Roger said it's silly season, but let me see if I can get a bit excited. We have two positions left, and I want to invite right now to come to the podium Mr. Philip Porter and Mr. Devontae Webster, who are running for the position of Vice President of Services and Special Projects. Keep it going, keep it going. We're going at it, we're going at it. It is winding down. It's winding down. It's winding down. All right. So each candidate has 6 minutes to present. And right now, we're at the big ones. We're at the big ones.
This is where
we're at the big ones.
This is where the fashion police.
Yes. Yeah, Roger, you have to chip in on this. Roger, what's happening? All right. So we have to take a little bit of an intermission.
Tailored suits.
Tailored suits. You know, Roger, what I noticed before they start,
there's even vice presidential strut.
Yeah, there is a brown shoes vibe happening up here, Roger, that I didn't even realize. I don't know if you guys understand, but it is.
Hold on. Are we feeling something great is about to happen? And then say,
all righty. This is it. I can't say no more, Roger. I can't say no more. So it's 6 minutes, and Mr. Porter is going first. And for those who want to hear Mr. Porter, just let me hear it for Mr. Philip Porter. You can go ahead, Philip. Go ahead. Begin your 6 minutes.
To extend genuine service to others, you must possess a few virtues that cannot be measured with money or popularity. These virtues are sincerity, integrity, and passion. Pelicans, moderators, and fellow candidates, good evening. My name is Philip Porter, your candidate for Guild Vice President of Services and Special Projects for the academic year 2022-2023. Many of you would agree that the definition and action of service has been transformed amid the COVID-19 pandemic. The new normal has called on us as leaders to be sacrificial and intentional in the execution of our duties. However, Mr. Moderator, what will distinguish the quality of service delivery is a strategic and actionable vision for improvement. But before I delve into my manifesto and flip to the new script, let's speak a little on the constitution of the VP SSP portfolio. The VP SSP is tasked with first managing, maintaining, and improving the existing services and seek where most needed effective and efficient services. Second, chairing the Research and Response Committee, being responsible for the Guild Financial Assistance Program, chairing the Guild's Needy Students Fund Committee, planning, organizing, and working with relevant committees and projects, among other key duties. Pelicans, I have completed the groundwork, conversed with you, the students, and assessed the issues. I've concluded that this position requires a relatable, transformative, resilient, innovative, adaptive, and solution-oriented leader who is ready to change the narrative, a leader who is ready to flip the script. The main tenets of the new script are inclusion, innovation, and implementation. Inclusion is all about giving everyone a seat at the table. As Vice President, I will create additional avenues to advance the welfare of all Pelicans. I am a Vice President for all, whether regional or local students, no matter the faculty, hall, club, or society you represent. Innovation is all about fostering diverse ideas, nurturing people with diverse talent and backgrounds, and creating strong relationships with varying communities. The methods we use pre-COVID and those learned during COVID will only be optimal if used in unison. My fellow Pelicans, too often we hear the plans with no real implementation, but with me, Philip Porter, there'll be action and not a bag of mouth. As Vice President, All plans outlined in the manifesto will be achieved. These plans are not mere 9-day talks, but plans that have been researched and are ready to be executed. Pelicans, this is the new script. The new script is a comprehensive 7-page policy prescription for change. The full document is quite detailed, so spare me the next few minutes as I quickly highlight one fresh approach under each subsection. Pelicans, this is the new script for the new normal. Page 1, special needs. As your VP SSP, we will partner with the Guild VP PSI Committee and Students with Disabilities Office to ensure that our disabled and special needs students have safe transportation to and from school. This is especially in light of Jasmine Dean's tragic disappearance just over 2 years ago and the growing possibility of a return to face-to-face classes. Page 2, clubs and societies. My team and I will work to set up a database where all clubs and societies are listed for easy access for freshers. This will be included in the welcome package. Page 3, international students. The incoming VP SSP committee will collaborate with the International Students Office to create a portfolio magazine called Expat, a guide for international students where they will be provided with the necessary information to navigate the new space. This portfolio will include reputable courier services, information on places to exchange your respective currencies, taxi services for safe and reliable transportation while in Jamaica, and crash courses in Jamaican patois through partnership with the Jamaican Language Unit to facilitate ease of communication. Mr. Moderator, this is the new script for the new normal. Page 4, financial assistance. Considering the current realities and the hardships being faced by our students, I'll seek sponsorships that will be channeled into the Guild Fresh Cash initiative. This will increase the value of each grant by up to 30%. Boost the number of grants dispersed per semester and double the frequency to twice per semester. Page 5, student welfare. My VPSS committee will expand the bus gas initiative to include supermarket vouchers and packages for students who will be off campus in an effort to ensure that no Pelican is left behind. Page 6, research and response. Introduce and maintain an active task force responsible for gathering intelligence on all initiatives coming from the VPSSP portfolio. The research team will be used to glean the changing needs of the UWI students and develop response strategies to satisfy those needs. Page 7, new to UWI space. Through the services and special projects portfolio, the new Guild Council will distribute welcome packages to all students who are new to the UWI space to foster the Pelican pride. This welcome package will include general tips for our students, a map of the campus outlining main areas on campus, and the database of the clubs and societies on campus. Importantly, this will not replace the Compass, which is an existing publication, but will serve as a temporary and simplified version, which would be easy to compile and inexpensive to mass produce in time for orientation until the release of the Compass. Pelicans, this is the new script for the new normal. With me, Philip Porter, as your next VP SSP, student leadership does not have to be the same played out narrative that we are all used to. Let us flip the script and elect me your next vice president, a vice president who is all about inclusion, innovation, and implementation. Thank you.
All right. No, that was good, Roger. You know what was good about it? It was timely. Yeah, yes. It's a good speech, you know. And we have to hear the applause for Mr. Javonte Webster, who will begin his speech. Now, let me hear your hands for Javonte Webster as he begins his
speech. It's funny. If you told me 2 years ago that I would be here today, vying for the post of vice president of the UWI Guild, I would laugh you to shame. As that was not who I was, but it is who I can be. I remember telling my mother I wanted to run for vice president, and she started crying. And I told her, Mom, I ate this morning, as a matter of fact. Big up Charmaine anywhere there. My fellow Pelicans, today I come to you with a humble heart and a genuine soul, as I want to make myself available to serve you in the best capacity that I can, and that capacity is in the role as VP SSP. But without further ado, sit back, relax, and as I guide you through the mission and show you my vision. Welfare, food security is a major issue staining our society today, as hunger and food shortage is rampant. And as such, I intend to launch a food insecurity campaign which would see me amalgamating several projects of the VPSSP portfolio in aiding and tackling hunger on campus. Let me go. I want to diversify the menu being offered at bus gas to cater for students who are vegetarians and lactose intolerant. Let's go. I want to implement a monthly farmers market so students don't have to go downtown or pop in. Rex Pine is out there free and open. Additionally, as Philip stated, I want to reintroduce the supermarket program so students off campus can get supermarket vouchers to go to high-low or go wherever to get some food. Because bus gas is mainly for students on campus, unfortunately. I want to tackle period poverty on campus by maintaining a supply of women's sanitary napkins and products for our women. I intend to work closely with administration to re-establish a dedicated space for our food bank because we need the food. That me defend. Financial assistance. Every single year, our students are disenfranchised due to inability to afford school, due to inability to make ends meet, due to inability to live peacefully. And my Pelicans, I want you to know that your voices are being heard and I will act. I intend to solicit corporate Jamaica to increase the students' financial assistance program from 1.5 mil per semester to at least 40%. I intend to increase awareness and accessibility of the Fresh Cash program. Most people don't know what Fresh Cash means, in all honesty. I want to fix that. I want to re-establish the needy students fund, which is different from Fresh Cash, so that I can have a little money sit down, semester finish. You need to do an exam, remember 30 grand, link me, and we can talk about it. That's who I am. I like to listen, and we will work on it. In terms of our international and regional students, as CAC, I had the privilege of interacting and working with our regional students to a different level. Big up my British DJ Mane, big up my Trinity I don't know, #868. I wish to continue building on this connection built already with original students in a more systematic way. I intend to advocate with administration to provide safer and cost-effective transportation for our regional students upon arrival to Jamaica. Because as they reach airport and them start talk, at 6 grand and 7 grand for each of my campus. I intend to start a Pell Icon Week, which will see our regional and international students coming together for a week geared to developing Caribbean culture. I intend to partner with the CAC to start an excursion where we can give our regional students a tour of Kingston upon arrival on campus. And also I intend to establish a register for all our regional students, which will contain the information where they live as well as emergency contacts, because I want to listen. In terms of our students with disability, this means the world to me. The university is the cultural mecca of the Caribbean, and our students with disability should not be disenfranchised. I intend to establish a sibling program where students can volunteer to lend assistance to their differently abled peers. I intend to lobby for a comprehensive policy on student disabilities and their accommodation in classes, gaining employment, as well as transportation. I intend to integrate our students with disabilities into all campus events held by the Guild. Additionally, I intend to develop proper lines of communication between the Guild and these students moving forward. Clubs and societies, our clubs are their cornerstones. They are the backbones of university as they promote holistic development, and as such, they need the support. I intend to provide assistance with sponsorship procurement for our clubs. I've already been doing this as CAC. I intend to continue on this legacy. Additionally, I want to reinvigorate the President's Society to provide greater skills training to our club presidents, as they additionally are the leaders and the futures of tomorrow. I intend to set up a financial assistance and loan program for clubs to augment their allocations. My fellow Pelicans, I am not Superman. You get me? I don't wish to save the world. However, I can promise you, there is a storm coming as we're going back face to face. And my Pelicans, like you, I too am afraid. But we must be brave. We must always push. We must keep on pressing for. That's how we shall persevere. So today, put your trust in me. Put your trust in a leader who is willing to go above and beyond. I have showed you the vision. You have seen my action. So on March 25th, come out and vote for the man for the mission.
All right. All right. All right. I'm glad we have no Supermans in house. but we have some very interesting things happening, Roger and Dr. Johnson. Roger, it is indeed hot in here. I was thinking about taking off my jacket just now. Jeez, I feel like I almost got converted a while ago, Roger. I don't know what's happening.
If I were like some of you, whichever money you owe, you will pay it up and vote no.
Listen. If you're not on the list, you need to get checked. No, man, they need to do a canvas,
If
Roger.
not, this might sound self-serving, but I'm just saying, if you owe you any funds, pay up so you can vote no.
Well, I think it's time. You know. Yeah, the questions are even hotter, Dr. Johnson. So before I come to your questions, I know your question I'm gonna make them think 3 times. Let me see what's happening in the chat. Let me see what's happening.
We're not doing the crossfire?
Oh,
Crossfire.
You see, I'll forget to hold the room hot. Okay, go ahead. We have Philip Porter, and then we'll have Javonte. So, Philip, ask Javonte your question.
Having served as CAC, what level of service have you brought to the Guild of Students that would qualify you for this new post of Vice President SSP?
Thank you very much, Philip. Firstly, I would like to indicate that being on the Guild, you are automatically a server. What comes first is you serve the students. What comes second is your portfolio, what you do. I'll indicate to you, Philip, again. As CAC, I would have launched several programs to integrate myself with the students who are regional international students. I would have launched several programs to develop the culture of the school, to indicate, to promote inclusion. As a matter of fact, on Grenada's Independence Day, I sat down on the beehive with them and we celebrated their Independence Day together. I know half of the Trinidad students at Leslie Robinson and Irving by name. Therefore, I will, well, you would know as a hall chair that my personality is not relegated by a position.
Time. All right, we have Javonte asking his question to Philip right away.
All right, this entire campaign period, I've definitely learned a lot about myself, learned a lot about you as well. Very competent individual. So my question, Philip, is if it were a case where you were to win VP SSP, would you allow me to serve on your committee and in what capacity?
Most definitely, I would allow that. Having served with you on this current Guild Council and having done excellent work together, I know that there can be more work together that we can accomplish. So definitely, if I am elected, I would love to work with you in whatever capacity you make yourself available.
It's hot in here. I'm going to leave. I can't stay here any longer. I can't do it. I can't stay here no longer. It's too hot in here. But I get in the question. But somebody said I should pose this. This is from the chat. It says, this is for you, Mr. Porter. Moving from hall chair to VP, it's a huge jump. What experience have you garnered that makes you fit for the job? This is from the chat. Go ahead.
And having said this last night on the Instagram live, I will repeat it once more. I am not just only the Elsa Leoraini Hall chairman. I am the Guild Hall chair cohort leader. I have been on a number of campaigns with the various arms of the Guild. I have done exam query for students who have issues in their examinations. I've been on estate management and maintenance meeting with the VPPSI to talk about cutting of the grasses that are too tall and also installation of the lights that are needed on campus. So I have done extended work on advocating for students, and I think that makes me fit for this portfolio. Thank you.
All right. So these questions are heated. I have a question here from David to Javonte saying that you, as current CAC, you started to delve into entertainment, and in doing that, how can we be sure that you are not only going for positions to enrich yourself, but to actually serve the students? This is a tricky one.
Okay, all right. That's a very good question, actually. It's funny, you know. I remember somebody asking me recently if I was intended to go into politics. Somebody asked me if I intended to go into marketing. I work in HR. I'm a marketer. I do event planning. I actually have a business where we plan events. Personally, I'll be honest, my personality is not relegated to a portfolio. My personality is not relegated to the university space. I am here today because I want to serve my students. I am here today because I see a need.
All right. I know you have a lot to say, but we have to work with the time. I'm sorry, we have to work with the time. And don't fight me. But Dr. Johnson, I want to take one from you, because I know you have them thinking now.
Thanks again, Sandre. Gentlemen, so I have a series of questions I'm struggling on which one to ask you. But I think I'll ask all of them. A very important part of your portfolio, and it's a part of your portfolio that most, if not all, the persons who have held your position in the past forget. Research and response. Definitely. In this time, when we do not know anything about, you said it yourself, that a storm is coming. We do not know what the new normal will look like. Research and response is very important. Both of you left it out of your speech. One of you mentioned it on the way. But what will you actually do in terms of research and response to enable the guild and the campus to understand the space so that the guild can respond in the way that it ought to respond to the needs of students?
Thank you very much, Doctor. In terms of research and response, I will establish a committee specifically geared towards this with our librarian students. Additionally, some of the major issues that I will be focusing on in the research, because we're going back to a new norm. A lot of students have jobs. They have to quit those jobs and come back to school face to face. We need to know about this. We need to see how much we can assess these situations. Additionally, learning in an online environment, coming back to a face-to-face environment is foreign to a lot of us. Additionally, my committee will work assiduously to ensure that these factors are taken into consideration and the guild will act accordingly.
Right, thank you. That's a good response. Go ahead, Mr. Porto.
As it pertains to research and response, I have done this for this portfolio. Currently, there are approximately 230 students struggling with disability at the university. So under my portfolio, I plan to form a special needs committee that will be tasked with gathering information from students with disabilities and special needs, thereafter taking the necessary actions to tackle any of their concerns as it pertains to admin.
All right. So there's another question that's coming in hot, and I think I want to personalize this one. So both of you, you'd have mentioned regional students and being friends with regional students or celebrating their days with them, etc. I don't think that's enough. And also clubs and societies. Those are two things that I think normally get neglected under the SSP portfolio over the years. So what will you guys do for, one, the integration of regional and international students, note international students as well, and clubs and societies to not make them stepsisters of your portfolio?
All right, cool. All right, thank you very much for that question, Sanjay. So as I have stated, in terms of integration of our regional and international students, I want to launch the Pell ICANN Week, which is a week of activities geared towards highlighting our Caribbean and our international students. Additionally, upon arrival to Jamaica during the orientation process, I intend to catch our regional and international students from there, carry them on a tour across Jamaica, carry them on a tour across Kingston, teach them a lingo, teach them to dance. Even recently, I was at Leslie Robinson teaching the Trinity students how to dance. You get me? These are things that I intend to focus on. In terms of our clubs and societies, the major issue they're always having, as you stated, that being seen as stepping stones. So what I want to do is provide them with the assistance that they need in terms of sponsorship procurement, as I've been doing this before. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Philip.
So as it pertains to club and societies, the main thing that I want to do is to collaborate with other universities to host interclubbing activities with a view to increase visibility and exposure of those clubs. So that's the main point for clubs and societies. And for the international students, I want to liaise with the OSSND and the necessary administration on matters relating to student visas and passports and how we can make the process an easier one for them.
All right, thank you so much. And we are indeed strapped for time. We do have many questions coming in, but our questions that we've done so far, they kind of encapsulate the questions that the students want to ask in the chat as well. So we want a round of applause for our Guild VP SSP candidates right now. And it's a lot of excitement, you know. It's a lot of excitement. And I just feel like Dr. Johnson's question stealing the show, because they have a thing called 3 times in a Roger. So right now, we will be going to the president's race, and we have two. Okay, I'm getting word from my boss that it's not the president's race right now. There is another, what you said? What position? Oh, Kijana Johnson, that's his name. So it's a postgraduate representative. He is a bit tardy, if I might add myself, but we'll have him for just about a minute and 30 seconds to share with us what he has in store, because we are strapped for time. He originally got 3 minutes, but we're going ahead with Kijana Johnson. Let's hear it from Mr. Kijana Johnson as he comes to share with us what he plans for the postgraduate student.
Mic check. Greetings, moderators. Greetings, I see Madam President here, members of the Guild Council, students, postgrad and undergrad, those who are here physically, those who are also joining on YouTube. A pleasant evening to you all. As you know, I am not debating against anyone today. I am just here to introduce myself and to share with you what MAPS has been doing for this academic year. I really want to take this momentous opportunity to highlight the work that MAPS has been doing so far, right? And let me educate you that I am the MAPS president and also the incoming MAPS president, all right? We have unequivocally created opportunities for students and successfully coordinated initiatives for the personal, professional, and academic development of our postgraduate students. All right? We have successfully reduced the tuition fee of the part-time clinical psychology students by 50%. We have successfully reduced the tuition fee for ELM program students by 46%. And might I add, the history that MAPS have made with the allocation of the financial assistance program, with the partnership with the social representative, Amalora Wilson, to push the financial assistance for students this year to over $3 million, which is an historic feat that we must commend.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
An historic feat. I want to say to the postgraduate students, be rest assured that MAPS will continue to be great. We'll continue to advocate for the students. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All righty. Can we get a bigger round of applause for the man that says he found $3 million for the postgraduate students? Yes, that's it. That's Mr. Kijana Johnson. Though late, he still had a message. So we are now going into the presidential race, Rob.
So I remove one of the lectern. I think the third was a distraction from the candidates. Right? So I put it to the back, Sandre. There are only 2 up there now. So we can clearly see the candidates.
Roger, let me make sure, say it from now. I'm going to ask all my questions.
I agree.
For the presidents.
I agree. This is
every
where
single
it matters. In case we don't know, the president sits on all major boards, presides over all major decision-making process within the university. So we have to ask the relevant questions.
Yeah.
We have to.
Technical team, are we good? We don't want any cutting right now. No, you know, it's hot. All right. So right now, returning officer, is it my time? Can I go ahead? It's time for the debates of the presidential candidates for the University of the West Indies, Mona campus. And this evening, we have 2 candidates going for president of the Guild of Students. And these 2 candidates are Kiefer Denose and Omalora Wilson. Can I hear a round of applause for our candidates? Let's go. Let's hear it. let's keep it going as they enter the platform to share their plans for the academic year 2022-2023. Can we hear it going? And if you're online, it's wild in here in the old dramatic lecture theater. It is UWI Mona Gale Debates 2022. Yes, and we're here, and it's 10 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen,
the quorum.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an offense to destroy the university's property. It is an offense. Compose ourselves.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Decorum, please. So right now, I just want to let you guys understand that it's 10 minutes per speech. And in those 10 minutes, your ears should be opened. Your eyes should be peeled. Your heart should be racing. Because you, the students, have a choice to make. Who will be your president? So right now, I'll take my seat, and Kiefer Denous will start with his speech. Let me hear a round of applause for him.
Guys, hear me clearly? Great. Moderators, the returning officer, guild councillors, pelicans, and my fellow candidates. Good evening. The top 4% in the region, the top 2% in the world. This is the current ranking of the University of the West Indies. Top 2% in the world. Who do you owe this credit to? Who has enabled the university to rise to this level? While we won't downplay the efforts of the administrative staff, it goes without saying a university is nothing without its students. And the same is true for the UWI. Whether through academics, leadership, sport, STEM, and art, our contributions have aided in the progress of the university. So, I must ask the question, as a student of the University of the West Indies, are you satisfied with the current contributions made to you as a student? To put it simple, we give the university we all want to get back. So, as we make the next step into a new academic year, this is the question we must ask ourselves. How can we feel appreciated in the university space? Well, I am here to tell you how. Through years of experience developed through countless hardships and triumphs. I, your next guild president, will tell you how. As the leader of the next guild council, we will ensure you feel appreciated as a student at the University of the West Indies. And this is how. The How Initiative. And the H in how is for helping our students. Students, we have heard the complaints. As the university looks to relax their COVID policies, the university has brought forward a proposal to return face-to-face schooling as early as the summer period. And while we welcome a return to normalcy, many of us did not anticipate it would be a return so soon. The truth is, it's been 2.5 years online, and I must say, none of us were prepared for it. But here we are, and congrats to you all. We did it. We survived. But now, it is time to give our students at least the summer period to mentally and physically prepare for face-to-face school. And therefore, I will continue to lobby for a return to face-to-face classes in September as opposed to summer. Fellow Pelicans, we as students definitely face many financial challenges, but I'd like to take a moment to focus a bit on those students doing programs quoted in USDs. No, I'm not here to give you a promise I cannot keep by telling you that I will get this changed, as many presidents have tried over many years. However, while we continue to fight the matter, probably for years to come as well, let us not be distracted. These students are facing a variety of immediate issues which we must tackle. One such issue is the issue of the conversion charge for students who choose to pay their tuition in US dollars. For any member of the administration listening, we can't have it. I received a screenshot from a student the other day in which the conversion rate reflected a ridiculous amount. I can't even repeat it here. I promise you to advocate for you with every breath, every brain cell, every possible strategy to get this conversion charge removed. But the issues them not done yet. We all know that annoying little email received at the end of the month saying something like, you have been charged with a 1% late fine. Yeah, man, we're all familiar with that. Now, I want you to imagine an engineering, law, or med student already struggling to make ends meet to pay off their tuition and get hit with a 1% late fine. It's not my intention to exclude any student, as I am aware that all students may face financial troubles. But imagine a late fine charge of 1% for me may be as little as $2,000. But for someone from engineering or law, it could be as much as $11,000. And with that reason, I am committed to lobbying for a reduction in the late fine fees for programs quoted in US dollars. Boy, as I say, enough issues them students have faced. Currently, students who choose to take the route of the Student Loan Bureau can only borrow a maximum of $1 million. For students in MBBS, law, engineering, and any other quoted in US dollars, that simply is not enough. As such, I plan to partner with JUTS to take the proposal of an increase from a maximum of $1 million to at least $1.5 million to better aid our students in the funding of their higher education. Furthermore, the current payment plan structure is not equipped to facilitate our students who do clinical rotations. As their academic year is structured differently, and as your next guild president, I will advocate for implementation of a payment plan that fits the structure of an academic year for students doing rotations. And on that note, even though the pandemic is seemingly nearing its end, the needs of our students on rotation still exist. We will continue to improve the current PPE drive to include an increase in gloves and gowns amongst other essential materials, and not just the now easily accessible masks. My fellow Pelicans, do not be fooled. My plans are not only geared to students in USC quoted programs or medical students. We're only just getting started. As your next guild president, I will continue to bridge the digital divide through maintenance of the current device drive and library system which caters to students in need of laptop and other devices. We will increase the number of devices through fundraisers such as, but not limited to, an art and dance concert here on campus where we'll sell those tickets to corporate Jamaica. Additionally, the holistic development of our students is critical, and as such, I will partner with the university to revamp its mentorship program. This will include the Women of Today, Women of Tomorrow movement, and the Great Man movement. gearing at partnering established members of society and students as mentors and mentees. This in the hope of creating meaningful connections, life lessons, and of course, increasing your network as a student. Finally, under helping students, we are inclined to help each other. The university does not issue one single degree per year. One of the biggest limitations our issues face is financial. We have all met a student who year after year has an excess of fees on their accounts. And a lot of these students are willing to assist another student. As such, I will propose to the university administration to create a system where a finalizing student with excessive funds on their accounts may have the ability to transfer or donate those funds to a peer in need if they do want to do that. We now move on to a burning issue, and you will now know the O in how. Our safety. After a year as the VP PSI, I have learned a lot regarding the security on the university campus. We, the students, deserve a safe space to facilitate our growth and development. As such, I will lobby for an increase in security presence on campus by lobbying for a return and increase in mobile security guards. We understand and, in a sense, emphasize with the university and its current financial standing. However, safety must be prioritized.
Time.
Let me just finish this point.
Let's wrap it up. Yeah.
I am aware that we currently may not be able to afford a new patrol vehicle, but I suggest we increase mobile guards by reintroducing an increase in the number of guards using bicycle on campus.
All right, so.
Let me conclude.
Okay.
Next year is going to be one of many opportunities. We have been restricted during the pandemic. We are now opening up. You want a leader with experience that understands the grounds of the campus, that knows how to make things happen, the things that you, the students, want to happen. I know how to make them happen. Vote for experience. Vote for Kiefer Denners for your next Guild president. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I realize that 10 minutes is not even enough for these presidential candidates, Roger, but we've heard from Kiefer, we've heard his point, and students, it's still on you. You have to listen, keep your hearts, your eyes, your ears, your nose, your mouth ready and waiting to accept all the points from your presidents. Now we turn over to Miss Omalora Wilson, who will share her points.
Greetings, everyone. Are you hearing me? To be the voice of all, I must first, as a leader, put myself in small spaces and listen to people who are considered small people, because these are the people that make the biggest impact. As a member of the Hall Chair cohort on the UWI Mona Guild 2020-2021, I had the opportunity to hear the issues students on Hall face and the importance of Hall representatives working together. As a member of the faculty rep cohort now, I have the full experience of seeing how students at faculties need more communication and true prioritization, and that each faculty, from the Tigers at SOSI to the Owls at HUMED to the family at the Faculty of Sports, is just as equal and important as the other. As a student, I too have the many questions of better representation, the many questions of opportunities, of security, of true integration and advocacy. But as a president, I have the answer. Wilson has listened. Wilson has started the research. Wilson can bring the power and the voice back to the Pelicans. Wilson can, and Wilson will. Moderators, Madam Speaker, members of the audience, candidates, the University of the West Indies Pelicans, I, Laura Wilson, your next guild president, bid you a good evening. Walking the Wilson way brings forth the answer: advocacy, new normal, safety and accountability, WJC integration, education, and resources. The pillars that must be addressed for the next academic year. Let's bring the answer to advocacy. As a president, I will continue the proposal for absent minus penalty for financially blocked students instead of fail absent, and the option to sit the exam in the next semester. Listen to me. As a faculty representative, I had the heavy burden of listening to my students last semester telling me, Auntie Omi, I get blocked from sit exams and I don't know where I go do. And I remember going to Madam President and saying, listen, we must find a solution, to which she gave me the go-ahead to draft and table a proposal to bring forth to administration. The very same proposal that many university students are benefiting from now, because you have the opportunity to sit your final exam this semester because of the absent minus penalty instead of a fail absence. We need to make these proposals policies. In addition to that, I want to work with the VP SSP to initiate the special needs policy review while ensuring that the special need advisory committee functions optimally. Optimally, meaning monthly reports must be related to administration to ensure that all facilities are fittingly appropriate for special needs students. Not only that, but as a president, I must lobby for the blended classes in the summer semester, and to the extent, by the grace of God, the first academic semester of 2022-2023, to give students the opportunity to adjust to the new normal. Let's be frank. All of we want to come back on campus. Everybody want to come and feel the university culture. I do too. But we must take in mind that many students took advantage of the virtual space to become entrepreneurs and employees. And some even left the island. Some left the island for better opportunities while attending the University of the West Indies. There are also many students who had the opportunity to enroll in the University of the West Indies since COVID because, one, they could afford tuition, but they could not afford housing and the other miscellaneous expenses. And so to rush them into it summer semester is a real pain to the students' heart. I have two sisters here at the University of West Indies, which means they're three. My parents have 10 students, 10 picnic actually. Anyhow, we rush into summer semester. I can't come back to school. And that is just us. There are many students that face the same issues. Now, this is the answer to advocacy. So walk the Wilson way. Secondly, the Wilson way has the answer to new normal. As a guild president, I must pilot the revamping of the UWI events, prioritizing Club Fusion, Inti Thursday, and Carnival, and foster the rebirth of the university culture by heavy promotion of halls and faculties and clubs and society. Union miss we, Ringwood miss we, classroom miss we. And so I speak with pelicans and administration of the feasibility of these events that define our culture. I had to, as a faculty rep, in an attempt to keep the culture of the Tigers alive, host our very own Club Fusion, because not only did my first year Cubbies, but also my second year Tigers had no connection to the faculty. And Auntie Ominago have that. Revamp the camp. Secondly, as a guild president, I will appoint a regional student representative as a co-opted member of the guild council with a view to make it a fully elected post in the next constitutional year. This attempt signifies the appreciation and importance of one of the major contributors to student lifestyle, Irving Culturama, proved just that some weeks ago. But we cannot just glorify regional students for carnival and good times. We must bring their issues to the floor. Their questions are my questions. Their concerns are my concerns. My answer is our answer. This is the answer to new normal. So let's walk the Wilson way. Thirdly, let's look at the answer to safety and accountability. We must ensure greater accountability for securities, in which security personnel must be present at all entrance checkpoints. And need I remind you that it makes no sense that we as students at all times must be present with ID, but John, Luke, Peter, Paul, and him dog can exit and enter campus as they please. Down to the answer
on the ground must have some sort of identification before entering the University of the West Indies space. And that is the reason why we continuously hear that students at the University of the West Indies are being harassed, are being picked up, all of them someday. We have to stop it. We need to revitalize the campus escort system. In COVID-19, many of our students needed the escort system because it was discontinued or not really fully promoted. This cannot be the case. Our safety must be prioritized. And thirdly, we must prioritize creating a safe space for minority groups by partnering with local entities that focus on advocacy for these minorities and for the development of safe spaces for women and men on campus. And with safety comes partnership with portfolios. I want to work with the VPPSI to table the proposal of ensuring that popular points in Kingston and surrounding areas are catered to in terms of buses for medical students. Over $3 million and no reliance on transportation. Let's get the bill per. In addition, and we're not done yet, but in addition, we need for accountability of the counselors to create the Check Yourself counselors, an accountability meeting of the UWI Guild website, and enforcing the Guild counselor town halls once per semester to ensure that pressing issues from the Pelicans can be addressed, discussed, and sorted. Posting things on social media is just not enough. We can't follow social media with images. We need substance over hype. And this is the answer to safety and accountability, is walking the Wilson way. In regards to my WJC family, I spoke to you yesterday about my plans in terms of exposure, advocacy, integration, and inclusion. I stand by it, and I guarantee you that the answer to making the happier campus happier is walking the Wilson way. Fourthly, the answer for education. I will prioritize the proposal for the removal of the critical reading and writing requirement for matriculation in the second year and the starting of foundation 1019 in the second semester. We must be critical about critical reading and writing. My Pelicans cannot be placed at a disadvantage because you will need money. Crazy. As a president who did numerous research during my tenure right now as a faculty rep, I will lobby for the academic support for students placed on academic warning and the overall better promotion of academic support across all faculties. Did you know that academic advising is an obligation by admin to you that they're not fulfilling? Man, them stop going like them, no notice. They notice. And for my students under USD programs, HUMED, MedSci, engineering, law, Auntie Omi hear you, Auntie Omi there for you, and Auntie Omi there for no education. I will elevate the advocacy against the USD school fee by proposing a fixed dollar rate per year and not semester, as well as a set JMD tuition rate equivalent per year. It is feasible. And you know why it's evident? I sat down with the stakeholders. I spoke with economists, down to government officials I met with. And you know what is the answer? It can be done, it will be done, because Wilson can and Wilson will. Last but not least, Wilson has the answer to resources. I want to initiate the President Grant targeting $3 million, which will be open to students, part-time, regional, full-time, and WJC. I know no fun of eyes raised because this must be a scam. But when this girl a dial hard, she dials for opportunities and relationship with more corporate companies. #1 university in Caribbean and in the top 4%. We're too big of a university if we have stingy contributors. Little money can't talk. Big money make Pelicans walk. Secondly, is the launching of the UWI, is my time up? Secondly, is the launching of the UWI Creatives, a club that focuses on promoting the creatives on campus via expos and fundraisers. And of course, heavy promotion of JAMVAT grant and scholarship offered by the OSF to bring awareness to the financial opportunities spearheaded by the University of the West Indies. We've heard it all the time from administration that students do not apply for the scholarships at OSF. And so to make sure so we get every single drain of money from admin, if it's up to the guild to promote it, we are going to promote it. We also want to partner with International Student Exchange Office to promote the student exchange program, as well as provide volunteer siblings to assist this exchange program. And last, We want to partner with professionals from the UWI alumni that work in the area of mental health, rather, to foster therapeutic activities as students returning on campus may face a culture shock. We say we're ready for the road, but you have to remember how to walk. Last, coming again to the last, provide a physical space for regional students to meet and have activities at the student union. Wrapping it up. And to help student entrepreneurs to access digitization, grants, and sessions to transform their business in the new normal, we must build and modernize UWI economy. The answer to the resources is walking the Wilson's way. Pelicans, I stood up for men who embrace and replicate true and strong leadership. I've stood up for women who deserve to take up space. So if a boy wants his style, yo, tell him come. And now, I'm walking for the revolution of the UWI Pelican voice and power. Stand up, queens. Gear up, kings. Walk the Wilson way. Thank you.
All right. I'm just going to ask for a little, just a little bit of decorum, please. All right, for our please.
Sandre, I am leaving.
You need to leave. And Roger, you said it, and I'll echo it. If you have not cleared your balances to vote this semester, tomorrow is the time to do so.
Clear it, no. You have to vote, no.
Roger, I think that my work here is done, but, you know, just want a little calm. You know, it's virtually. I see you guys in the chat, and I've been following the chat too. You understand? I see you guys. It's hot.
Crossfire.
So candidates, I want to know, do you guys have...
Hold on. I'm going to neutralize the atmosphere because there's a heat. Hold on, just...
Yeah, it's a bit... I feel that the sweating. You do it again, Roger. The sweating, man. It's pressuring.
Them look calm and comfortable though.
Yeah,
but just in case, that was a precautionary measure.
Yeah.
Just in case, because you know the nature of the crossfire.
Yeah. So as Roger said, this is for the presidential candidates. We rather the crossfire above the belt.
You know, that's a good idea.
And Roger, what you say about below the belt?
Well, we don't have time, but to make this interesting with the time we have, we are actually going to be setting a time frame of 5 minutes, and within that 5 minutes, there is open crossfire. So you can actually ask each other as many questions as you can possibly ask within that 5 minutes, right? Keep it calm. Hold straight.
I'm nervous, Roger. I'm nervous. I can't handle it. I can't, Roger.
The time.
Wait, let me set the time, Roger. Okay, no, we can't go wrong with the time.
Who goes first?
Kiefer, you're going first, right? All right, Kiefer going first. Ready? The time starts now.
My first question to you, Ms. Wilson.
Yes.
I am currently serving as the Vice President of Properties and Special Initiatives, who is in charge of transport. I want to bring to your attention the fact that MBBS students do have a bus system that travels from the UWI Mona campus through various areas in Kingston and back.
What's the question?
The question is, are you aware?
Oh, yes, I'm very much aware, which is why in my proposition or my proposal, I know that the bus system is there. What we want to do is revamp and work on the bus system, because I've been speaking to students from MBBS, and they've made it very clear that the bus system picks up where they want to pick up, drop off where they want to drop off, and only facilitates students if the driver wishes to do that. And my problem is the students' problem, which is that we pay for this service. It is your obligation to deliver this service. Thank you, Kiefer.
All right, so Laura, it's your time. It's your time in the 5 minutes. Go ahead, ask your question, because I'm nervous.
Okay, Mr. Dennels, I've been looking at your campaign, and I must commend you. But one of the things that we have been saying is that it's evident. And I believe that we have to look back to our manifestos to see where we have been doing the things that are evident. And I'm pointing back to your manifesto as VPPSI, and to be frank, this is just in my recollection, so correct me if I'm wrong. One of the things that you had in mind was to replace the sign at the Student Leader Union with a digital ad board, which I believe would have been financially profitable for the University of the West Indies Guild of Students, but I didn't see that. Introduction of a bus for special needs students, I didn't see that. Partnering with HEART to train and certify students, and I didn't see that. And I want to know the evidence, actually.
Thank you for those questions, and I'm very happy that you are a current councillor on the guild, and there are fellow councillors here who can tell you that at the point in time of running for vice president, as many of you were running for positions, the situation on campus would have been unclear for the upcoming year. A digital ad board would have been financially beneficial if campus was fully operational. How many students are passing the student union currently? With that, I had a very extensive discussion with the guild manager, and we made the decision that it was not feasible at this point in time, which is what you should do as a leader. Know when something is not feasible and take a sit back. Right? The second question, as in pertaining to the OSS issue, yes. Majority of our special needs students are not on campus. So again, this conversation was had with the necessary persons, and we decided that it would be cost ineffective to run a bus during the COVID period when we don't have enough students to fill that bus. In regards to the hard situation, I did reach out on multiple occasions. The return was on their end where they didn't follow up with me. I tried my best through the entire academic year. If you want evidence, there's many. Right. So come again.
All right, so I just want to indicate that our 5 minutes has elapsed because those answers were very comprehensive. So, yeah, I know you guys want 5 more minutes, but I am hired by somebody. And my boss is telling me that I have to move on, and I don't want to get fired this evening. So, we're at questions. Dr. Johnson is ready, and they have a lot of questions coming in as well from the chat. Let me take. All right, so I have one from. Oh, well, this was for Kijana at the time. All right, let me see what I have from the chat coming in here. I don't want to get it wrong. All right, so over the last academic year, you both served as guild councillors in different positions. Now there is a transition into a new phase of schooling. Did you guys achieve the things you set out to do over the last academic year? And is it a case that on those accomplishments you will have the mandate to go ahead and be president of the Guild of Students? That is coming from Shanil. Both candidates, you can go ahead, Kiefer.
All right. Thank you for that question, because it gives me the opportunity to present the evidence. Right? Throughout my tenure as vice president for properties and special initiatives, I've been working tirelessly to ensure the students have their opportunities, the students are safe, and the students are put at the forefront of every matter. 40 student entrepreneurs. That is the number that through my partnership with Predis Show was exposed on a national, regional, and international level. 40 students. Let us talk about the lighting for persons who have been here for over 2 years. You can attest. Nursing has light for the first time in over 2 years.
All right, Mr. Denous. All right. Sorry, but it's just the timing. We just have to work with it. Miss Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Roden. As the Faculty of Social Sciences representative, I represent the largest population in terms of students here on campus. We literally redefined the Faculty of Social Sciences, and now we're not just the Orange Nation, but we're the streak. And behind the streak came the first virtual faculty office across all the faculties here on the University of the West Indies. Behind the streak came the first self-credit check form, so that students don't need to wait for admin to respond to them. They can just go on our website and check where they are with their degree. Behind the streak came the first Faculty Work and Travel Expo, which we didn't do by ourselves. No. We partnered with all the other faculties here at the University of the West Indies, because we believe that this opportunity is just not for Tigers, but for everybody else. Come on, man. What the will swear?
All right. I know it's heated, but I have a personal question for both candidates. All right, so I heard you guys have your own jobs, etc. But I've been having a problem, and presidential candidates, you guys are still somewhat politicians, student politicians. I realize that politicians over the pandemic, we have been blaming COVID for a lot of things. You guys are in post now, you guys said you would have done, said you can do, but what makes you different and innovative? And for things you didn't do, you guys campaigned in the pandemic. So is it that your innovation is limited, and can you bring that type of attitude to the role of president? You can, whichever one wants to start.
All right, no problem. I believe that because I was operating in the virtual space fully for the Faculty of Social Sciences, my innovation skyrocketed in terms of what we accomplished for students at the Faculty of Social Sciences. I believe as a president, the things that I want to do as well, innovation will not hinder that process one bit. As a matter of fact, need I remind you that the Faculty of Social Sciences in a virtual space raised 500,000, and we're on our way to $1 million to ensure that students under our faculty are prioritized and taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Amalora. Kiefer?
All right, so thank you. For those of you who may know the portfolio I currently hold, you would know that it's very heavy on campus, right? And with that being said, even with that restriction, I completed a vast variety of initiatives and projects and expressed adaptability during the COVID-19 pandemic. A lot of my plans were with the hope that things would go back to face-to-face, and when they did not, I adapted to the situation and still executed my portfolio properly and excellently. Thank you.
Doc, it's Doc.
So
it's over to you.
All right. So I have a series of questions, and I will start exactly where we are with your question. A question to you, Mr. Is it Desnos? Denos. So your opponent, your challenger, raised some questions about your performance during the pandemic, and you used the pandemic as the excuse as to why those things were not fulfilled. But you did campaign within the pandemic, didn't you? You set those goals within the pandemic. So how is it that now you're using the pandemic as the excuse for what I think is non-performance?
Let me put some education to the matter. My manifesto points last year as vice president was extremely extensive. It is on my page right now, you can go. It's about 20 points. She has pointed out 3 matters that was restricted by COVID-19. That is not a reflection of the job that was done. That is an attack on 3 matters that could not have been done through COVID-19. Check the record. I received the highest grade on the Guild Council for the first semester. I never made it. I never, more I tell them, say, the grading score what I get for that, are people on the panel right now who support Chidi Dede.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Denos.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need the candidates to hear the questions that I'm asking, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Young lady in the front, please. Please. Thank you. Madam Challenger.
Yes, sir.
My question to you is, I've listened to your manifesto, quite extensive, might I add. And on that point of it being extensive, you mentioned quite a number of things that actually fit in the portfolio of your vice presidents and not your portfolio. What that will result in is that your manifesto may become a shell, meaning you have nothing to do because your vice presidents have that within their portfolio. How do you respond to that?
Thank you for that question, sir. I believe that as a president, the importance of me is to work with members on my committee. It's never a situation as a president that I say, oh, this is your role, go ahead and do it. I want to know that my contribution is played in every single role that I can. So whatever ideas that I have and I bring forth to my vice president and I say, what do you think of the feasibility of this? Can we work together to accomplish this? Once it is that my vice presidents are willing to work with me, then that is no problem. As a matter of fact, I have no problem spearheading some of these initiatives myself.
Thank you. I have a question for both of you.
Yes, sir.
What should we judge you by? That's the first part of the question. And the second part of the question is, if at the end of the first semester you are failing at that, can you make a commitment tonight that if you're failing at the end of first semester, you will step aside as guild president? Yes. The cameras are here, all your prospective counselors are here, and students are here listening. Can you make a commitment that if you're failing as guild president, at the end of your first semester, you will step aside and allow the business of the students to flourish?
Me first? All right, well, let me just start by saying you only fail when you stop trying. Correct? If it is I see that I need to pull up my shoes after the first semester, I'll speak to my counselors. They have a say in all of this. If they believe I'm performing below par and I need to resign, can have the discussion. If not, and they believe in me and believe that I can do better the second semester, I will work on myself, I'll look into myself, and I will do that. Right?
Okay, my turn to go ahead. Well, to be very honest, the intention is not to go in there to fail. The intention is to go in there to work. And that is what I want to do. I want to go in there and work. However, if the students at the University of the West Indies is not pleased with what I'm presenting to them as a president, I first want to put forward the idea to be evaluated, to receive the points, and of course to receive recommendations on how best I can serve the students at the University of the West Indies. And I believe that whenever you see that you're not fit for the position, you should step back, which is why I am running for this position, because I'm fit for this position.
My question, one minute, and this is my final question. My question to both of you is, having done all of that, you self-evaluate, you ask your counselors to evaluate you, the students evaluate you, and you have failed. Are you making the commitment that you will step aside if everybody thinks that you are failing? Will you step aside? Mr. Denos, will you step aside? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
Without a doubt, I would step aside.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard them.
Okay. And my contribution, it's not...
All right, everybody, I want us to...
It's feeding to a bigger thought. Because I
to decorum. Yeah, go ahead, Roger.
I find consecutively that, and I ask this question to the presidents specifically, because what we do find is a recurring of the same issues every year, right? Very new problems arise. So the major problem we keep having are not new problems, but same problems. And it occurred to me that it would have been mentioned in several ways that the pandemic has allowed us an opportunity to reset. So maybe the issue then is bigger visioning. Why would we come back in 2022 thinking of 9 months plans and 9-month vision when maybe the guild need to start visioning broader developmental imperatives? Why is the guild not coming to talk to us about 5-year plans and 10-year plans so that we can begin to see incremental developments and advancement in the needs and the improvements of students? Would you be prepared to rethink that kind of strategy to stop limiting yourselves to just 6 months, 9 months, and begin to create bigger goals so that the business of students can be advanced?
Okay, that's fine.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Wilson.
Okay then, I appreciate that question, Mr. Banks. As a matter of fact, in my manifesto, what I had for one of my points for regional students is that I want to ensure that when it comes on to scholarships and grants, that we're not just settling with the whole requirement of you being a Jamaican student, but pushing forward to ensure that regional places, other Caribbean countries can also sponsor students here at the University of the West Indies, because Mona campus is not just for Jamaicans, it's for all of us. In addition to that, all policies that I put forward and proposals are not just for my term as Guild President, but it's for decades to come until our next Guild President find a bigger answer to involve and improve the university student life. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wilson. Go ahead, Mr. Denous.
All right, so I'd like to point out that a lot of my plans also have that effect. For example, we were talking about the plan in regards to the security on campus, the adding of bicycles as opposed to the vehicles, right? In addition to that, the plan about bringing the campus next year when we have face-to-face and we introduce the students. You know, all of us are talking about party, whatever. But I want to have a business expo in which students who have art, students from entrepreneurs, STEM students, all of that, they come, they meet with corporate Jamaica, they meet with private investors, and it will give them the opportunity to advance beyond just university space. And there's a 5-year plan for those students.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Denous, and we are about to complete our debates, but there's something interesting that's about to happen,
so,
right, Roger?
Yes, we're adding another element. As we close, the final 2 questions are going to be coming from persons in the audience. So, only 2 questions. First hand went up, I think that's Melissa.
Andre's hand.
And Andre's hand went up. So we've got off our 2 questions.
Wow.
The microphone is on the floor.
Yes.
Right? So please move to the front.
I will not veto what you have said, but I see the Guild President putting up her hand.
Oh, well, I didn't
So we
see
will
that.
give her the third question.
Most definitely.
First.
So the first question, are you, okay, you will determine whether it's to an individual or to both.
It's to both candidates. Good evening, everybody. As the current Faculty of Sport representative, I had listened to your manifesto, but guess what? I don't hear anything relating to sports nor our student athletes. And I believe that sport and the student athletes has contributed tremendously to the university's recognition. So what would you both do as counselors to include the faculty and or student athletes to give them that recognition going forward?
All right, we'll start with Kiefer.
Excellent question, Ms. Fletcher. And I must start by saying we do recognize the contribution that students from the Faculty of Sport and students who are student athletes on campus contribute to the university. And I want to say that funding, with the pandemic, the university has cut a lot of scholarships for student athletes. Come this academic year, as we know the sports are about to start back, these athletes will again need funding. The university suffered a loss financially through the pandemic. So the onus will now be on us, as well as the university, to partner to ensure that when these students return to campus to participate in their sports, we can facilitate them and ensure that they have enough funding.
All righty. Wrap it up.
They have enough funding to finish their studies while participating and contributing to university's development.
All right. So that's to Ms. Wilson now. Go ahead.
Thank you for that question, Melissa. Had we not been pressed for time, I would have finished under my resources point in my manifesto about student athletes. One of the things I must commend Taylor Hall for was the promotion of their student athletes. When you walk into Taylor Hall, you see the athletes out there. And I believe, seeing that we were not able to secure the funding for student athletes, it is our duty to promote
the student athletes here at the University of the West Indies. And so it's not just about scholarship, but also promotion, ensuring that when these athletes leave the University of the West Indies, we have put them on a platform and marketed them so that persons will be able to invest. Not only that, but I realized, because I am the Faculty of Social Sciences representative,
Wrap it up.
am I allowed to wrap it up? That many students too wanted to be a part of sport initiatives and join very different teams here at the university, but were not given the opportunity. So maybe we could too promote that. It's never just about money. Promotion is also vital. Thank you.
Okay, so my question is for Ms. Wilson. Given the belief that guild officers are not sufficiently held accountable to the electorate, how do you plan to improve the transparency in the evaluation process?
Ooh, that's a rough one. But Ms. Wilson, you have 40 seconds to do that.
Thank you so much for that question, Mr. Barrett. I believe that evaluations can be subjective because it's being conducted by students on the guild for students on the guild. And so what I would propose for that is an independent evaluation committee that comes in and objectively evaluate the members of the guild council. I believe that with that, the results that come from the evaluation process will be true, just, and a full representation of the UWI Guild Council. Thank you.
All right. All right.
All right, good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Danielle.
So I have a two-part question. So it's one question with two parts. Firstly, as a president, advocacy is your top priority. Should the need arise and you're unable to execute your manifesto due to more pertinent advocacy matters, which one manifesto point would you omit? Furthermore, the next academic year will require visionary leadership. We're looking for somebody who will be able to mold both the pre-COVID UWI and the new strengths that may have arisen during the online pandemic. What do you think you can do to mold both the strengths of both those periods together to create a new UWI culture going forward?
All right, so I am going to advocate for the guild president to stay close to the mic because that's a very compact question and see if they can answer the first part and then the second part because that's a very tough one, especially the first part. So, Kiefer, can you go ahead with this one? This is the...
You want me to repeat?
Repeat
the
first question.
Sure. So the first question was, as a president, advocacy is your top priority. Should the need arise and you're unable to execute your manifesto, the full manifesto that is, due to more pertinent advocacy matters, which one manifesto point would you omit?
All right, thank you for that question, Madam President. And I think the answer is quite an easy one. I would omit the plan in regards to the corporate Mingle and Business Expo with students and corporate Jamaica. And that's simply because, as you said, if the issue is more pertinent, we must look at the now and not the later.
All right, thank you. So,
all right. So, Amalora?
Okay, so the same question to you then.
Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel. When I did this manifesto, I believe that every point is of paramount importance. And so to omit a point right now would be very much a difficult task. But if I were to truly take up something, it would have been the heavy promotion of JAMVAT grants and scholarships offered by the Office of Student Finances. Not because it's not important, but because it's important that the university is held accountable and promote what they have to offer to students. Thank you.
All right, so second question to Kiefer, Ms. President.
All right, second question. The next academic year will require visionary leadership in which we assess the strengths of the pandemic online and the strengths of face-to-face before. We'll be seeking to combine both to create a new UWI culture as we emerge out of the COVID-19 pandemic, hopefully. In what way do you intend to create this new UWI culture that would be a fusion of both the periods we've gone through?
All right, excellent question again, Ms. Mullins. I must say that I am privileged to be one of the current candidates who have experienced face-to-face and online schooling. And as such, I believe I have that experience to properly mold it. Some plans I have, for example, that would include regional integration, would be a student exchange program between all the UWI campuses across the Caribbean, right? in addition to that, as I stated before, we have the expo that I want to execute, and that is more than just the normal. That's more than just advocating for a return to sports and events. We know that will happen. That is a must. But we must bring something new and creative, and that is one of those ideas. Thank you.
Is it possible that I could ask the President to repeat her question?
No problem, no problem. Go ahead, repeat, please, Madam President. Boy, Daniel, question them tough in a man, Jesus.
All right, so to repeat, the next academic year will require visionary leadership in which we assess the strengths of the online period and the strengths of the previous face-to-face period, all right? In what way do you intend to bring back a new UWI culture in which is a fusion of the strengths of both periods as a president?
Thank you, Daniel. If it's one thing that was common during the pre-COVID period and during COVID period is that sometimes administration doesn't understand the importance of students as stakeholders. And what I will do for the upcoming period is that I want to reorient the minds of the Pelicans, remind them that the power is with our voice, is within our voice, and that it's important that we revolutionize the idea of Pelicans being important stakeholders. So that will be the big vision that I want to take on, the fact that students have their voice, the fact that students understand the importance of their voice, the fact that students understand that administration is here to help and serve them while they're here at the University of the West Indies. That is what I want to be paramount going up as the next Guild President. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. And to wrap it up, all right, so just a little broad talk. We have one more question from Dr. Johnson. Boy, this must tough because it take about 3 minutes think about the one here. Dr. Johnson.
It's actually not tough. It's a simple question. And Daniel spoke to it. As we go into the next phase of the university life, we have to contemplate some very difficult and challenging things. Now, the image of the University of the West Indies Mona campus has suffered some damage comparable to the other campuses. And there is a space called ICGC, which you should know about. So I'm going to put the question to the lady first. What is your ICGC mandate?
Oh, definitely. One thing that I have proposed at ICGC before, and I still want to bring it forward, is to necessitate the importance of academic support. Once again, I believe strongly that as an obligation to university students, they do not deliver fully on that. And so I want to bring that forward to the ICGC. In addition to that, in addition to bringing forward the importance of academic support, we also want to bring forward the importance of regional integration, which means that we want to give voice to students who are here at the University of the West Indies and over the other different campuses as well. So allow them to have the voice, allow them to know that they're important to the Guild Council. Their issues are our issues, their concerns are also our concerns. Thank you.
All right, Kiefer.
Thank you. My first mandate for the ICGC would be food insecurity on campus. And I want to tackle that issue because I personally believe that administration itself does not do enough to tackle food insecurity on campus. Majority of the work that is done to tackle that issue is done by the Guild or by outsiders. The administration does very little. And this is not just a Mona problem. I'm sure other campuses are facing that issue. I've had discussions with them. Right? The second one will also be regional integration. I stated prior that I wanted to do a student exchange program, and I see the benefit of that. Students will come across to the various campuses, they will learn about the culture, they will gain an experience traveling around the Caribbean. Thank you.
All right,
Okay, so we have come to the end of the Guild debates. It's certainly been a very long but productive day, and I think that we've given real value to the candidates. On the behalf of the panel of moderators, we thank you for your patience. We thank you for your composure. We thank you for making all things possible. I'm going to turn over the rest of the closing remarks to Mr. Bertram Anderson, who is the returning officer. We thank him for the support he's lent us as well.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It was a pleasure having you here. It was a pleasure having the
all right, before we wrap up, I saw that both presidential candidates looked at me and said they would have my head on a platter if I did not allow them at least 30 seconds to give their closing remarks, their mandate to the students. So before you leave, And well, we will go ahead and Keith, I'll give you the floor, and then Omi, I'll give you 30 seconds. I'll give you probably an extra 10. So just keep that in mind, and you guys give your closing remarks before the RO has it. Now go ahead, Kiefer.
Students of the University of the West Indies, it is time. It is time to vote for a leader with proven experience. Time and time again, from PRO, from you've been staying, till you have been allying for VP PSI, I have shown the work done, the launching of the Guild website, the fixing of lights, the exposure for student entrepreneurs. The work is there. Don't be tricked. They'll come here and they'll throw their attacks. But the evidence is there. I have time to tell you. Reach out to me on Instagram. We'll have the conversation. Remember, on election day, March 25th to 27th, vote Kiefer Dennis for your Guild president. And as I say, it's evident.
All right. So that's Kiefer's time. I like that you were on time, Kiefer. I love that. All right, Omalora, your time.
Pelicans, I just want to remind you that March 25th to 27th, don't be afraid. Just take the step my way and walk the Wilson way, because Wilson can and Wilson will. If you have any questions whatsoever and you need more information, you can of course visit my website. That's www.omalorawilson.com for my manifesto points, my pictures of advocacy, and any other questions you may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Give them a round of
Ladies
applause,
and gentlemen,
everybody.
thank
That
you.
was the Guild debates.
I want to thank our moderators for ably conducting our debates from 10 to almost 8 o'clock. I want to thank Dr. Donovan Johnson for joining us, Mr. Roger Bent, and of course, Mr. Sandre Roden. This event was successful because of your input and of course, your wit and of course, your sense of humor. I want to thank Mr. Neil and Miss Monique for putting together this wonderful debate. They are the backbone of the Guild, and they are doing all that they can to ensure that we select a very good Guild Council for the academic year 2022-2023. Thank you, Ishmael and team. We could not have done it without the MITS personnel, and of course, our sound engineer who was here and made sure that everything went smoothly. Thank you, everybody who came out. Burns, thank you for manning the door. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming. Take time to think about who you want to vote for. Vote for the best candidate. And of course, let us have a wonderful election the 25th to the 27th. Walk good, take care, have a wonderful evening.